morning, everyone, and lovely to have you with us here at the Ward Stormont. Today's penultimate IP50 Cup match between the Knights and the Lightning is about to get underway. You can see the sun is out. We're ready to go. And a few moments ago, I was out in the middle with the two captains for the toss. Welcome, everyone, here at Stormont. It's a shorts and sunscreen day, September here in Belfast. We're here for the penultimate game in the IP50 Cup, sponsored by Rario. Today we've got the two teams, Leinster Lightning and Northern Knights, and today's match official, Phil Thompson. Mark Adair of the Northern Knights, you have the coin.
Heads. Heads the call. And heads it is. We'll have a bat.
George, you've won the toss, you've decided to have a bat. What's your thoughts on the conditions?
Yeah, look, the pitch looks pretty good. I think we're hoping we can put some runs on the board. It does look like it might spin later on, especially in the day. So we think with the spin attack we can squeeze with some runs on the board. Excellent.
And obviously, looking at the result yesterday, you've got to win today now, but not just win. In order to win the trophy, you've got to have a bonus point. Does that change your mentality at all?
I think not too much in the start of the game. I think the first hour or two, you still want to go out and do the things we do, look after the processes, I guess. And I think later in the day, then you have the opportunity to maybe play the game a little bit differently. So look, we'll be going out and being positive as we have all season.
Yeah, obviously, ins and outs, ups and downs throughout the season, availability. But one guy coming back into your team today, pretty good news for you.
Yeah, it's great to have Andy Balbirnie back. He's obviously had a busy summer with some stuff, personal stuff as well as the cricket we've had. So it's fantastic having, I think, the experience of him back, and hopefully he can score some runs on what looks like a pretty good pitch.
Absolutely, all the very best today, George. Mark, just bring you in. Yeah, Mark, you've lost the toss there, and what were your thoughts on whether you were going to bat and bowl?
Yeah, I probably would have had a bat. I think the wickets here have been pretty good. I know it's usually a country where you always want to bowl first, but I think recently a little bit of dryness, and I think it might spin towards the end.
Yeah, and obviously looking at the tournament as a whole, you've got two home games this week. One win will do the job for you, but you'd like to have a bit of a relax on Thursday and get the job done today.
Oh yeah, we'd absolutely love to go 2 from 2. I think that's obviously our goal, but we'll deal with today first. Yeah, look, we've got a good side. We have been all year. Been pretty set, so should just do some good.
And you mentioned your side. Probably looking at your squad today, it's probably the first time this year you've had real full availability, no injuries, and a good panel to pick from.
Yeah, like we've had a couple of times. I think looking back at the year, I think we've probably benefited the most from internationals being away. Pebs has led the side brilliantly throughout the year. I'll just come back and try and steal his thunder and lift a few trophies at the end. But we've got some selection headaches, which is good, and there's some good players being left out, and that's sort of where we want to be.
Exactly. Well done, Mark, and thank you very much for that. You're going to bowl. Leinster Lightning have won the toss. George Dockrell winning that toss, and they've decided to bat first. Now the details of that toss. George Dockrell winning the toss for the Leinster Lightning. In these conditions, they've decided to try and put some runs on the board and then defend later on today. George Dockrell saying there it may spin a little bit later on, that's his thoughts. But the Lightning are going to be up front. And beside me today, I'm delighted to have Irish international and now league champion, Shane Get. Congratulations on your NCU league title, Shane.
Thanks, Ali. Yeah, it's great to be here. Sun is shining here in Belfast. Two good teams on display, so hopefully be a good day's cricket. We've got Leinster, trying to get a big win today, and then the Knights need to win 1 from 2. So two strong teams. It's going to be a good cricket wicket. Quick outfield here today, so I'm looking forward to watching some good cricket. And as we can see, Andy Balbirnie opening the batting here, his new slot for Ireland in the coming week. So good to see him back playing in the pros.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the past few weeks and months availability of the Irish players. Terrific to see Mark Adair as well on screen there. Knights captain today. He's back. Paul Stirling's in the Knights outfit. And as you say, Andy Balbirnie. So really good to see these international players here today. A little bit of game time, but it's a competition that both sides are still involved in, as you say. Knights need 1 from 2. And the Lightning are still involved. They do need a big win. After the Reds win yesterday, they do need a win and a bonus point. I've been mentioning to George Dockrell if that'll change their mentality, but he says they'll just play the game as it is and then see later on where it sort of takes them. But they've decided to have a bat first. But beautiful conditions here. It's good to see. We hopefully will have the same on Thursday. It's good to see the tournament being ended on the pitch rather than weather affected.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to. It's funny how coming to the end of the season, the sun's shining here. Similar to Brady yesterday, and that's going to be like this all week. Even on Thursday, I think the weather looks good. So hopefully, a good couple of games coming up. We see Mark Adair here take the new ball. Coming first, Andrew Balboni. Just starts with a wide.
A little bit stiff there, possibly.
A bit of a loosen there from Mark. Yeah, I think George said it is going to turn in that second innings, Ali, but I think, generally at Stormont early on, it's good for the seamers, bit of lateral movement. So they'll now to be looking to get some early inroads here into the Leinster Lightning team.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned a couple of times over the past few days, we are later into the summer in towards sort of September now. Nice shot for no run though, and there's a little bit of dew out there, a little bit wet on the outfield. First thing, it will burn away very, very quickly, and the ropes have been round. So it's just a little bit sitting there, but it'll burn away.
Yeah, Stormont normally provides a nice quick outfield, but similar to Malahide, similar types of grounds, good wickets. Fleet has done a great job over the years, and I'm sure it'll be a high-scoring game here today.
You see on your screen there today's match officials, the on-field umpires. There's the end striker's end is Aidan Seaver, and it's square leg at the moment. Gareth McCready. Gareth Morrison, your third umpire today. Your match officials here at the ward in Stormont. As you said, should speed up a little bit as that little bit of dew burns away fairly quickly. Driven, beautiful shot. Balboni, over pitched.
Yeah, classic Andrew Balboni cover drive. Just slightly over pitch there from Mark, unfortunately. Just looking for. I don't mind that, I suppose. You're trying to get a nick off early on. Just slightly over pitch there, a little bit floaty from Mark, but really well put away from Andrew Balboni.
Yeah, it's a classic Balboni drive there. He's off the mark. That's the delivery that they are searching for. Just on that off full stump line, a little bit of shape. And inside edge. Balboni takes it down. It's a fine leg, so just a single. Brings Tim Sector on strike for the first time.
Yeah, just a bit of movement there from Mark. Good length, nice and full. Getting the batter to drive. Just a bit of an inside edge there from Andrew Balboni. I think Mark can be nice and disciplined here, not search too much. I think these night seamers will hopefully get some rewards in these first 10 overs. Great delivery there from Mark. Great length, and this will be a challenge for Tim Tector. A youngster in the game, but unexperienced, got plenty of talent. Great for him to be batting with Andrew Balboni on the other end. Andrew's played hundreds of times for Ireland, so it'll be great for Tim to use that experience and hopefully put a good score on the board today.
Yeah, most definitely. We mentioned about the young players coming through the system and getting into the interpros. Playing with and against top level players can only help their development, testing themselves at the highest level in the local game. So really good, and as you say, there's the two having a chat, and they'll do nothing but learn from this today. Tim Sector, as you say, mentioned plenty of talent, just that consistency now that he's looking for, and no better man than his opening partner today.
Yeah, I think that just Andrew's experience playing at Stormont, playing with Ireland at Storm and playing with Leinster here over the years, the conditions. Andrew will know the conditions pretty well, having captain Ireland here and over the years. So if Tim can tap into that knowledge, just his game plan be nice and clear, give himself a good chance here and set up a nice platform to hopefully bat through the innings. He'll be on his way to putting a good performance here for the Leinster Lightning.
Yeah, it's a really good point, that, in terms of sometimes when you're playing at a ground you're not familiar with, takes you a little bit of time to get used to just the sighting, even as a batter, looking at where's the ball coming from, where's the, just that you can see. And here we've got, obviously the side screens are there, a big massive set, but just looking around at the ground, the dimensions of the ground, things like that. So yeah, just getting used to the conditions in the venue. Pretorius will open up a little bit wide. A terrific piece of fielding from Ross Adair, I think. Stops another boundary there, that was for sure. Heading to the ropes.
But a swing there from Aaron Pretorius, that'll be good signs for him. Just slightly short, and it looks like Andrew Balburney's looking for any width here. Anything not hitting the stumps, Andrew's going to throw his hands at, and looks to get off to a bit of a flyer. I think if you can hit the stumps here, it's Stormont generally, you got to be in a good position to create some pressure. But any width, Andrew looks like he's got to try and cash in as much as he can. Really well bowled there from Ruan. Good length. Hit the pitch hard. That's where you want to be, fourth and off stump. Asking that right question early on. Last thing you want to do is, see a lot of leads from the batters. So I'm sure Mark Adair has told these seamers to ask the right questions, get them driving, get them playing as many deliveries as they can.
Yeah, Pretorius missed out on the last game. The Knights comes back in now. Very important player for them as well. Obviously opens the bowling here, as you can see, but he'll bat in the top order as well. So big player, he's been around the Knights system for quite a while now. As I say, just gives them that extra dimension. Bats, bowls.
Yeah, it'll be interesting where he bats. He's kind of been up the order and down the order a bit, but a key part of the Knights team. Can open the bowling, can bowl to death with good slow balls and good Yorkers, and is able to bat in the top order and the bottom and lower down. Sorry, so no, a key player for the Knights, and he'll be looking to get some early wickets here.
Actually, talk about the Knights there, and I looked down their squad, and I was on my way in today, and really couldn't see who was going to get sort of left out. And let's talk about that in a second. Pretorius comes in again. That's width. That's width again. Alberni not on strike this time. It's Tim Tactor, but quality players here. If you give them that width, they'll take advantage. Sector. It's his first boundary.
Yeah, great shot there from Tim. Bit of width, short and wide. See on the replay. Well put away. That'll give him plenty of confidence starting his innings. Nice to get a boundary early in your innings, I suppose. Get yourself going, get the confidence up.
Oh, but a good comeback from Pretorius. That's the line, that's the length. Just letting the ball do a little bit off the pitch. Good contest there. Tactor with the first blow.
Yeah, Leinster just got 11 for none off the two. Just two bad balls, and the rest has been pretty good. Just two loose deliveries from both Mark and Ruan, but generally apart from that they've been hitting some pretty good lengths so far. Nice and disciplined.
Yeah, we talked about the 12-man squad for the Knights. As I mentioned, the market there at the start. Himself available, Paul Sterling available today, and they've picked a really strong squad. Selection headache. A little bit straight. Nicely tucked away. Alberni. So yeah, it's a bit of a selection dilemma, and it's teammate at Estonians, it's Kate Carmichael, who unfortunately has missed out today. Must have been a very tight and difficult decision for the coach and skipper.
Yeah, tough call, I'm sure, for Jonty and Mark Adair. Given the season Cade's had, he's been brilliant with Estonians. He's won plenty of games for us there, and he's done well for the Knights, and I'm sure he's got a bright future ahead. So as a young lad, I think it could be tough to take, but he's got a good positive attitude. I'm sure the communication lines between Mark and Jonty, he knows exactly where he stands. So hopefully he won't be too down, and hopefully he might get a chance come Thursday. Conditions might change after today, and I'm sure he has a bright future ahead. And
well, that might have been part of the discussion. We've got 2 games this week coming up. Just to flag that one up for you, we've got back here on Thursday. The Knights take on the Northwest Warriors. Again, just a little straight from it there. Nice shot again from Balburney, well timed. See that outfield now. Still quick enough and makes it. Bit of a teaser.
Just nasty time there from Andrew. just tapped it before. Lightning outfield. Really good shot. Nicely balanced it through mid-wicket. Mark getting a little bit too straight then, well put away from Andrew.
That's a good point you make there in terms of the balance he had. Didn't try and overhit it, just leant on it. Really the timing. Took it to the boundary. Excellent shot from Alberni. Getting good neck early here. Again. Slipping down, leg side. Gonna be wides and 5 of them.
Yeah, I think just watching Andrew over the years, he's generally always good through the covers, but I think playing against him, if he gets a clip off his legs or a 9-drive, you can tell his balance is on the money on the day, and you're a little bit worried. Just a bit of a loose delivery there from Mark. Trying for the big in swinger again and just getting that one slightly wrong.
Yeah, just a starting point for that one. It did move, but needed to be good foot the other side. Bit of confusion here. Going to get back in time, okay. Yeah, just looking at Andrew Balbirnie, obviously a tough old season, and George mentioned there, obviously with his cricket, he's other issues to deal with, having a child, which anybody in that position knows exactly how much focus that takes away from your other things, your job, and so he's had plenty to deal with. Just terrific to see him back in the blue today of the Lightning. From his point of view, try and get him in good form for the upcoming matches for the national side. So going to England. He'll be using this as just an opportunity to get back in form, but obviously contribute to his team. He hasn't been able to do that with his commitments all year. He'd just like to put a score on the board for the Lightning.
Oh, really good length there from Mark. Bit of movement away. Really good length there to finish his over. Yeah, just with Andrew, he's played for Leinster his whole life, hasn't he? Since since he's been 10 or 11. So big Leinster man. He'd be looking to come in today and really impact the game and put in a match-winning performance. He hasn't been able to play, unfortunately, like you said, but hopefully he'd be wanting to win this game today and take that form into that England series in the next couple of weeks.
Sure. Always when he's represented the Lightning, always been very committed when he can be. He's on strike here around Pretorius. Just in his form for Ireland, sometimes when you find, you can see there on the screen, he's high scores against the Knights. I remember that knock he had. 126, so there's no doubt about the quality of player we're talking about here, but he just seemed to get into a habit of just finding ways to get out. He was playing nicely and then just find ways to get out, and then when you do that, you play shots that you normally wouldn't play, go out of your comfort zone. It just sort of spiraled a little bit. And that's the shot, and he likes over pitched again, driven all along the floor, pierces the field, and another boundary to Balbirnie.
Another lovely cover drive there from Andrew. Just slightly over pitch from Ruan. I think, the Knights bowlers have searched a little bit here. Been a bit of a mixed bag, Ali. This one just over pitched. Just driven nicely through the covers, great head position. As we can see, another lightning quick outfield on display here today.
I think that Jeremy Hughes there is exactly right. It's a little bit of a mixed performance here in the first 4 overs from the Knights openers. A little bit of movement on offer.
I think just trying to settle and be nice and patient, not search too much. I think when you sometimes when you see that swing or the bit of movements, naturally as a bowler you want to get as many wickets as you can and use that new ball, because here at Stormont the wicket does get better. It's nice to bat on. So you don't mind being a bit aggressive with the fields, but at the same time the bowlers, if they can be nice and boring, nice and patient, build some pressure. Another great shot there from Andrew. More width from Ruan Pretorius. Nicely timed there for Andrew. Really good shot.
Yeah, he looks in the mood here early on. Anything being offered. We can see again width that Shane was talking about. Really pretty comfortable there. Didn't really have to do too much other than just make good contact. Good head position and balance again. That's raced away for another 4. That's a lot straighter, and he's gone. Pretorius, really for the first time, I suppose, targeting the stumps, possibly nipping that one back a little bit. And you see that on replay. I think Balbirnie just leaning over a little bit with that head. But that's the breakthrough. The Knights, they'll be absolutely delighted to take the wicket of Andrew Balbirnie. See it again here.
See on the replay. That one just looked to straighten a bit, just maybe nip back. It just nip back slightly in front of middle and off, and an easy decision there for the umpire. Well, Andrew got off to a good start there. Couple boundaries, but well come back. Good come back there from Maroon Pretorius. You know, hanging that back one, that ball back in, hitting the stumps like we talked about at Stormington. Seeing the back of Balbirnie, and that's a massive wicket for the Northern Knights. Definitely.
The way he was going there, anything, he was definitely proactive, looking to put the bad ball away to the boundary, and he did a few occasions, but as you know, the bowler's always in the game. It's only one ball.
You see Simi Singh just come to the crease. I think he's opened the batting most of the season, so coming at the 3, not too different. It's doing a bit here, I'm sure. And Simi Singh, he might like to run some of the seamers, use his feet, you know, really put the bowlers off their length and make them bowl a bit shorter, make it easier. See how he goes here in the first couple of deliveries, but really good comeback there from Maroon Pretorius. Hopefully he can learn from that and, you know, look to hit the stumps as much as possible.
You mentioned that early in the commentary today. It's a stump to stump, and if you give any width at all early, the quality of player on show here, you don't want to get them off to a good start, but Pretorius has reined it back in with that wicket, and that is an absolute jaffa first up. First up,
not exactly what you want first ball. Some days you nick them, some days you miss them, so hopefully Simi has a bit of luck today. He's got a couple good balls in this competition. Craig Young getting him with a good one down the hills. But as a batter, you do need a little bit of luck, especially in these conditions, I think. So hopefully luck's on his side today for Simi.
Well, we were just talking about that with Andrew Balbirnie and his international career this year. He's just getting some good nuts, and sometimes it goes that way. Simi's been opening the baton, as you say, and sometimes you just nick the balls and sometimes you miss them, and it's just that little bit of luck that keeps you in, and then you go on to make a score. So we've only faced one ball, Simi, but that was an absolute beauty from Pretorius first up. Exactly what Market there will be looking from his bowling partner, but also himself here to get back on those lengths. He's going to continue. Tim Tector in his sights. Shot.
Slightly too straight there from Mark, and well put away. Another boundary for Tim Tector. Yeah, Mark searching a bit, but
he is a little bit
searching a bit for rhythm.
And I don't think that dew's any factor anymore, because that has just been dug out, really. And Pete, James McCollum, I think they're
just see on the replay, slightly over pitch, but too straight from Mark, and well put away there from Tim Tector. He's getting to his innings nicely here. You know, trying to be strong with his defence and putting away that bad ball when it comes along. We talk about Ali a lot. There has been a lot of boundaries, but if these two can, you know, these two bowlers bowl in partnerships, keep the pressure on.
Catch possibility, and it's taken. He's in the game again. Pretorius, good captaincy to keep those slips in, just as you're talking about. Shane, the ball still moving if you put it in the right areas. Kept his 2 slips in, wide to the right. Pretorius, he's taken the catch, and the second wicket has fallen. Tim Tector has gone for 9.
See the replay here. Good length from Market there, just squaring Tim Tector up, unfortunately, and a really good catch here from Maroon Pretorius. Just see it here. Good length. Great catch there from Maroon Pretorius to his right. Safely taken. Yeah, good to keep the 2 slips in. Be nice and aggressive, take early wickets. Good length there from Market there. As we see Christopher has come to the crease. He had a really good knockdown in the hills. Got a 50 on debut. I've been impressed with him just playing against him. He's got a strong defence. Likes the longer format of the game. He would have been disappointed down in Malahide to lose that T20 final against Seo, but you know, from what I've seen so far, he works hard in his game. He's got a good technique, and he'd be looking to get a good score on the board here in his second game for the Lightning.
It's Christopher from Balbringen, as you say. We watched him a couple of weeks back in that final. He played a sort of anchor role there in a T20 match when Captain Greg Ford was going a little bit more aggressive, but very important that he hung in there and almost got his team over the line. Got the super over, and that man on screen there, mark it there, he was the difference in that super over to win the title for CIYMS. But when we watched the Freitas that day, he looked very composed, and as you say, good balance on his, and a good defence, which may be required in these next 4 or 5 overs up to the power play. Can't really lose any further wickets at the moment. The Lightning going bang bang for the Northern Knights here. De Freitas to face his first ball.
Nicely into that first ball. Really good stuff. Yeah, I think Mark likes bowling to left hand as well. You know, he's got the ability to bring the ball back in and also take it away from the left-hander. So I'm sure his tail will be up now. His first couple overs didn't go to plan, but you know, every time you see a bowler get a wicket, your tail's up, confidence is back. It can be something that just gets you back into rhythm and, you know, back on song.
Good pace. As you say, he seems to be picking up that rhythm, but that's a bowler's life, isn't it? You can, Shane Warne used to say, hit me for 5 fours, I get your wicket off the 6th ball. For 20, I'll take that, you know, and that's kind of the way it's gone here. A lot of boundaries early, 4s, the odd extra, and they were racing away there at 31, I think it was, for a wicket, but a couple of wickets has really put the Knights in a good position here now. It's in the air.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Mark stay over the wicket to the left hand. I've seen him come around the wicket a handful of times and look to take that ball away from the left-hander. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes to the Freitas here. Will he stick with this over the wicket ploy and maybe try hit him on the pad, and then as his spell goes on, maybe come around the wicket for a ball or two and try get those slips into play.
Yeah, he's got the slips in play, but just the first couple of balls, it looks as if he is targeting to swing it back in to the Freitas. That's a nice shot. Went into it. Into that cover region again. And it's going to get pulled back. It'll be 3. I think, yep, 3. Runs there, nice shot. The Freitas. Typical left-hander.
Great work there from James McCullum. Sprinting the boundary there and saving 1 run for his team. Really good stuff. Good commitment. Putting his body on the line. And yeah, as you said, Ali, great shot there from De Freitas. Got into that one nicely. Good head position. Then try to overhead it and just timed it nicely through the covers. I think it looks a wicket if the bowlers do miss their length. You don't have to overhead it. You can just time it. Use this quick outfield and play strong shots.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of shots that have gone. A couple of square shots from Paul Burney were well hit, but generally they've sort of just timed the ball more than really hit it. So you can see how quickly. I mentioned it a few times about the outfield. Here it is. Fairly rapid, a high-scoring ground usually.
See Matthew Foster come on now from the city end. Interesting ploy here from Mark. We're going to be disappointed. Just get a wicket and you're taken off. I think Matthew Foster's really good to left-handers. He's got a natural angle of taking away from the left-handers, and maybe Ruin might come follow Mark from his end after his spell. So you don't mind this. Good tactics from Mark there.
Oh, really good start. Matthew Foster. Of course, he'll be very comfortable in these conditions. We talked about venues. He'll know exactly what he's doing on this ground.
Yeah, exactly. Homeboy. Matthew Foster played here all of his career. He'll know the conditions well. It'll be nice and relaxing to be looking to hopefully get some wickets on his home ground. Nicely into it again from Christopher Freitas.
Just on that, what do you think about that conversation between Skipper and Pretorius? He's just taken the wicket. Paul Burney with the second last ball, and he's bowled an absolute beauty. First up, Simi Singh, and the skipper called him over and said, "Take a blow." What do you think?
I'm not too sure the exact reason behind it, but I'm sure this Knights team have been brilliant this year. They're a well-gelled team. I'm sure the communication lines, there's a bit of trust there from Mark. He's played for Ireland for a number of years now, and as captain, he reads the game really well. So I'm sure Ruin has a lot of faith in Mark there as captain, and knows that his day's definitely not done, and he'll probably follow Mark, like we said earlier.
Yeah.
From the Dundalk end.
Not to say that bringing Matthew Foster on's a downgrade. I mean, he pulled a spell earlier in the IP50 tournament and jacked the ball about really well. Once he got up into the Ireland squad earlier in the season, a bowler of real quality.
Yeah, big Matthew. He's done well. He's got a lot stronger over the years. He wouldn't be the quickest, but he gets a bit of zip off the wicket. You know, kind of rushes a few batters. Definitely, there's a bit of lateral movement. Gets a lot of batters stuck in the crease, a lot of LBW and bowled. So, a great prospect here for the Knights and Irish cricket moving forward.
Away. A few shouts of catch it, but well down the leg side. Can work actually. Neil Rock as it didn't swing after it passed the bat a little bit as well. Got a mitt to it and kept it down. Just
never
extra.
Easy for Neil Rock there. Just kept going, didn't it?
Just moved after the bat, just kept going, as you say.
Good hand on it. Definitely saved 5 wides. As Matthew Foster comes into Simi Singh here for his second delivery.
A bit wide, that one. Just going back to Matthew Foster, obviously had I say this about fast bowlers, it kind of seems to be, just goes with the territory, but he's had a few injury problems, and he's had a good season this year in terms of getting some overs in, and seems to be a little bit fitter, and in terms of those injuries and getting back to regular bowling really helps if you're in a good rhythm and confident in your body.
Yeah, definitely. It could be really challenging as a young seam bowler. A lot of strain going on your back and your joints. But he's got strong over the winter. Unfortunately, he picked up a bit of a hamstring injury during the winter, but he seems to stay in the park quite consistently this summer, and he's put in some really good performance for the Knights and both his club civil service. So he'll be hoping to stay injury free and stay as strong as possible. And it can be tough as a seamer. You got to manage your loads and how many overs you're bowling during the week, but he'll be hoping to stay in the park for as long as possible.
It is that old conundrum for opening bowlers and seamers. You want to stay fit and healthy and bowl as many overs as you can, but the burnout can come if you just overload it. Injuries are much more susceptible then, and so it is just finding that balance. And obviously with the amount of cricket being played now, it's really important that there's a sort of barrage of seam bowlers that you can pick from. And we've looked at the Knights, and they have got that in their locker, in their squad.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think as a seam bowler, or as cricketers in general, you're always wanting to prove. But I think sometimes when you're a little bit younger and experienced, you nearly bowl too much, don't you? You try to overdo it. But I think the older you get, the more experience you get. It's a fine line between keeping those lines of communication with Ryan Eagleson as bowling coach and Simon Johnson. Making sure he's getting enough overs in during the week, and then he's being really specific in what he's trying to improve on, I suppose, during the winter.
Yeah, I think that really good point in terms of the communication between player and coach and manager or whatever, to make sure that everybody's on the same page, doesn't create any problems. So Mays is going to replace. Look at there.
No ball in his first delivery, unfortunately. Going to be a free hit here for Christopheridis. Exactly what you want early in your innings. Eyes lighting up, ball moving around, and you get a free hit. That's something that can get yourself into the innings quite nicely. So overstepping there from Tom Mays. Another change from Mark 2 short spells from Mark and Ruin. He's looking to mix up the seam as much as possible in these first 10.
Just what we talked about. They've got the 4 seamers, and they've decided to mix it up a wee bit. We've got that free hit here for Freitas. Gone after it, but no
How many
contact.
times do you see it? A dot ball or just a single for free hit?
Yeah.
Just went across from there slightly wide, just taking out the slot from Christopheridis.
And we just talked about that yesterday. Sometimes with a free hit, all the pressure kind of goes on the batter. You're expected to hit a boundary off this. It's a wee bit like we talked yesterday about taking a penalty in football. You're expected to score. The pressure comes on then. If there's a dot ball, everybody, what are you doing? And things like that, So sometimes that pressure of hit the ball Free hit. That's nicely bowled. Mays.
Yeah, good length from Tom Mays. He'll just look to bowl top of the stumps. Kind of bowls back of length. You know, he's a big tall man, as we can see there. Just looks to hit the pitch hard. Doesn't swing it too much, but probably get more movement off the seam and look to hit that pitch as hard as he can.
He's at that Northdown club, the NCU. Tom Mays.
I suppose Northdown early can be a tough place to bowl. Small ground, quick outfield, and a really good wicket. So I'm sure he'll be 11 bowling here today at Stormont with this new ball in the first 10. You know, as a seamer, tail will be up.
Definitely brought on in the 7th over, you know, when he didn't get the new ball, which he's used to taking obviously for his club side. Might have been thinking, I'm going to be coming on after the power play, possibly even here, but he's been throwing the ball. And again, they probably discussed that pre-match. This is where we're going to go. Yeah, this is our plan. We do need to be adaptable, but he probably knew he was coming on reasonably early. Be ready for that call when it came.
Another no ball from Tom Mays. Struggling a bit here with his run-up. Fortunately overstepping. You'll be bowling a free hit now to Simi Singh, who I'm pretty confident will look to use his feet. Will sit deep in the crease here, but I can see Simi running at this and trying to launch one over the side screens for this free hit coming up.
So as a bowler then, putting yourself in Tom Mays, you're thinking exactly that. He's maybe going to come at me. You're looking at a bumper or slower ball.
Luckily for Tom here, that they got a single there, so they can change the field. We can see a deep square, fine leg coming up. We've got a deep square going out. And we have a third man. So yeah, maybe Ali, possibly a short ball or a slow ball bumper. Take the pace off it and yeah, it goes short if you think Simi's got to run down. I think bowling a length ball here. Possibly go over this ring offside field or over mid on, mid off.
Just going to be one. Sing's option was to give himself a little bit of room to hit over the offside. But you could say, well, the bowler kind of followed him a little bit.
Yeah, good option there from Simi, looking to back away and hopefully get some width, create some room for himself. But well bowled from Tom Mays, followed him nicely. Had a deep square and a cow corner in place. So good execution there from Mays. Be hoping to stay behind the line now and not bowl too many more no balls. That's the last thing you want as a seamer. You know, the front foot line's in your head. You're not going to commit as much in your action. You're not going to follow through. Posse bowl, you know, not exactly where you want it. So if you can get into a bit of rhythm here, and hopefully keep that foot behind the line, you'll be in a better place moving forward.
We kind of talk about young kids. You can get a run up that's settled. You know exactly what you're doing when you run. You're not thinking about where you're having to put your feet. If you're thinking about that, you're not thinking about where you're putting the ball. So get your run up. It's a thing you can control. Yeah, you won't want to be bowling too many more here. Tom Mays, this over. Nice ball to finish it though. Despite those 2 free hits, just gone for 4 off that. So you'd be pretty pleased with that, you'd have to say, with the 2 no balls.
They got away with those two free hits. Luckily for Tom. I'm sure he's having a bit of a chat there with the umpire. He'll be hoping to come back better in that second over. Just settle into a bit of rhythm and, as we spoke about, get that run up right. It's so important, you know, as a seam bowler. Last thing you want to be thinking about is the front foot line or worrying about your run up. You just want to run in, try to commit to a plan, hit that pitch hard, let the ball do the talking.
Early on here, run rate not an issue. 47 for 2. Foster again, and is that a nick? They're all up, and it's been given. It's been given. Simi Singh is not a happy camper. He does not think that he has edged that.
Simi not too happy with that one. A big shot looking to go over mid-off.
Shake of the head.
See the body language there, not very happy. Looking back at the umpires. See the replay coming up shortly. We'll have a look if he did get a tickle on that one.
Knights were confident. They did go up as 1, but Simi, as you can see, is the complete opposite. We'll have a look at it now, see if we can pick anything up. Matthew Foster, first ball of the over.
Extremely hard to tell from our screens yet.
Just looking at the body language, as you say, all three knights behind the stumps. Rock, Sterling, all went up. Victorious.
Should see another replay, but it was zoomed in. Yeah, hard to tell again. But as you can see, the Knights' body language, pretty confident with that one. Semi, not happy, not a happy camp, unfortunately. And as we spoke about, Ali, you need a bit of luck in this game, and unfortunately, with Semi, that wasn't the case today.
Seems he hasn't had the luck that we were talking about earlier. He exactly had a word there as he went off to his teammates and headed off into the dressing room. A little bit disconsolate there. He's not happy. Possibly wasn't one of the greatest shots. A little bit away from the body, but
You see Sam Hobson just come to the crease yet. And at number 5 today. Good start, nice defence to start his innings. I've seen him. He got a good knock up at Breedy early in the season on a tricky wicket. You know, really dug in. And he got a good knock down at Hills, just playing with a bit of freedom in those last 5-6 overs. So he's able to do both. You know, he's able to adapt nicely. He's come over in his first season for Marion and he's played well for Lightning this year, able to offer overs with the ball and, you know, be really effective with the bat.
good carry from Foster. Not seeing him in here. I mean, game plan for Simon Johnston and his Knights would have been to get the players in as quickly as possible. He's got Harbison middle order in already. He gets over into number 5 at the crease already. So, only top start for the Knights here. And that is another almost unplayable delivery, a bit of lift there, more than anything.
Yeah,
Past the outside edge.
A lot of seam movement this morning. Intriguing decision from George to have a bowl. 9 times out of 10 at Stormont, you know, you look to have a bowl first. 10:45 start. But he's obviously willing to have a bat first, and he knows it's got to spin later. Hopefully bring the Lightning spinners into play. But at the same time, Leinster have got to get a total on the board to try and defend that with their spinners, I suppose, later on.
Well, that's it. The idea was to put a decent total on the board. You mentioned quick score and grind here, so they'll be looking well upwards of 250. As we say, the run rate not an issue at the moment. It's those 3. Second column. Harbison nicked that, and that is gone as well. Comes down the track. That has carried through to Neil Rock. A good catch from him, just diving forward a little bit. The movement is there. The Knights are exploiting it. Harbison gone for a duck.
Yeah, really good catch there from Neil Rock. Diving to his right. Just carried some, and really good lens there from Matthew Foster, creating that pressure, giving him the new batter absolutely nothing to get into his innings, as we can just see here on the replay. Sam Hobson looking to use his feet. Just a little bit on the move there, and well caught there from Neil Rock, as we can see. And Matthew Foster seems to have his tail up here at his home ground, running in nicely, hitting good lengths, keeping it nice and simple, not searching too much. And as we see, the captain George Locke will come to the crease. A lot earlier than he would have liked, but
for sure,
he's been brilliant all year, both for Leinster and for Ireland. He's in good form. Maybe looking to bring that aggression to the crease. Whilst it is moving, he'll be, you know, put that pressure back on the bowlers and absorb a bit of pressure at the minute, but then, you know, set himself up for getting a big score on the board here today, hopefully.
Let's look back to that decision from Market there. As we mentioned, commentary there, Inventories had just taken a wicket. A really good ball to Simi Singh at the end of his over. The skipper Market there said, that's enough for now, Ruan. I'm going to bring on Matthew Foster. And what a decision that's proved to be so far. 2 wickets in that over. Foster. And well done to Market there. And even more so to Matthew Foster. He's hit his straps. Bowled really well in that over, really challenging. Every ball was looking like taking a wicket, and he Actually ended up with 2, 1 in the first, 1 in the last.
Yeah, really good discipline for Matthew. Good, nice and patient. Not trying to do too much with the ball, just being nice and boring. Hammer a length and let the ball do the work. You know, if you hit a good length, hit the pitch hard, 9 times out of 10 in conditions like this, you will get rewarded.
Yeah, maybe that's just another no ball from Hayes. Just talking about that, we talked about earlier on in the innings. I think we're searching a little bit there, and maybe Pretorius were just seeing the swing and the movement, trying to bowl the magic ball possibly. But it seemed that Foster has just decided he's going to bowl my basics. And so far, that's really proved beneficial to him with those 2 wickets. Hayes will not be happy.
Another free hit, unfortunately, from Tom, and he's struggling a bit here, as we spoke about from this end. Will he look to go outside Christopher Freitas' arc again and go slightly wide? Just to see here where he goes. Will Chris step across? Lovely shot there. Slow ball from Tom Mays, bit of an off cutter. Great shot there from Christopher Freitas down the ground.
He doesn't get away with this one. In the slot rather, and Freitas beat it. Lides there. It's that clean over. And off. Literally, I think a foot or so. Yeah. Just about a foot inside the boundary.
Yeah, kept the shape lovely. Use that top, use his head position really good. Use that top shoulder nicely. Really good shot there from Chris down the ground. Great delivery from Tom Mays. Great comeback. To run in nicely there. Hit the pitch hard and play a miss then from Christopher Freitas. Sometimes you can't, bowler ball's a good ball. Tough conditions. Not much you can do about it, Ali.
I've seen some good balls here this morning in this first 8.5 overs. Almost unplayable at times. I wonder, George Stockwell looking at the pitch as he's just arrived out there thinking, maybe if I could go back an hour. Can't do so though. He's got to deal with what he's got to deal with, and I just thought, didn't see it was his left arm again there, but Tuckle's out there now. He can rectify it. He'll be looking to bat deep now. Four down already.
And 100%, George likes to come in probably from that 25th over mark, but he's in here quite early today. But he'll know. He's done this before. He's been in this situation before. Leinster. He's got them out of a couple of holes before over the years, and he's able to absorb the pressure, but then really cash in as the ball starts to possibly do a little bit less.
Again, Freitas nice and compact. Nice shot selection there. Again, just pushing that down the ground. Right off the middle of the bat. Picks up 2. Just what we were talking about, as we saw him last week. I haven't seen a great deal of him this season, but he does look very composed, calm at the crease.
He's a bit of a front foot player, likes to drive the ball through the covers, but also is good on the short ball when they do go a little bit short and into his body. So those will be his 2 strong shots, I would say, from what I've seen. Strong through the covers and then quickly onto that short ball if they do drop short. The 2 batters just have a chat here. We see Leinster 54 for 4 of the 9 overs. It's got a 6 and over, Ali, but four wickets down. It's been a bit of a mixed bag, I suppose, on these Knights bowlers. But when they've got it right, they definitely ask the right questions. They'll be hoping to continue to take wickets and drag that run rate down as much as possible.
We were discussing yesterday about the difference between sort of T20 and 50 over cricket. This is kind of, I'm more in favour of the longer format, the 50 over, because 54 for 4 test now for both sides. Can the Knights keep up the momentum? We're not worried about wickets. He's on the charge already. Clips that. And he's obviously quite sharp between the wickets.
A nice positive start there from George. Just have a pitch from Matthew Foster, unfortunately, onto George's pad, and really got into that one nicely. Nice positive stop, 3 off 1. That's exactly what you wanted at the start of your innings. I think George he'll look to be nice and nice and strong in his defence. But if the bowlers do miss, he's got that mindset of trying to cash in and put that bad ball away. Just seen just one slip, Ali.
Strange,
a bit of 1 and 1. We've got a bit of a wide gully and Sterling first slip. Surprised we don't have another. Just a short ball there from Matthew Foster, and well put away from Christopher Freitas. Short and wide and well put away, and that's not where Matthew Foster wants to be. He hasn't started this over too well. First 2 overs were brilliant, but unfortunately these first 2 balls not exactly on the money.
Yeah, what I was really alluding to there is, although Lightning in a fairly obviously difficult position, having lost 4 wickets, this is a longer format of the game. It's absorbing the pressure when the ball's doing a little bit and biding your time in order to maybe reap the rewards later when it does get a little bit easier, which it may do. So it's not just it's a bit of a mindset about how to go about this now, more thinking game, the 50 over game with the longer sort of format.
Yeah, I think just people, looking at the scorecard, they're obviously a little bit worried as a Leinster Lightning supporter, but some of the players in the tent. But I have seen over the years that storm conditions do get better. So if they can just, absorb this pressure for the next 10 or 15 overs, build a partnership, build a platform, the ball get easier to bat. The ball won't do as much. The sun's beating down. Another no ball there from one of the Knights bowlers. George's. A lovely shot down the ground for 4. He's into his innings nicely. 7 off 2 balls. Not what the Knights want. The last thing you want to see is, a free hit and see George get into his innings with a boundary, and it's just a second delivery.
Really nice shot too. Again, we've talked about the balance. It's been a really strange set here, this 10.
Do we see another free hit? Sure, George will be looking to sit deep in his crease here and look to go possibly downtown over mid-on, mid-off, or he drops it short, over mid-wicket. Fortunately, Matthew can't change his field. He's got a 3rd man and a fine leg, so we might see a short ball here.
Right on the money. Shane Getgate called out for us. Short ball. Gets away with that, but as I was saying, they're coming up to the end of the power play. Seen lots and lots of boundaries. Yeah, that run rate got to 7, and but some really terrific balls as well. So it's been really quite a strange 10 overs. Just be 1 this occasion off the hip from Dockrell.
Yeah, it's a strange one, a bit of a mixed bag, and just playing against George, he's always in that aggressive mindset. So even though it is nipping around, and the Knights bowlers will be loving that, but he has a canny act of putting those bowlers under pressure regardless of the conditions.
Yeah.
Good shot there from Christopher. He's just punched through the covers. Short of length, and Matthew Foster's just been off the money here. Unfortunately, he started so well into the spell, didn't he, Ali? Getting those 2 wickets. Unfortunately, that over just didn't go his way. He'd be looking to head down to fine leg and regroup, and hopefully come back strong in his 4th over.
That's it. It's just the difference, and that's kind of been symptomatic of what we've talked about for the whole 10. His first 2 overs, really, especially that second one, he was threatening every delivery, and we thought there was going to be a wicket every ball. He picked up 2. And he comes to the next set of 6, and you can see there 3, 4, 1, then a 4 no balls and a 1 and a 2. That wasn't the greatest over, so it's just symptomatic of what we've looked at. There's been some really top class bowling, but also a few no balls, extras, and a few boundaries hit. So very strange. I mean, obviously the Knights will be absolutely delighted to have 4 wickets, but 70 runs on the board already. If these two can put a partnership on, market there decides I'm going to come back into the attack now.
Right, so we're looking to this Mark coming back into his second spell. A little bit wayward in his first spell. Although he did get the wicket of Tim Tecker, and great catch there by Ruben Pretorius at second slip. Mark will be looking to keep it nice and patient, hit a length. If you can, stop George from hitting boundaries. That's what he wants to be doing. As we can just see the stat on the screen there. George Jockles, high score for the Knights, 100 not out versus the Knights in 2021. He'll be hoping some of them more the same today, I suppose. He's been brilliant for Leinster over the last couple of years. Really developed his game. His batting has come on leaps and bounds, and he'll be looking to put in one of those performances today as captain, lead from the front, and then obviously come into play later on when he thinks it's going to hopefully turn for the spinners.
Yeah, he really has. Been one of the stories of Irish cricket over the past few years. How he's just reformatted his game from being a frontline spinner and almost completely packed in the bowling, really, and just concentrated on his batting. And you can see in his list A, the moment averaging over 70, and his side would put your hand off for 70. Dockrell right now, and that's another lovely shot. Well fielded. Humphreys there.
A strong shot, as we can see, mid-on, mid-off. You can see Mark knows George really well. Got mid-on, mid-off, very straight. It's one of Dockrell's strengths, hitting down the ground. You can see that the two guys at mid-on, mid-off just come a little bit straighter here. Mid-wicket a little bit straighter as well.
Yeah, I like to see this, as I say, Market there, bringing himself back on, up against his international teammate, Dockrell. I'll go back to that. If you remember, Ireland were playing before the test match. And really fascinating. They played Essex in a sort of warm-up game ahead of the test match, and they split the two teams, and half Ireland on the other side. And watching it there, bowling in the Ireland kit against the Essex boys, some of them were Irish, and it was really strange to watch, but this is exactly what we want here. We want Ireland's premier seam bowler against international calibre batters.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's great to have so many of the Irish guys playing here today. Got Paul Sterling, and as we spoke about, Andrew Balbirnie coming back and playing for Leinster. Got off to a good start, but unfortunately got a good, decent delivery there from Ruben Pretorius. But no, it's great to see so many Irish players playing. The Knights have had a really good season. Neil Rock's been brilliant with the bat and both the gloves, and he's had other guys join him and pitching. Morgan Toppin's been brilliant. They've all chipped in throughout the year. It's good to see two good teams here at Storm today.
Definitely, the level is a high one. As you mentioned, it's not just those international players. The other players got to just bar up and raise their game. Foster again. That's anything to go by for the rest of the over. Back on his lengths. It's a beauty going across. Left-hander to Freitas.
Yeah, I think it's been brilliant this year. The Irish guys have been away, but young lads have come in and stepped up and really performed. So it's great to see for Irish cricket. And I suppose all the promises, all their hard work throughout the winter, they put in tireless hours into training and training programs. So it's good to see the young lads get opportunities. But at the same time, like we see today, we see a lot of Irish cricketers coming back and playing and strengthening the competition as much as possible.
Definitely. We talked about Kate Carmichael earlier. Bringing back the likes of Paul Sterling, James McCullum. Just understanding that your time will come. He really put a hard shift in right through the winter. He's played quite a lot this season. So his time will come again, no doubt. Young player. As we say, he may even come back into the side on Thursday. So just getting those opportunities. Is not going to play every player is not going to play every week. So it's just building a squad and looking at the Knights. I mean, this is not just a one-season thing. The coach has been very open about a building plan for this outfit. Maybe last year tried to blood a few players like Arcade, etc., and give them experience of playing at the provincial level. And looks like they're reaping those rewards now, because it's always difficult coming into a team, and trying to find your feet. Now they're used to the environment, what's expected. They've reaped the rewards this season.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think it's all about the environment, really, that the coach, that any coach sets. And if good players do miss out, and there's disappointment there, but I think if there's good communication between player, coach, I think there's clear plans in place. I think you can't go far wrong in terms of giving that player. He knows he's got to get another opportunity down the line. He knows what he needs to work on. The last thing you want as a player is to kind of be left on the lurch and not be told what you need to work on. But I'm sure these 4 teams in this comp have good environments, good player-coach relationships. So if a player does miss out, they know exactly where they stand.
Is that over? 74 from 12. We see the card from the Lightning. A strange card, as we said, in those first 12 overs. Balburnie got off to an absolute flyer. Boundaries off the bad balls. But the ball before for 4, but Pretorius came back, nipped one back, got him LBW. A few others have come and gone. There's the bowling card. Look at there. There's wicket. Pretorius with 1. Foster with that over, taking 2 in the 1 over. But there's been some really terrific deliveries, as we said, and also some boundary balls. Run rate just dragging it back a little bit now. Right. They'll be happy with their start. Oh, and that one's nipped back. Yes.
Really good length there from Mark Cadet, just nipping back. Getting that pitch nice and hard, and asking the right question there for George Sockrell. As we see, George still got to play his shots, but put that ball under pressure like we spoke about, make him over pitch or bowl a little bit shorter. Get off that good length area without being too risky and being too flamboyant. Really good delivery there from Mark Adair.
Yeah, just camaraderie between the two. Just a little nod from George Dockrell there, the bowler.
First one in, for the second one away. Really good skills there from Mark Adair. He's shown over the years. He's got great skills, being able to see George's body language. Just asking the umpire, what would you have done with that? What would you have done with that?
Yeah, some good bad play there.
I think it's
George Dockrell.
In that situation, you just got to laugh it off, I suppose. As soon as you take that the wrong way and you get a little bit tense and you worry about your technique,
yeah. Good point.
and that's the last place you want to be. I think it's good body language there from George, just laughing that one off. And nice to get off the mark, take the leg by, get down the other end. But no, yeah, in that situation there, you got to laugh and smile, I suppose.
Yeah, you can overthink it a little bit. What am I going to do in the next ball? And those 2 balls have gone. Deal with the next one. You say, just clear your head. A bit of a joke about it.
Like to see Mark come around the wicket, possibly just change your angle. Chris looks pretty comfortable with, the seamers coming over the wicket, just pushing it across them mainly. If he can come around the wicket, change the angle, maybe bringing that outside edge. Don't look too comfortable there on that short ball. Good height for Mark there. Chris was probably thinking, another good length delivery is coming my way, but good mix up there for Mark there. Just pushing him back in his crease. Just testing his balance, I suppose, with that next delivery.
Really developed that recently. There, probably from the little bit from the T20 when he bowls, obviously in the difficult periods, starting and ending an innings, just having to mix up how you bowl. Can't be just length, so he's developed that into the 50 over game. A short ball. It's called 1 3 over.
I'd like to see the stats, Ali, but I don't think many balls have hit the stumps today. There's been a bit of bounce and sideways movement, but they could still be a little bit fuller, really get them driving. And it does seem to be a nick off wicket, maybe get another slip in or another gully in. They can get George out here, really break the back end and get some inexperienced batters coming in. Just there, I think you can kind of react from that back of a length. You can be a touch fuller than that. Get that sideways movement. It's going to be asking even better questions from the bowlers.
Well, we've seen still 13 overs in. We've still seen a little bit of movement there. Those first 2 balls, 1 in, 1 out. Still a little bit there from the seamers. Yeah, it seems a little bit strange that we're being a little bit critical of the Knights bowlers when they're sitting with 4 Lincoln wickets to their name. But yeah, I kind of see what you're saying in terms of a little bit fuller may have produced balls that have been full, threatened.
See Matthew Foster just coming around the wicket like we're speaking about. Look to take it away from Chris de Freitas here. Hopefully entice that edge into Neil Rock's gloves or Paul Sterling at first slip. Just looking at that short ball from Mark, maybe it could be a good tactic. You know, really, he does look very comfortable on the front foot, doesn't he? He likes to drive. Even if there's a bit of movement there, if they can use their 2 bumpers and over, and keep him thinking about the game, push him back and forward, that can maybe, you know, entice a nick hopefully for the nice bowlers.
You never want to let a batter get comfortable. Always the game. Never want to let a bowler get comfortable. The same with a batter. And as you say, de Freitas does seem a little bit more comfortable when he's coming forward at the moment. Interesting to see. A little bit less pace from Foster. He's happy way to bang away at that length. Wide of the crease. There is the short ball. A lack of maybe extra yard of pace from it there.
It's possibly not the right line there a little bit. That's that off stump. You've got to be a little bit tighter to Chris. I think you've got to be in his right shoulder. Just allowing him to free his arms a bit, and possibly not short enough as well from Matthew Foster, unfortunately. As you can see there, freed his arms nicely and well put away in front of square for 4.
Yeah, as you mentioned, just went a little bit wide of the crease there, and then that angle came into the arc of de Freitas. Plenty of time there to put that away. Nice shot again from de Freitas. 3 now, right to the boundary. Again, a little bit expensive. Foster, he's been very threatening at times. Pulled some absolute beauties. Plenty of runs now as well. 6 and over from his spell. He's got those 2 wickets. That's in the air. Safe. Dockrell didn't time that one. Wasn't possibly there from the drive.
Slightly over pitch there from Matthew Foster. George looking to whack that one down the ground, just mistiming it unfortunately. Sure, George, anything over pitch or short is going to really look to get into it. He knows how tricky it's been when these Knights bowlers hit a good length.
Again in the air, but it's in the gap. Work to do. Don't think they're going to make it. It's beating the Humphreys. The boundary goes for 4. Again, they're saying that just need to beat the ring here, and it's going to go for a boundary.
Just see the replay here, back of a length. Backward drive, just that. Not completely timing it out the middle, but you know, well put away, and we can see that quick foul field. Another 4 for George. As that run rate continues to stay around that 6 mark.
Yep.
Even though the lengths are lighting up 4 down, they can continue to build this partnership. Save wickets for the back end. I'll be hoping to get up to 250, 260 hopefully.
Well, that's what they're going to target now, is to stay around for a few overs now. Try and build this partnership. Going to be a change. We're going to see, looks like, see a little bit of spin for the first time today. Matthew Humphreys come on here from the Dundonald end. This will be very interesting to see.
Interesting tactic here from Mark. Just seeing the 2 overs used by Ruben Pretorius. I'd like to maybe see, in these conditions, give him another crack. Does get a bit of shape and a bit of movement. As Matthew comes on here. He'll be hoping to start his spell really well.
Oh,
he's been brilliant the last couple of weeks, getting that 5 wicket. 5 wickets down in Pembroke in the T20 festival. He'll be looking to continue that form today, I suppose.
This is a bit of a strange one for me here in terms of, obviously, you're bringing your spinner on here and you want him to turn the ball, take wickets. But conversely then, obviously with the lightning line-up, going to turn. That's a lovely shot to start with from De Freitas, as we've mentioned before. Just onto the front foot, comfortable between the covers. Yeah, if it's going to spin, later on we're going to look at a couple of boys that can do exactly that for the Lightning. Simi Singh, George Dockrell, etc. So yeah, obviously looking at Humphreys to take a couple of wickets. The advantage, obviously, they've got 4 already in the Hudson. Yeah, a little bit there.
A little bit there. Just slightly, a touch too wide from Matthew. If he can come a little bit straighter, he'd be hoping to, whilst he wants to get Chris driving, hopefully get him through the gate. Also, if that one straightens, brings Paul Stirling into play at first slip. There we go, he's on the money there. Nice. Really completing his action.
So you just needed to go a little bit in the first over. Just put the doubt in the.
Interesting to see, even though Leinster 85 for 4, will George, will he look to target the spinners like he does? Looks to bat on leg stump, give himself a bit of room, and be interesting seeing that might create some chances for the Knights bowlers. Just a bit of too much width there for Matthew, unfortunately. Cut away to third man. Really good fielding there from Theo. Save the boundary and save 1 run for his team.
Yep, a little bit of width there from Humphreys.
I'm sure George will look to be aggressive here. He knows how hard it is against the seamers. Might be a little bit tad easier against the spin. You're looking to put Matthew under a lot of pressure here, starting his spell.
See that match up now. Humphreys to Dockrell. Again, your batter on strike. You'd be looking to just get one off the straight early.
A strong shot down the ground from George, as he does so regularly these days.
Yeah, nice and confident.
Yeah, it's a good contest for Matthew, I suppose.
Definitely.
Young bowler. Had a trip during the winter with the Irish setup. He would have learnt a lot there. Both on the field and off the field.
Yeah,
it's good to see him have a good season this year and really learn from that. Yeah, he'll be in the battle here against George Dockrell. Really confident player of spin. A good contest for him on the money there to finish us over.
Yeah, he got into those squads and made his debuts in a few formats for Ireland. The run rate, which is, you mentioned earlier, Shane has pretty much stayed static at around about 6 from the very outset. The obvious problem for the Lightning, those clusters of dots that we've got there, but the run rate approaching we're into the 90s almost now after just 15 overs. So, as we say, runs are not a problem. It's the 4 wickets in the rebuild now that's currently underway between Dockrell and De Freitas.
You see Tom Mays come on here from the City end. Will he hopefully get his run up right this end and get some nice rhythm? Because when he does get into that rhythm, he hits a good length consistently. Looks to be nice and patient. Hopefully he can start his second spell a little bit better here.
Sometimes that's just that change of ends. Just bit more confidence. He just had those few no balls at this end and maybe wasn't happy in his run up. Just changing ends, getting a look at a different part of the ground.
Yeah, sometimes a change of ends can do it for you as a bowler. It's a bit of a different feel. Great shot there from George off his legs. It's over pitched, a little bit too straight. Another boundary into for George's tally. Really good shot there, as we can see. Over pitched.
Just looks so nonchalant when he plays that shot. Just almost as if, just get out of here. Really good.
Yeah, George has nice clear game plans. You know, he's done this for the last couple of years. He knows exactly what to do in these situations, where his strengths, where he's looking to score. So, as we can see, he's been nice and clear. Between, he's got a few good balls, but as we saw against Market, he's able to smile and laugh it off if he does get that good delivery.
Good mentality as well. Yeah, it's a good, just looking at his body language there, we talked about how he laughed those couple of balls off. Seemed to be enjoying his cricket at the minute, really. Just likes to be on the park, it seems, which is a really good trait to have.
It's a bit too straight there from Tom Mays, unfortunately. Well, work down to fine leg from Christopheridis as he moves on to 33 of just 42 deliveries. And he's done really, started his career pretty well for the Leinster Lightning. You know, first game 50, as we spoke about, down the hills and in tough conditions. Yeah, he's shown a good defence. Been really strong through the cover. Sorry. He's getting into his innings nicely. He'll be, whilst he would have been disappointed down at the hills, Halley, just to get 50 on, you know, a decent wicket and small ground. He'd be hoping to learn from that and hopefully kick on a bit more if he does, like he has got a start here today.
There's definitely an opportunity here today, as we've kind of talked about. Conditions improving as we go along with the sun out today. The wicket should dry out a little bit. There's much moisture there, I suppose, but it dried even further. And then plenty of time for the Freitas and indeed Dockrell to build an innings here. Just that pressure.
I think it suits Chris's game quite well. You've got George, you know, being nice and positive. Chris can look to just bat through.
That's exactly what we're talking about, the positivity. Just drop and run.
Yeah, good running there from the two batters. Drop and run, good length ball. A ball run between the wickets from the two batters. And that brings first drinks break here today. We've got Leinster Lightning 96 for 4. Bit of a mixed bag from the Northern Lights bowlers. You know, seeming around quite a bit, but they'll be happy enough with those four early inroads.
Yeah, so the players are going to take a little break. So Shane will do likewise. We'll be back with you in a few moments. Welcome back to an absolutely beautiful day here at the Ward Stormont, just a few miles outside of Belfast city centre. The home side Northern Knights taking on the Leinster Lightning, and it's been a good start for the Knights, certainly taking those 4 wickets as we mentioned about so far. Plenty of runs coming as well. It's 96 for 4 at that first drinks break. Just a rebuild for the Lightning after losing those 4 to Seam. George Dockrell and Chris DeFreitas currently not a batsman. It's Matthew Humphreys going to continue from the Dundonald end.
Sometimes a drinks break, brings a wicket, so see how we go in these first couple of overs. I'm sure the Knights bowlers would have, or the Knights team, would have had a chat there, regrouped, spoke about what went well and spoke about where we can get a little bit better.
Just as we mentioned, a little bit of a rebuild job, but they've been positive as well. You see that run rate still quite high. Just see in front of us here, Theo van Verkum going through a few stretches, so possibly maybe coming in as well. Spin.
Well play there from Chris DeFreitas. Yeah, bit of spin there from Matthew Humphreys. That'll be good signs. Good signs from him. Whilst it's not going massive, it's just, a little bit of turn there.
Just a little bit.
Might get a lean edge here from George if he looks to work one through mid-wicket. If you're looking to bowl nice and straight and attack those stumps. Paul Sterling into play at first slip and Neil Rock as well.
Nicely bowled. Yeah, we were here on Sunday for the Super Series game. Dragons and the Scorchers, and it did take a little bit of spin that day. Actually 10 wickets all fell from the City end in the second innings. It did take a little bit of turn. It's a little bit short. Gets away with it.
See George just give himself a bit of room there. Good option from him, I think. Trying to free those arms. Try to beat that cover sweeper fielder. Matthew under a bit of pressure going into his last delivery.
It's well bowled. Yeah, just
work from Market there. Good energy. Setting example as captain. Yeah, good over there from Matthew Humphreys. Just the 2 off it. Hitting good lengths. Nice and straight. Keeping it nice and simple.
So definitely the Knights will be happier of the 2 teams at that drinks break, but it's just taking the momentum out of it a little bit for Lightning. That's the first job here, is to, as we mentioned, absorb that sort of problem that they were in and fight back a little bit and change the dynamic of the game.
Yeah, I think the key wicket for the Knights is obviously, as well as Chris Freitas is going, they'll know George, those last 10 overs can do a lot of damage. And he can do a lot of damage down at the back, so that's obviously a key wicket. We just see the partnership down there, 51 or 56 balls. Really good rebuilding phase here from the Leinster Lightning. They're 4 wickets down very early on, but really good effort from these 2 batters, Chris DeFreitas and George Dockrell. Assessing conditions well, being nice and clear. Chris DeFreitas 34 of 43, and as you can see there, George 20 off 28.
DeFreitas going to run a ball in the partnership. 28 from 28. Good stuff. We're going to see
Theo come on. So the cards seem to be going spin from both ends. I think this could be a good call from George. Having a bat first as much as it's moved around, there is a bit of spin there and play. And Simi Singh, George, and Gavin Hoey will come into play later in the game, but at the same time, as we spoke about, they've got to get hopefully 250, 260, get a score on the board.
Down the wicket. Second ball of Van Verkum's spell. Freitas goes down the track. Just gets a little nick on that.
Trying to be nice and positive and hit one over mid-off. Not sure if it's the best option, maybe with that little bit of turn coming back in.
Having a chat now with Dockel. You mentioned when he was facing up to Humphreys. Would he take the aggressive option? Same question here. Van Verkum coming in here now. He looked at the normal way he plays, but we have a look to start with.
It's on the money, yeah. Theo seems to mix his pace quite a bit just playing against him. He's quite accurate. He's had a good season and he earned that call up, I suppose, into the T20 squad, and now he's heading over to England next week. He'll be happy with the opportunities he's taken, and as a skill set as a left arm spinner, you're always in the game. Good shot there from George down the ground. A strong shot for one.
He's taking the opportunity. It's been on the tube here. Van Verkum obviously playing CIYMS club in Northern Union, just coming in this year. He's really stepped up, taking the chances he's given. As you say, he's got in the setup. You mentioned that he chucks one down the leg side. Hold it up now for
I think Chris might look to go with the spin potentially. You've got no 45, no square leg. If anything's too straight here, it's an easy one from. Got a deep, kind of a fine leg, deep and wicket on the long on, so just a mid wicket on the leg side. So plenty of singles an option if Theo does go a little bit too straight.
There's that turn. You can see a decent turn there. Ends the 18th over. I'm gonna leave the comb box for a little bit, and I'm gonna special guest and Shane Kid will talk you through that. I'll be back with you a little bit later. 101 for 4.
Nicely worked there from Christopher Freitas. Just for the one. Good fielding there from Matthew Humphreys. Good signs there from Theo. Definitely a bit of spin there against Christopher Freitas. So we just see the batting card pop up here in a second. See Christopher Freitas 36 of 47. Got a 50 down the hills, and he's continued that today with a good start. George Dockrell doing George Dockrell things. 21 of 30. He's been nice and positive. Plenty of strong shots. It's tough there for the top order, as we can see. Harbison going to a good catch from Neil Rock. Simi Singh a little bit unlucky. Didn't think he hit his, but delighted to welcome Mark Ellison, assistant coach for the Northern Knights. Ellie, great to have you here.
Thanks for the intro there, Shane. Great to be here when the sun's shining. We haven't seen this too often this season, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Just on conditions, you obviously play here with civil service quite a bit. Is this the typical Stormont wicket, what you're used to, I suppose?
Yeah, it does appear to have done a little bit early off the seam. I wasn't straight down the line, but obviously with a number of dismissals caught behind the wicket, it did look as though the Knights bowlers were able to make the most of those early, seamer-friendly conditions. Thought Mark Adair rotated his seamers really well, and yeah, they obviously did a good job up top. But this partnership's blossoming nicely here with De Freitas finding an ally in Dockers who loves batting against the Knights. There's another boundary there.
Yeah, we just spoke about that seam movement, I suppose, and we can also see a bit of spin here from the two spinners, Humphreys and Theo. Would you, as captain, would you have still had a bat first, or what would you have thought, at the toss early this morning?
I, as a batter, would probably prefer to chase here at Stormont. I just feel like unless you're on a tied wicket, it's easy to bat in the second innings. Just less sideways movement, less swing. And as long as you get a partnership going, you're never out of a chase. So that would be my read.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I suppose if I was captain, you as good as the spinners are for Leinster Lightning, it has seemed around a hell of a lot here, and it's been extremely tough. So I suppose that's the pros and cons, and deciding to bat first. You're gonna have to willing to take those first 10 overs being really tricky. Yep. from the seamers, 4 night seamers who did a good job, and then bring your spinners into play. But hopefully the Leinster battings can continue this good partnership, Christopher Freitas and George Dockrell. And just in terms of totals, obviously they're rebuilding really nicely, and we know what the damage George can do at the back end. What do you think? What's minimum? What's the total here? These Leinster batters need to get on the board.
Well, with the run rate they're going at the moment, 270 plus looks possible, but obviously this partnership is crucial to that. Nice link there from Humphries denying Dockrell the single down the ground, but yeah, I think just the nature of rhythm and building that partnership and building that momentum towards the end of the innings, you'd certainly want 260 plus, I would have thought. However, if the Lightning's read on the wicket is fair and the ball does take turn, I think 260 could be a tricky total to get as the game wears on. As always, you're looking for 2 good partnerships in a 50 over game, so those 75 run plus partnerships, and either side gets those, it makes it tough for the other.
Yeah, no, 100%. I suppose as we see this partnership build, the key for them, whilst they're 4 down, there's only 19 overs gone. They're up with the run weight. They can afford a couple quiet overs if the Knights bowlers do hit their lengths and squeeze a bit here in these middle overs. So it's definitely going to be a good game of cricket here today. The sun's out. It's great to see. We're definitely going to get a full game in. As we see Theo come into his second over here. Well, Chris looked to rotate nicely onto the leg side. We see Paul Sterling come into a leg slip, possibly to stop that shot and maybe force Chris to go through the covers and against that spin. Good line there from Theo. Yeah, I think if there's a bit of turn there early, to this left hand, he's got to probably be starting on 4th stump, does he? He doesn't want to be getting too straight, making it too easy for Chris to rotate into mid wicket and square leg.
Yeah, it's a really interesting stage of the game, the accumulation phase, one for the purists probably, more so than the entertainment factor. But it's always interesting to see how a player looks to take on spin, whether it's going in or away. Obviously for De Freitas here, coming back in, so I really like that leg slip that they've got in place. Just making De Freitas think twice about working the ball through the leg side there. He's got plenty of options there to get one. And if the ball does rip and turn, maybe Sterling comes into play there at short fine.
Yeah, really, I'm sure Paul would have had a word with Mark, using his experience, playing here at Stormont a lot, and these spinning conditions. We see Paul Sterling just go to first slip. Good bit of turn there from Theo. Yeah, just from watching Theo over the summer, he holds that length really well. He gets up and down, changes the pace. Can he bowl it? Really effective, and he's definitely a wicket-taking bowler, so he'll be hoping to get a couple wickets here as he starts his second over.
Yeah, been really impressed with Theo this year. Lucky enough to face him a couple of times and found the going pretty tough. Got him on a wicket that really turned. And as you say, his control of length, his ability to get the ball up in the air and then drop the ball quickly on you as a right-hander makes life very difficult. So
just about there from Market. George just chipping that one to extra cover a little bit early. It's just talking about Theo. He gets a bit of depth, possibly just bringing George into driving a ball that was possibly not there. That's a massive wicket for the Northern Knights. Absolutely huge wickets. As Leinster Lightning are 110 for 5 now. We see the end of George Dockrell, 26 off 37. We know the damage he can do in those last 10. We just see it on the replay. Just a bit of dip, just chipped to extra cover. Just well taken from Market in the end. And that's a massive wicket for the Northern Lights. As we see David Delaney come into the crease, another left-hander. Possibly a good option from Leinster, Ellie. Sending in another left-hander with these 2 left-arm spinners. Left-arm spinners taken away from the right-hander. Possibly setting up David Delaney a couple spots above where he was meant to bat. Good tactics from him, but he'd be looking into putting in a good performance here with the bat. We know what he can do with the ball, but he's more than capable with the bat, and he able to get a good score on the board here for Leinster Lightning.
Yeah, as we were referring to there, Van Workum's ability to get the ball up and down, entices the drive, and the ball drops quickly on Dockrell there, and he just got it slightly early and sliced the catch to a Derek cover. So once again, just I guess for those of you, wanting to see evidence of why Van Workum's been brought into the Irish setup, I think that was a really good indication of his ability to do that. That we don't have too many finger spinners in this country who genuinely have that ability to do that. Not only drop the ball on a batter, but then also take the ball away from the right-hander. So yeah, certainly the two left-handers should find the going a little bit easier.
Just a bit too straight there, and it's going to be 5 wides, unfortunately. Theo probably going for that magic delivery, LBW, or maybe a little tickle to Paul Stirling around the corner. 5 wides, unfortunately. As we see David Delaney, cousin of Gareth Delaney, who batted so well yesterday at Breedy. Unfortunately, just 5 wides there. They will be disappointed with that one, unfortunately. Just overcorrecting that one a little bit too wide. But that brings the end of his second over. 1 for 10 off his 2. With the massive wicket of George Dockrell. As we spoke about earlier, they were building a nice partnership there. But unfortunately, that breakthrough has brought that to a close, and we see 2 left-handers in now. Christopher Freitas, he'll be hoping to continue to bat through. See the 2 batters just chatting about conditions, trying to pass on that knowledge to David Delaney. Really good tactics here from Mark Adair and Paul Stirling, as we see Paul come on to bowl. Right on off spin, which will be taking the ball away from the bat. Really good option here from the Knights. So some good cricket from Leinster, changing their order, bringing in David Delaney as left-hander, seeing the 2 left-arm spinners, but equally Northern Knights bringing on Paul here to take it away from the bat.
Yeah, I think you're seeing Mark Adair making the most of his varied bowling attack here, and looking to change things up. Not just looking to let the game meander along, looking to try and take the ball away from the right-hander, as you suggested there. Sterling has the ability to just slide one through. So, I guess both edges are under threat for the left-hander as well. With the turn, if he hits a seam, obviously take the ball away. Adair's in at first slip there, and one hits the leather, just slides through. Could beat the inside edge.
Yeah, exactly. He does change his pace quite a bit. Can skid one on, but also take away from those left-handers. And he's someone that probably needs to bowl, should be bowling a bit more. He's always reluctant to bowl. Obviously, he does a great job with the bat, but he can bowl some very effective overs, and maybe hoping to get one of these 2 left-handers, hopefully out in his first couple deliveries, or indeed in his spell. Well bowled there from Paul, on the money, just holding a little bit on this wicket.
Really interested to see De Freitas' option taking here against the ball turning away from him. He's shown an interest in going over the top.
Strong shot there from Dave Delaney. Yeah, David's more than capable with the bat. He's got plenty of time here. He's got 30 overs to the bat. You're looking to be nice and positive, but hoping to take this opportunity with both hands. I suppose, obviously 5 down, Ellie, but you want to absorb that pressure, but at the same time still, play strong shots, at those sweepers hard. Play low risk cricket, possibly look to keep the ball on the ground. Play nice and straight. Put that bad ball away as Christopher Freitas did there, just cut away to that deep point field down the boundary. In terms of your mind, if you're batting right now, Ellie, say you're at 40, 41 or 55 in Chris's shoes, what would you be thinking in terms of trying to get your team up to a good total?
Yeah, you're just really looking to build that partnership. You're aware the new batter could potentially take 6, 12, 15 balls to get in. So yeah, you're just trying to rotate as much as you possibly can. Give him a little bit of time. Acknowledge that the rhythm that you had in the partnership before it was previously broken is probably not going to be reached right away. Give your new man a little bit of leeway to take his time, and then hopefully he finds some rhythm and can get underway as soon as possible, and you can find that momentum again and building that partnership 30, 40, 50. And it's amazing, once you get 60 plus partnership, how the little things just seem to go your way. So certainly De Freitas is in a really good position here. Another bowling change.
Yeah, we see just Matthew Foster come on for his second spell. He was brilliant in those first couple overs, getting Simi Singh out, going bang bang, 2 wickets. He hit a good length, maybe hoping to do more of the same here today. Possibly not going to do as much now as the ball's a little bit older, but he'd be hoping to bring that patience and that rhythm into his second spell. Top edge from Chris De Freitas. Just dropping short of Matthew Humphries, unfortunately. Good option. I think that line was a little bit tighter. I think it's Matthew's first spell. He tried a short delivery, but was a little bit too wide. Allowed Chris to free his arms. That one definitely over middle leg. A really good line. Just causing a bit of uncomfort for Chris De Freitas. Just in terms of your role with the NCU, Ellie, a bit of a batting coach, assistant coach, coming in when you can, when Jonty's a bit busy, or if you could just talk to us a little bit about that, that'd be great.
Look, nothing formal. I've basically just begged Jaunty to come along today and being put board at home, and finally seeing the big yellow thing in the sky. I fancy getting outside, so obviously done some work in the past, and just love my cricket, so want to stay involved as much as possible. So if they can do with an extra set of hands, more than happy to be involved.
And just in terms of the NCU batters, I suppose with the Knights and club cricket and the NCU, who, from a batting perspective, who's really impressed you this year? Who's someone you think that possibly hasn't played for Ireland just yet, but is, hopefully in the next year or two can really stake a claim, and you think they can really step up to the mark and put in some good performance for Irish cricket?
Yeah, 2 names for sure stand out there, and it'll be no surprise to NCU fans, but certainly the development in Morgan Topping over the last 2 to 3 seasons has been really good to watch. You can just see he's really starting to mature in terms of how he understands his game, his strengths and weaknesses, and trying to play to his strengths as often as possible. He's made some significant contributions for Ringstown this year, and obviously he's been improving his output for the Knights as well, which has been great to watch.
Yeah, Morgan's had a great year, hasn't he? Plenty of hundreds, and I think he's got 3 or 4 90s in there as well, so he's been brilliant this year. He's worked hard with yourself and both Simon Johnson. He seems very clear, and just as his ability, he's backed himself more than ever, I think, this year. Playing against him, he's really backed his strengths, and it's great to see him, work hard. He went away to New Zealand during the winter, and has come back a better cricket after that. Who would be the second name you think could possibly step up and do similar to what Morgan's been doing?
The 12th man today, Cade Carmichael, been really impressed once again with his development over the last probably 15 to 18 months as far as I've seen. He's obviously been here a bit longer than that, but in terms of my involvement and being able to see him play, I think we've got a serious batter on our hands there. So in all formats of the game, he's probably most naturally suited to the longer form, but certainly over just that short period of time I mentioned, sort of 15 to 18 months that I've watched him play, the growth in his game, hitting closer to sort of 360 degrees has been really impressive, and I only got a glimpse of him on the weekend when we played in Stonians, but once again, just impressed by the way he took the bowlers on, didn't let bowlers settle, and probably took some options on that I didn't think he maybe would. Was really impressed again. So
yeah, Cade's been brilliant. I suppose he's also worked really hard on his his strength conditioning. He's hitting the ball harder than ever, and like you spoke about, he's taken options that he probably wouldn't have taken last year, but that just shows you a good winter under your belt. Being specific with your training. I think his play against spin, he's able to sweep the ball quite well now, use his feet. He's got plenty of options there, and he can continue to perform over the next couple of years. Hopefully get into a Wolf setup, keep doing well with the Knights, be hoping to play for Ireland sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely, Shane. And I think from my perspective it's been the consistency with those players. They're scoring 50 plus in every sort of third innings at least in NCU club cricket, and you'd hope you're learning a lot about your own game to understand what brings out the best in you, and to be contributing consistently like that it is a really good sign. And as we've seen a little bit this year, there's been more output for the Knights too, which is really exciting moving forward. You'd certainly think skills-wise they've got the game to push on to the next level, and hopefully it's just a matter of time before they do.
Yeah, 100%, Ellie. And I think whilst it is club cricket and the standard of club cricket is good in the NCU, I think if you're winning games with your mates, your teammates, you're bringing that confidence into the Knights setup. And then if you're doing the same for the Knights, you're hopefully bringing that into a Wolves setup. So bringing that momentum, performing, winning games, that confidence is just got to continue to grow, and hopefully we can see those two continue to put some performances in and hopefully get into a Wolves setup and hopefully earn an Irish Cup in the next couple of years. Brings to close to Paul Sterling's second over. He's been tidy so far, just going for 7 runs as Leinster 126 for 5. Christopher Freitas is just short of his 50, 45 off 60 deliveries, and David Delaney just 4 of his 10, just getting used to conditions here. Just getting into his innings. We see Matthew Foster continue from the City end.
Yeah, talking of players developing their game, certainly been excited about the scores I've seen David Delaney producing over the last couple of seasons. Last season, by all accounts, was as good as you'll see down in Leinster. So him at 7's a great chance for him to take the opportunity to spend some time in the middle, build the partnership with the Freitas here as he gets a little bit of nice luck over the keeper for 4.
Bit of a top edge there. Good line. I like that line from Matthew. He's creating a bit of uncomfort for both the batters. David Delaney just getting a top edge there, as we can see in the replay. Bit of extra bounce from Matthew Foster. Good line, tucking up the batter. Bit of luck there, as you know, Ali. As a batter, you need a bit of luck these days. Some days they go straight to the fielder. The next day they'll go in the gap and go for 4. You see Neil Rock just possibly talking to Matthew Humphries down at fine leg, just getting him off the rope a little bit. If he take that top edge when it comes again.
Yes, he's moved him a good 10 to 15 metres finer here, and they've also moved Ross Adair at deep backwards where they've moved him finer as well. Delaney probably benefiting from the slightly unusual dimensions of the ground here, where the pockets and the corners are significantly longer, sort of 10 to 15 metres longer than the remaining dimensions straight and square. So that probably helped them there, and with the top edge you got in the previous over too. So just one of the sort of intricacies you get at different grounds, and certainly as a bowler, when you're bowling at the death, if you can bowl to those areas, it certainly helps to minimise the threat of boundaries.
Yeah, 100%. I think they seem to be going with this bit of a short ball tactic into the ribs here, into middle and leg. But I still think there's a bit of seam movement on offer if they can, in between. Okay, yes, we want to bowl use those 2 short balls and over, but at the same time you've got Paul Sterling there. Get the batter driving, use that seam movement. I think as a batter, Ali, if they're bowling short here and where there is a bit of seam movement on play, you'd rather take that, after over, looking to drive balls that are possibly nipping about too much.
Yeah, it might be a case of Delaney having to get a bit of his own medicine here. Obviously loves a short ball, bowls it very well. And once again, that's the challenge you're going to face as a batsman. But from a bowling perspective, I think just a matter of sort of sizing up the player you're bowling to and working out what would he least prefer. And at the moment it looks as though Foster's going for the length delivery as the surprise, and the back of a length delivery as the stock at the moment.
It just seems to be heading back of a length. They're hitting the splice to the back. These batters don't seem too comfortable, too short. I suppose if he is banging away, they'll be looking to get onto off stump Ellie and just get off strike, try and rotate, rotate to square leg. The last thing you want to be doing is creating some pressure by not rotating, just allowing Matthew Foster to bowl. You see the last 4 deliveries there, all dot balls as he comes into his last ball. Well played there, nice high hands on top of the bounce. In terms of playing the short ball, Ali, anything as a coach, working with young players that possibly wouldn't have faced, fast bowlers before, or played up fast bounty wickets. We don't get a lot of them in Ireland, but as we can see that last over there, a lot of short deliveries from Matthew Foster. As a coach, anything, viewers out there, as a young lad working on the short ball, what would you recommend as a coach, I suppose, in terms of trying to upskill and get good on that short ball?
I'd say the biggest thing is just volume. You see a lot of junior players coming through, and typically speaking, if you're a taller player, you're probably more proficient on the front foot as a junior, and if you're a shorter player, you're more proficient on the back foot. Just the nature of your own genetics and your exposure to certain types of deliveries. So yeah, I'd really just encourage players, depending on what access to facilities they have, if they've just got friends, just practicing getting used to the ball, above waist high and into your chest and shoulder and even around your head. Just getting used to the ball being there. If you're a bit frightened for starters, just begin with a tennis ball, just get used to the idea of something being there, and then, gradually build up speed, and then eventually into a harder ball when you're a little bit more confident about the ball being there, and then just taking on the various different options. So whether it's ducking and weaving for starters, taking on the pull eventually, hooking, there are a range of different things you can do. Tennis ball and tennis racket drills eventually. But no, it's hopefully getting into a position where you really enjoy the ball being there. I can recall a few seasons ago when Dallas was bowling really quick in 3-day matches here at Stormont, actually. Even some of the top players here, struggling with that ball in between sort of chest and head high, and that's the nature of, as you say, the wickets we play on here. We probably don't get subjected to that type of bowling as often, but once again, a great thing to practice if you want to play international cricket. Obviously, you've got to be able to answer every question that the bowler asks of you. So,
yeah, no, definitely some good points in there, Ellie. You're obviously really good on the short board, but I think, if you, like you said, if you want to make that step up, you've got to face, 1 or 2 bounces and over, and also be tested on that front foot. So you've got to be tested on both front and back foot. And if you can play that short ball well, look to take it on, have a good technique in place. At the same time, have a good mindset. I suppose we see so often, if you're a little bit scared to play that short ball, that affects your confidence. I think if you're looking to hit it instead of looking to survive, you've got to get into a better position, I suppose. But that confidence comes from the training, like you spoke about. Testing those reactions in training, and then when you come into a game, it's hopefully going to be that bit easier.
Yeah, and the nature of white ball cricket these days is you need to be able to score off it as well. Previous years gone by, a longer format game, the likes of Steve Waugh, averaged 50 in Test cricket, and after his first couple of years in Test cricket, I think just literally put the pull shot away and never played one. Looked incredibly awkward against it, but just said, right, you're not going to get me out. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury in the white ball formats and the way the game's going. So yeah, it's whether you look to ramp the ball once it's up and around your head, or you're looking to hook or pull. Having a variety of options is great. De Freitas played it beautifully there, hit it down nicely out to the sweeper.
Yeah, good strong position there, high hands, getting on top of the bounce. I think that's good cricket. There's no need in this situation. Leinster 139 for 5, just 25 overs gone. There's no need to trying to take on fine leg and deep square. Well controlled there from Chris De Freitas as he moves on to 48, just short of his half century. He's been brilliant today. He's absorbed the pressure, but also continue to look to score. David Delaney looks a little bit uncomfortable here with this short ball. Just a bit of extra bounce from Matthew Foster. And he's just done a good job here for the Knights, just bashed away on a good length. But different to his first spell where he pitched it up a bit more and got a bit of lateral movement. Good to see Matthew play civil service home ground, be able to do both, come in with the new ball and these middle overs, come in and bash away at a length and be nice and consistent.
It's certainly something I've noticed he's improved with this season in particular, is his ability to control that short ball and to know exactly where it's going and to get the ball into the most awkward area for the batsman to deal with. He's dismissed some good players this year with it, and what's interesting about this period of the game now is that it does look as though the bounce is a little bit tennis bally, and the sense of it's popping slightly off a length rather than coming through nice and quickly, so that does appear to be contributing to the discomfort that the batsmen are facing at the moment. Really tough to get a read on the pace when the ball is bouncing in that way. Just the nature of batting first that, in the conditions in this country, the wicket in the first innings is going to be a little bit softer on top, so you're going to get a little bit of that bounce. In second innings it should quicken up a little bit. So yeah, more than happy for Delaney to take his time to get in. He's done really well there to be 14 off 22 when you're trying to build a partnership 5 down. So they can just get through this phase, keep ticking the scoreboard over. Momentum will eventually shift and the boundaries will just arrive.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think just playing at Stormont over the years, I don't know if you agree, Ellie, but sometimes you never really feel in, batting first. I think as we see the change conditions early on, ball moving around, and now, as you spoke about, but tennis ball bounce, you never really feel in. So it's key for Chris here to really kick on from his start, because for these new batters coming in, like we've seen with David Delaney, he's taking a bit of time. It's key for, if you do get a start, to really cash in and get a big score on the board here. You see the end of Matthew Foster's 8th over, 2 for 45, really good over that. He continues to bash away back of a length and use that short ball ever so effectively.
Another interesting field changes at the end of the over there. Mark Adair went into backward square inside the circle, sort of 20 metres from the bat, looking for that miscue on the pull shot there, and the deep backward square went to deep forward. So once again, despite the fact that the bowler's sort of hammering around in that same area, they're always keen to just make sure the batsman's having to think a little bit about his reactions and make sure that he's always in full control there. So interesting captaincy again there.
Yeah, really good thinking from Mark. I suppose, the batters could possibly tell where the ball's going to be, but at the same time, if you have someone around the corner just probably doubting your game plan, you're having to adjust. They looked a little bit comfortable for 2 overs, with that short ball tactic, but a bit of a change of field that can put a bit of depth into the batter's mindset. As we see Mark come on for his 3rd spell of the day, he'd be hoping to break this partnership. It's a short ball pulled in front of square for hopefully just 2. Good shot there from Christopher Freitas as he brings up his half century. He's been brilliant today. Really absorbed the pressure, be strong in defence and put away the bad deliveries. We just see it on the screen. 51 off 67. I think within these conditions, strike rate of 76 is pretty good in my opinion. He's built a big platform here, and he's brought up his 2nd list IP50 in just his 2nd game. So great start to his Leinster Lightning career.
Yeah, he should be really pleased with that as he whacks another one away for 4 through mid-on. Really good contribution. Look, it's been challenging. Wickets falling around him. Having to navigate the conditions on the day. Constantly being tested by the ball, coming into him, by the ball spinning away, and also the seam movement on show. So, yeah, good sign of things to come. A scrappy 50 probably hasn't quite hit his fluent best yet, but potentially that's still to come.
See more short deliveries from the Northern Lights bowlers. I'll put away there. 3 short balls there from Mark, possibly not short enough. If you really got to bag it in, you've got to really get it up, above head height. As Mark comes around the wicket here, looks to tuck up the batters. Still got a slip in place. I don't know what you think, Ali, but I think they've gone a little bit too short here. They've gone away from getting the batters driving and then using the odd short ball as a surprise delivery. As we can see there, full of a length, play and a miss. Yeah, so it's just dropped back in the balance earlier. I think, using that short delivery, but at least 3 or 4 deliveries have got to be nice and full and a good length. Because as we can see in that last delivery, there's still a bit of seam movement and play for these Northern Lights bowlers. Just speaking a bit about, Chris's innings, we spoke about how well he's absorbed the pressure. How would you go about, adjusting your game plan throughout your innings? Throughout, we talk about tempo a lot, rhythm. How would you go about that? Early on, you're obviously looking to be nice and tight with defence and leave well, anything not hitting the stumps. But as you get into your innings, do you look to do anything different, or how do you go about, adjusting to the conditions and I suppose the situation?
My approach might be different to most of the sort of more modern day players, but yeah, generally speaking, I'd just be looking to accumulate as much as possible through this phase, especially being 5 down. You know, the last thing you need is another new batter at the crease. You know, De Freitas' job now is to make sure he's there in the 45th.
See an LBW shout there. Just possibly outside the line, outside leg stump. David Delaney possibly thinking another short ball was going to come his way. We just see in the replay, Mark Adair full and straight. Just possibly pitching outside leg. But a really good option there from Mark. Possibly just missing leg stump. Good decision there from the Mumps. Well, Ellie, thanks very much for your insights. Thanks for coming on board. Really appreciate it, and I hope you have a good day in the office from a Northern Nights perspective. Thanks again, and we'll catch up soon.
Thanks, Shane. Thanks for having me.
There we had just Mark Ellison, Northern Nights batting coach and assistant coach. His insights into the game. Great to have Mark on board, and someone who plays here at Stormington, has played for the Northern Nights over the years. Great to have his insights and some of his views on the game as we welcome Ali back into the box. Ali, great to have you.
Yeah, thanks, Shane. Yeah, good to have Mark Ellison on there, getting a good insight into the thoughts of the night's setup. Really good to have him on there just while I've been away. Obviously, that wicket of George Dockrell, for come back on, he took that wicket and obviously set the Lightning back a little bit, but they're starting to rebuild again now, as we've talked about right the way through this innings. Run rate not a problem, just those wickets, but a couple of good partnerships here now.
Yeah, definitely was a massive wicket there from Theo, getting George out. They're building a nice partnership. We saw them get a 50 partnership, and we know how much George can do at the back end. So a massive wicket from Theo. David Delaney chips that one down the ground. Really good running from the Leinster batters. Comes back for 2. Yeah, I think that. I don't know what you think, Ali, but they've gone a bit too short, haven't they? I think, as we saw, Mark got a little bit full of those last couple of deliveries, and there's still a bit of movement.
Yeah.
And play, you know, I think just try to use that short ball as a bit of a surprise instead of trying to bash it down every single ball.
Just watching that last over in particular, it sort of highlighted what you're saying there, because a lot of short balls in it. You mentioned about Mr. Freitas possibly not as comfortable, but certainly in that last over he's got the pace of the pitch now. And he played a few balls off short pitch deliveries from it there, pulled one for 4, was quite comfortable in his shots, and then the one ball at the end was well pitched up, beat the outside edge again. There's the wicket. That one spun again. On the back foot, trying to play off the back foot. A little bit of spin. I think it may have taken the inside edge onto the stumps, and Van Verkum has done the job again for his skipper. He's taking the wicket of Dockrell.
Another massive wicket there from Theo. Yeah, you've got George out, as we saw now. Christopher is just dragging one on there. Not too sure that was one of the best options, looking to go against a spin through the covers. He was a little bit lucky early on in Theo's spell, but as we can see in the replay here, just looking to cut one through the covers and coming back in and unfortunately dragging that one on.
Yeah,
Needless to say, really good innings there from Christopher Freitas, but he'll be disappointed. Another 50 and out like we saw at the Hills, but you know, really good signs from his side. You know, good defence, put the bad balls away, and really good contribution there in really tough conditions, I have to say. As Leinster 154 for 6 now, and we see Seamus Murphy come to the crease. Seamus Lynch comes to the crease. He likes to play his shots. He's nice and aggressive. Will he look to play the same way or look to play the situation? Well, time will tell.
We've kind of mentioned that a few times about batters coming in, and you've just sort of said there about the Freitas. He did look good again, got to 50, but the old adage in this sort of high level of the game. Got to go on, get that big score for his team. He'd done the hard yards, got through that really tough spell at the start of the innings, settled in his innings, just as we were talking about, started to look more comfortable in the short ball. Really hadn't put too much of a foot wrong, but again, decent amount of spin there for Van Verkum. Back into the left-hander, and the inside edge clips the leg stump. Breakthrough for the Knights. Sideline shoot, and there's that ball we're talking about. Well pitched up to Delaney. I think, given what you were saying in the last couple of overs, Shane, I think you might be right that they're maybe going back to his length again rather than that short pitched strategy. Get it up there again because it's still enough there for him. Got the slip still in.
It definitely, as we can see, that last ball. Bit of movement. Trying to get Dave Delaney to drive. Look to go across him. You know, if there's no swing coming back in. Again.
A big appeal.
Not out, unfortunately. Big appeal. Again, a little bit back of a length, but you know, bit of movement again. That's where you want to be. You don't want to be any shorter than that.
Look at again. I think the bigger appeal came from behind the sticks. Paul Sterling was quite confident. Dare followed it up. The answer was no. Maiden Seaver. But those two deliveries, exactly what we're talking about, I think. Just going across Delaney. Better length. Ridden that one. Just scored it down to third for a single.
It'll be interesting to see how Seamus Lynch goes about his business here. He normally opens the batting. Normally likes to play his shots. You know, he opens in that power play in the T20 format. Would he look to possibly give himself some time, or look to, you know, really be aggressive and put these Knights bowlers under pressure? Be interesting to see how he goes about starting his innings. Yep. As we move forward.
A little bit of a change in the field. Wicket comes in. It's a little bit tighter. Yeah, Pretorius comes up. Boundary extra man. The offside now. Lynch faces his first ball from Adair and just his second overall.
Whilst Leinster are 6 down, you know, they've still got Fionn Hand to come in, and Gavin Hoey, who both can contribute with the bat. So if these two can look to bat, be nice and positive for the next 10 overs and keep 4 wickets in the hutch on those last 10, they can definitely still get up to a total here, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge. As we can see, Market beating the bat again. In the 29th over, still some movement in play. That's where you want to be.
There definitely is movement in play still, even though we're towards the second half of the innings. There's definitely still a little bit in it there for Market there in the wicket. A little bit of spin, so I think they've got to take that into account. We've mentioned about the spin later on today. The movement hangs in for the new ball as well. Need that total on board. So the Lightning batters have got to think about that now. There's still 20 overs to go, and as you say, a few guys down the order that can certainly bat. No mugs.
As we've seen throughout today, Mark's had plenty of bowling options. You know, being able to bring Paul Sterling on, and then start 2 left-handers batting. He's able to have Theo bowl from the other end. You know, there's plenty of options. Ruben Pretorius has only bowled 2 overs, getting that wicket of Andrew Balbirnie. There's plenty of overs left in his belt to come in, and we see Market ranked 6th in ODIs in 2023, 26 wickets, 24.51. You know, he's been brilliant, absolutely brilliant this year with the ball, and it's great to see him, you know, contribute with the bat now. Get up the order, up to number 7. He had a really good knock, 70 plus against Scotland in that final. Unfortunately, Ireland didn't get across the line, but he's contributing really well with the bat now. As we saw at Lords as well, contributed really well. So
just must add to your bowling as well, confidence, and you know you're contributing with both bat and ball. And we saw again, going back to that All Ireland T20 final, he really wanted to contribute for his club. Took that super over, bowled it beautifully, and that's kind of his modus operandi at the minute. in that he's always keen at the end of an innings to take the ball, pressure situations, almost thrives on it a little bit. And it's really good to see him standing up there. It's a really good stat that he's well up in the rankings for ODIs for Ireland, and he'll be crucial. Ireland head over to England. 3 one-day internationals against England. So now, Verkum. The ball to Lynch here. Still got that slip in. Definitely a wee bit of spin. You mentioned about the quicker bowlers when it's seaming about, trying to look for that ball. It's going to hook from leg to off. See for Van Verkum here, is he trying to hit the leg spin to try and hit off stump? The old picture perfect delivery.
Yeah, and I like this.
That's not
See
bad.
an outside edge. Ball, but Theo. Outside edge for 2. Like this field, mid-on, mid-off up. Just using square leg, deep square and a deep cover. Tossing Seamus to hopefully go over the top. Play a big shot early in his innings. That's exactly what you want. So good captaincy. Good work from Theo. Good work from Marker there. See a second slip come into play. If you continue to take wickets, you've got to keep this Leinster team down to a respectable total. Hopefully, chase it later on today.
Second slip tells you all about what's happening out there with the pitch. And that's in the air, but well hit. It's taken on and off, and it's gone all the way for 6. Terrific shot
there from Seamus Lynch. As we spoke about, 2 men up in the ring, so that's a pretty safe shot in my book. Looking to be ultra positive. That's when he's at his best. Held his shape nicely. Great shot of him. Have him in off there for 6.
Come back. As I say, 2 slips in the 30th over. 50 over game. Kind of tells you that we can still offer a little bit. The left arm spinner.
Again, tossed up from Theo. Another 6 over long on from Seamus Lynch. As we spoke about, Ali, he likes to play this way. He likes to be nice and positive. It's great to see him start his innings so well. 14 off 9 deliveries. While Leinster are in a bit of trouble, 6 down. There's plenty of overs left. It's good to see him stick to his strengths and back himself to, clear the ring field. I think as a coach, Ali, if he did get out, if he did hold one out to mid-off, mid-on, you don't mind that. He's trying to take the game on. He's trying to have a good impact for his team and stick to his strengths. So you don't mind that as a coach if he did mis-execute. Just see some lightning partnerships there. Obviously the biggest one so far, George Dockrell and Christopher Fraser, 63. Christopher Fraser and Dave Delaney, 44. Another good contribution there. And we see these two. Seamus Lynch has come in, been nice and positive so far as he's joined David Delaney at the crease. So as we see Matthew Humphreys come back on. Mark Adair's taken himself off. Not a good option. He's definitely changed the bowlers and mixed them up quite a bit today, Ali.
Yeah, he has, and just the main thought process here again. Just watched Seamus Lynch deposit his left arm spinner from the city end over the ropes for 2 big 6s. Don't worry about it. Throws the ball to his other spinner. You have a go from this end. Yeah, just good to see from Lynch there. Really just the positivity. I can think back to the days when you'd be told 6 down, you've got 20 overs to bat here. Just get out there and hang around for a while and make sure you don't lose your wicket. But yeah, that's communication we talked about before. This coach is happy that you're playing your natural game. You're happy to go with it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm sure Andre Botha, that's the Lightning coaches. All these players have clear roles. George is massive on that. That communication, making sure everyone knows exactly what they're doing in the team, what they need to do in terms of their roles as with the bat or the ball. So I'm sure they've given Seamus plenty of license to go out there and play with freedom. So we see long on come back, long off, long on, and we've got a deep square and a deep cover. I think that's a good field. Those 2 boundaries force the field, and he's hit that one really nicely down the ground for one. So good batting from Seamus Lynch. Smart cricket.
It is good batting, because as we say, in the last over, first ball spun a little bit. It was into his leg stump, spun a little bit. So Margaret there brought in a second slip, and then said, right, I'm going to take on, mid off, hit a couple of boundaries, and then as soon as he's facing up here to Humphreys, it's a much more spread field. Doesn't have those players in and around him. Good stuff from Lynch.
David's rotated pretty well here. He's 21 of 32. Any sort of width, he looks to back foot punch and cut quite nicely with ease to that sweeper boundary. So if the bowlers can be a little bit tighter to David, maybe they can force some dot balls and create a bit of pressure and create that loose shot. Good cricket, well bowled from Matthew. Nice and straight in the stumps. Definitely hits the ball quite hard, Ali.
He does. I'm just thinking that.
Times it nicely. Doesn't look to overhit.
Timed that ball. I know it was only a push back to the bowler in a way, but you can hear that sound off the bat really clearly. He's swapped that. It's a good piece of fielding.
Got away with that, Matthew Humphreys. Just missing leg stump. Really good fielding there at 45 from the Knights fielders, and Seamus has started his innings really well here. Good signs for Leinster Lightning, and as we spoke about, you've still got Fio in hand and Gavin Hoey. You can more than contribute. Get Leinster up to a good total here today at Stormont. Good bowling from Matthew Humphreys, just cramping Seamus Lynch for a bit of room. Good set there from Matthew, just going for 3 off it. Really good set there from Matthew Humphreys.
You're mentioning there about the late in the lineup. That's what we're kind of striving for in this particular tournament, because as we've seen over the last few years, and particularly in the last year, the depth in international cricket is no longer top 4, top 5, top 6. It's even going right down, and the guys at 9 and 10 are more than capable and can win games on their own now. So it's a long game now. So getting used to sort of getting through 5 and 6 wickets down, not just dropping your standards, keeping those high to the same as numbers 9 and 10 as you were at the start. It's very important to get used to that. And as you mentioned, the Lightning lineup today, strong batting lineup.
Yeah, I think just that's a big difference, I suppose, even from club cricket to inter cricket. You've got guys that can bat all the way down to 9 and 10. With club cricket, possibly your top 4, top 5, you're really relying on them to get you up to a winning total. But that's one of the key differences between club cricket. We've seen a nice sweep there from Dave Delaney, getting outside the line, and a strong shot to backward square for one. He's been busy at the crease. He's looked to score. He's played low risk cricket, but sticking to his strengths, and he's really absorbed this pressure really well, and allowed Seamus Lynch to come in and do his thing and stick to his strengths, I suppose.
Yeah, you mentioned David Delaney there. Just really great to see him back playing his cricket in Ireland again, been away obviously for a little while in Australia, I think. Again, a dual purpose cricketer, certainly in his club side, Clontarf. He was Club Player of the Year in Irish cricket last year, contributing with the bat, as we're seeing here, but also obviously with the ball.
I think, as we spoke about, he's possibly, was Clontarf's side, pushed up the order, given him a bit of responsibility, and that's helped his batting and helped his progression. Definitely, we know we can do with the ball, but I think batting at 4, 5, 6 for Clontarf, he loves playing for his beloved Clontarf and winning games for them. It's definitely helped his game and definitely helped him improve as a batter. So see a sweep shot there from Seamus Lynch. Good to see him being able to hit down the ground, but also if the bowler does miss leg stump, he's able to sweep and go behind square. So causing a bit of problems here, Seamus Lynch, as he went straight up.
Is there a man under it? It's gone over him. In fact, it's landed inside the boundary, I think. Just checking. Yeah, it's just gone for one, I think. Just a single. Quite amazing. Travelled so far in the air and distance-wise. We only get a single at the end of it.
There's a luck we spoke about earlier. You need a bit of luck these days, and that definitely should have been taken. Northern Lights fielder. Maybe the sun getting in the way there.
Just going to say about the sort of sky here. It's clear blue sky, and that perception probably of where the ball was coming. Maybe a little bit of the benefit of the doubt there, but probably should have been taken, as you say. It wasn't, and partnership goes on now. Hopefully he's going to continue. The offside, it'll just be one.
Yeah, Humphries has been good today. He's kept it nice and simple. Yeah, there's a bit of spin on play, but he's just looked to be nice and accurate, hit those stumps as much as he can. If you can see that, hasn't got the rewards like Theo has, but he's kept the pressure on. That's done a good job here. 180 for 6 or 32 overs. That would have gone straight to Paul Sterling at first slip.
Just incredible, isn't it?
That ball goes for 4, outside edge. No luck there for Matthew Humphries as a bowler. Will he look to get a slip back and play? After seeing that, good length there, edge for 4.
Yeah, Paul Sterling's been in that position for pretty much the whole of the innings. 31 overs gone. He comes out in the 32nd, and the ball straight through, and that would have straight to his hands. He's not there. It goes to the boundary instead. Lynch goes to 21. He's back in now.
Strong shot again there from Dave Delaney. I like that. Get a slip back in. Yeah, Humphries has bowled well today. And even that last delivery, you don't mind the batter driving, looking to go against the spin. Hopefully get an outside edge, or if it does grip a bit, hopefully get a drag on like we saw with Christopher Freitas, unfortunately. Again, Dave Delaney, he's been busy at the crease, and he rotates that really well to that deep one fielder. These two seem to be building again, both on 20s. They've set a nice platform. They'll be hoping to, they've got time on their hands. They'll be looking to continue this at least the 42nd, 43rd over, and then, as we spoke about, get Fionn Hand in if needed, or Gavin Hoey. Get up to a really good total here for the Leinster Lightning.
For a quick single, Colin with the field.
Good cricket from Seamus Lynch. Yeah. That's good. He's obviously got some really good boundary options, but it's good to see him rotate well. I think sometimes we see guys just looking to clear the ropes and with a lot of dots in between, but he's definitely rotated really well here today. He had a bit of luck at mid-off, but maybe hoping to capitalise on that and get a good score on the board for his team.
It's good cricket now. These two, not just taking the boundary options, but working it for ones. And they've got 8 from that over. It's got a huge amount of risk involved. We talked about a few overs ago about the fielding side having to sort of understand that you've got to take all 10 wickets are important now. It's not no freebies. Same for the batting side. Doesn't seem to be any worry that they're 6 down. They're still playing positively. Really good to see. Going into their shell and just trying to keep wickets in hand. They're still staying positive, rotating strike.
Fortunately, just a bit too straight there from Theo. These two have been busy at the crease. It's extremely tough this morning. A lot of seam movement. Ball doing a lot. 4 down early on, but as we spoke about that partnership with George and Chris, was brilliant in terms of relaying the foundations, and then all the new batters that have come in, they've started their innings well and really access those conditions as best they can.
They bowled that time. Back a little. Yeah, 2 for 36 for Van Verkum. He's got 2 crucial wickets. He's gone for runs. He's taking a liking to him in his last over. He's been swept hard.
Shot there from Dave Delaney. Good fielding from Matthew Humphries. And again, good running between the wickets. Good cricket all round. David's been really busy at the crease, showing good options both against the spinners and the seamers to rotate well. He moves on to 30 or 40 deliveries. He's done a brilliant job so far for his team.
It's unbelievable. Spin there. Spun back through the gate. Going to go for the 4, I think. Oh, tremendous effort. He's pulled it back. Lost the glasses. The dive, but it's the...
Superb work there from Paul Sterling.
See a great angle of it here. Great chase.
Bit of a teaser all the way, but the body on the line.
Ooh. I think that may have been 4.
Say nothing, at least say
Yeah.
nothing.
Strong sweep again. Slip from Humphries, but he does really well. Keep it.
Looks to go. He's going to that sweep shot quite a lot. Good to see from David. A lot of us, I think, it's a bit of a premeditated sweep, but it looks like David's kind of going on the line. If that ball is going down leg side, he's back in that sweep. Really good option from Dave Delaney against the left arm spinner of Theo van Vorkum. He's got 2 for 39. 2 big wickets, I suppose, in that last over. A couple overs before he brought the field up, so you don't mind that. He has gone for a few sixes down the ground, but at the same time, he was looking to be attacking and just going down leg side there, possibly. Bit of a half-hearted sweep there from Seamus Lynch. He's been good today.
So the difference there between the Delaney one, yeah.
Just pulled out of that a little bit with his head position. Didn't really commit to it. Kind of in between a paddle and a hard sweep. Lucky a pitch outside leg. As the players take drinks here at Stormont. Leinster move on to 193 for 6 off their 34 overs. They're rebuilding really nicely, and they'll be hoping to get 250, 260, possibly more if things go really well. Just continue this partnership as best they can.
Players take a little break. Also do so in the comm box. We'll be back with you in a few moments. Back here at the Towards Stormont. Been a glorious day. Move into September, always seems to be the way. Will not knock it. We've had a glorious day at Brady yesterday. Followed up today here at the Ward Stormont in Belfast. A really interesting game now going on here. Leinster Lightning really counter punching here. Early wickets for the Knights. Seam attack. Ball was shaping about. Took 4 early. A bit of a partnership between DeFreitas and Dockrell. They've both departed. But now Seamus Lynch and David Delaney have come in. They're closing in on a 50 partnership already, these two. Really taking it back to the Knights. The run rate's never been a problem today. And it was the wickets an issue for the Lightning, but if they can hold on now until the last 10 or so, could put themselves in a really good position. Matthew Humphreys is going to continue from the Dundonald end. Delaney continues on his way. Absolutely delighted now. Shane has just left us for a few moments, but to be joined here by Callum Atkinson. Callum is the Operations and Pathway Manager for the Northern Cricket Union, where we're playing today in Belfast. Welcome along, Callum. Great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me. Great to see the sun shining.
Yeah, it is. It just makes such a difference for cricket. We've been so used to carrying beneath sort of tents and marquees this year with the rain, and difficult for groundsmen. It's been really nice to see. I've mentioned a few times now that this Radio IP50 tournament is going to be decided on the pitch. So really good to see.
Absolutely. I think from everybody's point of view, your job's a lot easier when the sun's shining. We've had to deal with a lot of wet conditions this year, but yeah, great to see this week. Weather holding well.
Yeah, and as I say, Stormont's an absolute picture today. Nicely bowled. Humphreys, but well played. Lynch again. A long handle that time. He's just happy to take it over. So it's good stuff here from these two. Closing in on 200 now. Just singles from this over, but as we say, plenty of overs in the tank. Still 15 after this one. Again, clean shot from Delaney, backward a point. Bit of work for Carmichael, who's on the field. Can't get there. That's a really clean shot from David Delaney. Lots of power. Just let it come to him. See on the back foot there. Just let it come under his eye line. Clean shot from David Delaney. Good signs for him. He moves on to 37. Driven down the ground. Really good cricket from Delaney. It's in good form here. 2 for 6. Yeah, Callum, working for the Northern Cricket Union in a minute. Tell us a little bit about the season and what you've been up to.
Yeah, as I say, difficult enough season with the weather we've had, but also a very good season, very busy, both on a domestic front with club competitions, youth cricket, but also representative within our pathway and then our performance environments with the Knights. Lots of cricket. Believe it or not, while the weather was pretty poor, we actually got the majority of our cricket in. My role really is within our pathway and then the operations of the NCU. So very busy couple of months for our pathway and our coaches. Some brilliant inter-pro cricket with the youth level with boys and girls. A couple of brilliant festivals up in the Northwest, hosted by the Northwest. They did a great job. So busy. You get to this stage this season and there's a wee bit of relief. But when the sun's shining like this, you sort of want to cling on to it as well.
You do a little bit when you get the sunshine. You just think what could have been throughout the season, but you say it's been really busy. It's all good to see. Tom May's back now. Try and break this partnership. But in terms of the pathway, just the involvement in cricket now, it has become sort of 24 hours a day, really 7 days a week, and almost 52 weeks a year now. We talk about summer, but I'm sure you're now looking towards the winter, and obviously trying to keep the involvement for the youth players and keep them involved in cricket, and even the Knights as well. They'll go through the winter program as well. Yeah. So it doesn't really just stop when we finish in this month.
No, I mean, as we've concluded with all our youth squads, we've tried to keep them motivated by saying, you've really only got 1 month off here and then we're back at it. So, we have, as you know, struggled with cricket, having to have the battle of all other winter sports like rugby, hockey, other sports. So we're now really moving into that phase where we're an all year round sport, which is brilliant.
Well, it is just to keep them involved and just growing the love of the game. We've talked about that. It's dropped off a little bit over the past few years, just the love of the game and having the passion for the game. And if you've got that, people will keep coming back to the sport. Just showing them a path. You mentioned the very word, you've got a pathway through to play in this type of environment here in provincial cricket, and then possibly even go on to international standard.
Absolutely, yeah. I think everybody sees the pathway as just really representative cricket, which isn't actually right. It's the pathway starts in schools, it starts with clubs. The great work Cricket Ireland are doing with the mass participation programs, trying to get new people into cricket. So, there's so much cricket going on all year round for all abilities, which is brilliant to see. Yeah, it's crazy. You finish up this week and we're already into that planning phase, going into the winter. So, tough work for the people involved, but brilliant for the players and the kids.
Just that single off the last ball is brought up. That half-century partnership between these two. Just the 47 balls to bring that up. We mentioned when Lynch came in, possibly that was the opening for the Knights to possibly wrap this up a little bit quicker. He's come in, been positive. Delaney worked it around for ones and twos with the odd boundary, and a run of ball half century is just what the doctor ordered for the Lightning. 204 for 6 now. I
think when they were 154 for 6, we were probably thinking that, can we keep this under 250? Now we'll doing well to keep it under 300.
Well, it's been a really strange game because ball doing all sorts this morning. Wickets were taken, 4 down, and there's a free hit again. There's problems today. Tom Mays from both ends now opened up with 3 free hits from this end, 3 no balls, and he's now gone to the other end. Another one. Delaney now will face up to this one. Free mindset. Mays do prevent it. Going short, hasn't really got hold of it. Got it over there. Only going to be 1. Really didn't get hold of it. Just 1 off that. But yeah, it's been a really strange innings in that we always looked at the wickets column. Wickets falling at regular intervals, and then when they got Dockrell, the Knights must have been thinking, we're in here, but this 50 partnership, and now just kind of look forward to the next few overs. You're kind of looking at, I think, could be setting up a really formidable total here now.
Absolutely. I think when you look at the outfield, pitch is playing pretty well at the minute. We probably haven't been at our best today. Too many extras, wee bit loose with our areas. It seems like when you've tried to hit the top of the stumps, we've got a reward, but we probably haven't done that enough here.
Yeah, really good point there in terms of that seems to be the ball that has caused the most problems. Sometimes it's picking up length, maybe a little bit short during the middle overs there. But the Lightning have really fought back well here. Should be in for a really good closing hour or so this Lightning innings. Of course, we mentioned the Knights have got 2 bites of the cherry this week. Talking to Market there at the toss. He wants to get this win today. Pulled into the leg side. for 2. Yeah, so they have got that little safety net, if you want, with the game on Thursday back here at Stormont, but they'll want to get the trophy in the bag today. Certainly fighting back well here.
I think the positive thing here is, even though we haven't been at our best with the ball so far, is we have a brilliant batting unit. Sterlo coming into the team today, the strength of our batting unit sees Cade Carmichael not make the team today, and he's had a fabulous season. So I reckon these guys will back themselves to chase whatever this target will be.
From Humphreys. Yeah, of course, the Knights already T20 champions this year, and I was talking with Shane a little bit earlier. It hasn't just been sort of just rock up in May here and just put a plan together and see how we go. This has been a year, 18 months of planning to get to this stage of giving players experience last year possibly, and suffering a little bit, let's put it that way, suffering a little bit in terms of results, but giving them the experience of playing at this level, getting used to the environment, and as I mentioned earlier, kind of reaping the rewards in this particular season.
Absolutely. I think this has probably been even more than that. This has been probably 3-4 years in the making. Simon Johnson has put a lot of work into this over the last number of years, and he's got a really good support system around him now. As you say, with the future series, loading players into that, them getting their time and experience in that platform to come in and showcase their skills with the Knights. So it's all come well this year. I think what Simon and the team have done is actually try to create a real good team ethos around the Knights, which isn't always easy, given it's quite stop and start with the Weller, with the international series. There isn't a massive volume of games, so I've certainly seen that since last October when the Knights got back into Ulster University and did their indoor programme. There's a real good team atmosphere around the team at the minute, and that comes from Simon Johnson, Ian Butler, Mark Adair, Neil Rock as a leadership team.
Yeah, I think that's been evident right the way through the campaign. He comes in again, Delaney. Pull, be a run there. At their field. I think that's been a real sea change in terms of the environment of we've seen that in other teams. The environment is just as important. Making sure you get your right plans in place, picking the right players, of course, but having an environment where players can come in and out, because there is a lot of change, especially in a busy international season. You're not going to have the same 11 all the time. You mentioned there about, let's get back to that in a second. You mentioned there about the emergent side of things as well, very important too, that the players get used to an environment of interpro cricket, maybe at a lower level first of all, so that they can then step up into this and not be overawed.
Absolutely. I think what this future series does is try to mirror what the IP competitions are now, certainly in terms of the volume, try to get the standard of cricket as high as possible. That's based on the best club players and their performances getting themselves into that side. A lot of the Knights boys here today have come through that future series and the emerging Knights. And the great thing is the consistency with the coaches, same language. From our point of view, Simon Johnson looks after that team as well. I know, from touring with him in the future series, a lot of the other head coaches are working with their emerging squads, so it's great to see.
On the pool there, just the one as the man is stationed out there now. He's looking more and more comfortable. He's got into his innings now. Seamus Lynch. These two putting it together now for the Lightning. Looking at the last 10 here. Got some dangerous players as well in the dugout. You can come in towards we get into this innings, so Lightning really need bed in for another couple of overs and see out the last 10 then.
I think once you get going, Stormont can be quite a difficult ground to keep the score down. It's big, quick outfield, sun's out, good batting conditions. So yeah, we'll want to pick up another wicket or two here going into this last 10 to keep it down. Hopefully somewhere near under 300, but it's looking like it's going to be above that at this stage.
We were quite surprised himself and Shane at the toss when George Druckle decided to bat first, mainly because of the points you've just made. Again, Lynch on the pull, same shot, same result, just one. So yeah, just it is a quick scoring ground, and you can. But then, if you do put 300 up on the board, it's always scoreboard pressure. So yeah, it's been a good season in the Northern Cricket Union as well. So you're well involved in that yourself as well at the minute. Just be one again, I think. They're also there. Yeah, you're captain of one of the clubs in the Northern Cricket Union, Lisburn, who have been reasonably successful, certainly last year, winning the league and reaching the All-Ireland final as well. Not so successful in terms of trophies this year, but you've done really well in terms of you've got to looking like finishing second in the league. I'm fairly certain you're finishing second, yeah, and obviously going well on that side of things. So in terms of the club side, you're still enjoying that?
Absolutely, yeah. It's been from my experience, captain side, it's been brilliant over the last 2 years. Last year was very special, winning the league from being at the bottom of the table for a number of years, and then that Irish Cup run and getting to the Irish Cup final was my first proper experience of going far in that competition, and it's a really special competition, one that our whole club got around. As much as you'd like to have home fixtures and cup ties, it was brilliant to experience that competition, going around all Ireland, meeting people from other clubs, getting to know people, getting to know other teams. So that was brilliant. This year, not so good. We didn't win any trophies, but it was a decent year. The big thing we wanted to do this year was sustain our performances from the year before and not just be a one-hit wonder.
Matthew Foster going back on. I think Matthew Humphries was thinking he was going to get another over. But there rings the change. Brings back Foster. Those 2 wickets that he has early on. 2 and 1 over. Just looking to change it up possibly here to try and get a wicket. So yeah, but just going towards the Knights, and we'd mentioned about the Knights being successful this year. A lot of players in the Knights based in the Northern Cricket Union, almost all apart from I think just Neil Rock. I think he plays down at Rush. So obviously the feed through from the Union very important. And the level of play. That's a terrific shot. Seamus Lynch on the pull again. There is no man on this occasion on the boundary. The 3rd time he's played that shot. The field changes after that boundary. Beautiful shot from Lynch. Looked balanced on that occasion. Clean shot for 4.
Yeah, just in terms of the NCU and the domestic leagues, as you know, Valley Cricket's all connected. We need to have the strong domestic competitions to make sure that feeds into the Knights programme.
This one's in the air, but I think it could be a maximum. It is. He's got plenty of it, Lynch. He's moving through the gears now. Matthew Humphries thought he was going to be in business, but he's got plenty of that, Lynch. Didn't worry about the fielder being put out there. Modern day batting. I can take it on. He does so. Clears the ropes.
Looks like the Leinster batsmen are now just loading up deep in their crease, waiting for the short ball.
Comes again. It's been called a wide. Yeah, it looks like we mentioned about them going a little bit short earlier. And the ball hitting the top of off seemed to be the one that was the most productive and the most threatening. Lynch has deposited 2 balls already in this over. It's been called a wide. So it might actually force Matthew Foster to go back to his normal length here. That could be 4 more. It is. He's really taking extra strides now. Lynch moves in to the 40s, just off 30 deliveries. He is putting real impetus into this lightning effort. Top work from Lynch as we mentioned earlier, usually opens in the T20 format. It's done for the Lightning this year. He's kind of come in here and playing a little bit of a T20 opening innings here. It's 41 from 30. You look down right in the middle of your screen there, still 11 overs to go here for the Lightning.
Getting away from us a wee bit here. It's better from Matthew Foster.
Yeah, so just touching back on what you were saying about Northern Union. Obviously, Estonians have won the league this year, and again, that feeds back into the Knights. We've seen Kate Carmichael take great strides, and actually one of his other teammates, Kane Robertson, playing up for the Warriors as well. Unfortunately, sustained that injury. They've won the league. Lynch has gone again. Just inside the boundary it drops. It's another 4 for Lynch. Picking the field. Really expensive over there for the Knights. Really top work from Seamus Lynch. He's now just standing and delivering.
Yeah, and Estonians were deserved winners of the league this year. To your point around the Knights players playing in the league generally, but the ones playing for Estonians, the likes of Kate, who's had a brilliant year, you know, those guys are putting massive value on scoring domestic runs in our league. So it really connects to the Knights and what they're trying to do there.
You also mentioned about your trip to the All-Ireland final last year. A really sensational day down at Warringstown a few weeks back. On the home side from the NCU, Warringstown took on Leinster in the All-Ireland final. A really great day. From a Northern Cricket Union point of view, obviously the right result from their point of view, but really great day, and just seeing the growth of that competition over the last few years in particular, you know, getting involved in it. You mentioned it yourself, getting to a final, just that extra buzz to get playing an All-Ireland final. Just tell us about what you felt like playing in a final.
Oh, amazing. It's strange as a average cricketer myself, played club cricket, you know, getting to a final like that. Cricket Ireland put on a show, as do the club hosting it, and you feel quite special. You almost feel like a professional cricketer on the day, walking into the change room. You've got your wee hamper there with a towel, a hat, everything.
Yeah.
So, no, it's a special day. Also great the
just that boundary there from Delaney. Another pull shot. A little bit short from the Knights, you would have to say. Delaney takes full toll of that, and he has moved on to a very, very well-deserved half-century. He's come in with his team in a little bit of trouble. And he's let Lynch do his business. He's ticked it over. Moves on to 51. And a really top knock from the Clontarf man. Short again. Got a good bit of bat on it, bit of work from Matthew Humphreys. He does well. Comes round, collects it, keeps it in for 2. Even just looking around the Knights here. A little bit of drop on the shoulders here, a little bit. Could do with somebody creating a bit of a buzz out there to try and lift them again. See on screen there, first 50, first half century. David Delaney, no better time.
I think we need a good bit of bowling here, or decent catch, a good piece of fielding to get us going here. As you say, Ali, we're a wee bit flat at the minute. We need something to get us going at the minute.
Yeah, that's just the intensity just dropped off a little bit. And we've talked earlier with Shane. This is what kind of what Interpro cricket's about a little bit. It's not just the top 4, top 5 and getting team 5 down. It's a full 50 overs now. You've got to keep going for the full 50 overs and getting used to that in the field as batters, as a captain. Just getting used to it. There's good cricketers coming in right the way down in this level.
Well, we're seeing Leinster's depth with the bat here at the minute, aren't we?
Carbon copy again. Short. Lynch is not worried about it at all now. He's got the pace of this pitch. He's just standing up, nice and tall, then through the line. Gets 2 more. Really good fight back. Leinster again talked about it. They need a victory, a big victory here. Really turned this around in the last hour and a half. Knights need to do something similar and turn it around. It's in the air, and it's going to be 6. And Lynch goes to his half century, just following up from Delaney. He's caught him up pretty much now. He moves to 53. His coming from 34 deliveries at a strike rate of over 150. And it's some innings here from Seamus Lynch. Here's that ball from Mays. And just back of a length. He's just almost waiting on it now. Lynch deposits that over towards the road.
As we keep saying, the area they're bowling is back of a length and short, and it seems to be the plan. But these two guys are batting too well for that plan at the minute on a decent pitch.
It's not working. And similar to David Delaney, Seamus Lynch goes to his first list day or even IP50 half century. It's been a really quite eye-catching knock from Lynch. He's a Terranure championship. Certainly taking his chance here. Plenty of time to bat, as we mentioned. That was the slight bonus of those early wickets. It fell, he had plenty of time to get in, but he didn't decide to anchor down. He's got a 150 strike rate. Really been very, very impressive. Yeah, as we mentioned, Callum, as you said earlier on, everybody thinks that Thursday will be the end of the season here, really, but for yourself and all the team in the Northern Cricket Union and the Northern Knights, it just starts again, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. We're back in October with our pathway squads and the Northern Knights. In fact, I think the Northern Knights will continue their programme with their S&C right through to October, so it's another vital part of the programme. And as I said at the start, you know, that's all part of the support system that these teams now need as they turn professional. So yeah, it's great on one hand. Busy for the guys who are setting it up, and the likes of Jonty doesn't really get a break, but for the players it's a proper product.
Again, short again, and it's been dispatched again. Really, we've got to think about plans in place here. Going short again. Delaney, no problems at all. He's dispatched that over the square leg boundary. Again, no thoughts about two fielders being out there. These two, with that maximum, put on 101 runs from 77 deliveries. It's been almost a season's best partnership here, not in terms of runs, but in terms of the situation that these guys were in. They've really got their team into a good position here now. I'm going to keep going, work again for it there. He'll probably get round there. Yeah, it's been really good. Yeah, so Colin's been really interesting to have you with us, just to hear about the job that you do with the Northern Cricket Union and all that's involved in Knights cricket, the unions involved, and just everything. That's not just what happens on a Saturday.
Absolutely, yeah. So much work goes into this. Yes, there are staff teams, but mainly volunteers. I think every union are blessed with brilliant volunteers, even within Cricket Ireland. So
yeah, everybody
works hard together. There's a bit of community, a bit of family, especially when you get the days like this. You know, everybody knows each other, everybody knows what's happening. It all works really, really well.
Yeah, really good point you make about the volunteers there, that all in clubs as well. We go down into the club scene, there's always people you can rely on at clubs to just pitch up on days and do that little extra little bit that's required to make the product as good as it is. So shout out to all these volunteers. As you say, just allowing the players to perform at clubs and then moving into representative cricket, so it's all good. And as I say, it's been a real pleasure to have you here today. That you go and enjoy the rest of your day in a little bit of peace.
Cheers,
Hopefully enjoy a bit of cricket this afternoon.
Cheers.
Thanks, Callum.
Thanks for having me on.
It's Callum Atkinson there, Operations and Pathway Manager at the Northern Cricket Union. Just to get a good insight into all that goes on off the pitch to allow these players and the unions to operate at the level they do now. As you say, cricket's a full-time gig now, and it doesn't just happen, these events. Cricket Ireland and all the unions putting a lot of effort into producing the players and the talent that we've got, and I'm delighted to have Shane get back beside me here. Shane, you left me 6 or 7 overs ago. It was a fairly even game. I think these two have maybe swayed that a little bit on the blue side.
Yeah, no, 100% Ali. These two have been absolutely brilliant. Great partnership. Really cashing in any short deliveries from these Northern Lights bowlers. David Delaney was busy on early in his innings. Gave himself a few balls, and similar to Seamus Lynch, he came in, we saw those strong shots down the ground, and now he's putting everything short away really nicely. So great partnership from these two. Both on 50. They'll be hoping to continue this for as long as they can. But still having Fionn Han and Gavin Hoey in the hutch. Really good running there between these two.
I think there you see
good cricket.
That intensity and sort of positivity from Delaney there. I just watched him running between the wickets there. Almost was in and out of that run as quickly as you could think about. He was back for 2 immediately. Knew straight away you could get back. It's just those ones and the twos all help as well when you're picking up boundaries.
Just shows you, as we spoke about, conditions have changed a bit nicer to bat now. We saw Leinster 4 down early on in the day, but partnership's absolutely key in 50 over cricket. That partnership of George and Christopher Freitas, and then Seamus Lynch now and David Delaney. 2 big key partnerships for the Leinster Lightning, and could this be the thing that defines the win for them at the end of the day?
Yeah, we talked about it with George Dockrell at the outset. They obviously needed to win. That was the first thing. They needed a win. Any night down the track could be a chance of a run out, possibly. Difficult. Paul Stirling, they needed to win, obviously, but with yesterday's result, they now need a bonus point. So at 4 down for very little, that would have been the least of their thoughts. But now with these two developing this over 100 run partnership, backing up what De Freitas and Dockrell had done to lay that little partnership, starting to think about maybe going ahead now and getting that victory with the BP.
Just see some stats coming through. The last 5 overs, 51 runs from these two. So obviously going at 10 and over, and with 8.5 overs to go, they'll be looking to get hopefully 340, 330, possibly even 350, depending on how long these two can bat. And incoming batters, can they get a quick 20, get a quick 30?
It's a terrific piece of fielding from Van Verkum, and there's a run out chance, possibly. Ends up with a dot ball. Plenty happening for a dot ball.
I think luckily for the Knights, Mark's got 2.2 overs left, and his death skills obviously got to be very handy today. He showed down to Malahide in that T20 final how good his skills were in that super over. I'm sure he'll know the conditions. He'll know what he can bowl. Get those Yorkers and get those slow ball bumpers going. Hopefully keep Leinster under that 330, 340 mark.
It's another full toss, and this time it's hit right in front of square. That's going to be 4 more. You've just mentioned about Mark Adair's skills. He does only have 2 overs left.
Just looking at this field, he's got 4 on the leg side. Trying to get, possibly need to go into leg stump, possibly even Seamus Lynch's heel. Tuck him up, and that ball just over pitched and possibly on 4th or off stump, a little bit too wide. You see Seamus Lynch just batting outside leg now. Great swing of the bat. A great effort on the boundary. Great stop there from Morgan Topping. Unbelievable work from him. Really good swing of the bat there from Seamus Lynch. He seems to back his strengths really well when it's over pitched. He goes downtown, and when when it goes into the pitch like we see here. He kind of has a baseball swing. Really good skills here from Seamus Lynch, being able to, battle in the lows and then now get into T20 mode. Unbelievable work there from Morgan Topping. I watched them this morning, Ali, in that warm-up. They're a well-drilled team.
Yeah.
Place a high emphasis on their fielding, and that there's no surprise. One of their Knights fielders has definitely saved a six there.
You see that so often now about, just that awareness. That awareness of where you are in the field. This should be quite interesting to look at that, and it is. You can see the contrast there. The last overs, no dots and plenty of tall buildings. To be fair, there hasn't been a real problem with the run rate the whole way along, but these two have formed that partnership over the last 10 plus overs. A few big overs there. The last few, as we mentioned, as you just mentioned, 50 odd runs in 5 overs. Turn back to spin here. 43rd over. He's going to come back on.
David Delaney is possibly looking leg side here. Possibly a slug sweep or strong sweep beyond square. Just to counteract any spin Theo gets. Will Theo look to maybe go push it across him and go wide outside off? Make him drag it, as he does there so well. Really good skills there from Theo. But good running again from the Leinster batters. These two being very busy at the crease. Good intensity. The sun's out. It's quite hot here, Ali, so they can get the Knights fielders, running ragged. That's going to help them in that second innings when they come out to bat. Hopefully a loss of concentration and a couple of early wickets for the Leinster Lightning bowlers.
End of the pitch. This time, working with the back foot. Delaney happy to punch that down the ground for 1.
Yeah, he's been brilliant today. He's been clear. He had clear plans. He's rotated well, run well between the wickets. Really putting those Northern Knights bowlers under pressure.
I think that's the point. The pressure that he's put back onto the. Even though when he came in, it goes without saying that half the side were out, and all of the conventional thoughts would be that the Knights were on top. And she's gone for that. Just in front of us, and he's got enough of it again. He really is playing.
Superb shot there from Seamus Lynch. They're looking to cramp him up and go into leg stump. But open up nasty there in a full swing of the bat. Over long on for 6. Great shot from Seamus Lynch.
I think you mentioned about the sort of baseball style that he's played. He's got a really high lift and follow through. As we see that replay. He's tried to go again, but has under edge on that one. But yeah, he just seems to have a big follow through, a large swing area. More like, I suppose, golf possibly rather than baseball. He's got a long follow through, but I tell you what, when he's hit it here, it stayed hit. 66 from 41 now from Lynch.
I'll see it from Dave Delaney. Just one nice strong shot down to long on. It obviously helps, left and right hand. We talk about it a lot. They've rotated well.
Yep.
Made it tough for the Northern Knights bowlers. They've got to change their plans, ball by ball. Be interesting to see where Theo goes here. Will he go back into leg stump or maybe go quite a little bit outside off and make him drag it to that leg side boundary?
For that sweep, probably say that's well bowled. Tight line. Again, another decent over for the Lightning.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting that 10-12 and over quite consistently now, so they've got to get a good total on the board here. And like we spoke about at the start of the day, they're after a big win here, a win on the board, and hopefully a bonus point win is going to put the Knights under a bit of pressure going into Thursday's game.
Absolutely. We talked about the definite difference between T20 format and 50 over. T20 it seems to change over by over, but here certainly the Knights bang on top in the first half of this innings. How quickly it can change here in terms of the back end here. Real good quality from the Lightning. Right down at 7 and 8 here. These guys have put on 120 323 now. They'll be looking over the 300 for sure and pushing on towards 333.40. If Lynch keeps going the way he's going here, it could be even above the 333.40 mark.
Great shot there from Seamus Lynch. Full swing of the bat over extra cover. Just timed that. Looked to hit that with absolute ease. You see the replay here. Bit of a slow ball from Tom Mays. Plenty of room there for Seamus Lynch to go over extra cover. Great shot from him. And he looks to be in fine form here today. Just losing his shape there. I haven't seen too much of that. He's kept his shape so well today throughout his innings. I think if the Leinster Lightning get a minimum of 8 and over, they can get up to that 335 mark. But they'll be hoping more than that. I think they can get up to 350 definitely. These two are set and going well. They've got batters to come in. They'll be hoping for 350, on a good wicket. Saying that the Northern Knights have a really strong batting lineup here today, so they'll need every run.
It's well bowled this time. He's just bowling off cutter into the pitch.
See the plans here from Tom Mays, probably going slow ball, wide slow ball, sorry. But that first ball possibly just a little bit too full. That last one really good, on a tough length. Slow and wide, getting Seamus to drag it, not giving him any pace to work on.
Carved in the offside again. Plenty on that. Once more beats Rossa there. He's patrolling the cover side.
Pace on there from Tom Mays, just missing his length again. Bit of a free hit there for Seamus Lynch, but really well put away. Seems to be timing the ball with absolute ease today. You see that ball go over extra cover. It seems to be a really good wicket now, Ali. The sun's out.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean,
if we look back to the start of the day, ball moving around, it looks like a completely different wicket now, and tough for the Knights bowlers to restrict these Leinster Lightning batters.
Four more. Full toss on the off stump. Thick outside edge. Flies over gully. Another 4 to Lynch. He takes another 14.
Good skills there. We've seen the replay just open up. We got third man up and point up. Just see him open the face there nicely. Really nice. Really nice hands there from Seamus. Great skills.
Maybe done a little bit of disservice there.
A T20 cricketer, but great to see him coming down the order here. Never easy. And play such a fine innings. He's 80 or 48. This is game changing. Absolute a massive impact for his team. As such a young player. Really good skills here from Seamus. Just losing his shape a little bit there, unfortunately. But another good over there for Leinster Lightning. 14 off it, as they continue to get above 10 and over consistently now for the last 7 or 8 overs, and they moved to 287 for 6 44 overs. We just see the partnership popping up on the screen here. That one of 133 from David Delaney and Seamus Lynch, absolutely brilliant. Another good partnership from Christopher Adis and George Jockle in a little bit different conditions, a lot harder back then. Wickets flattened out a bit now, the sun's out. And needless to say, these two have been brilliant. David Delaney's been busy, run well between the wickets, swept really well, and Seamus Lynch has hit the ball downtown. And when they've gone short, he's hit it over mid wicket extremely well.
I think looking at that graphic of the partnerships, you could definitely say the old cliche of a game of two halves there. So nothing coming earlier, but these last 3 put the Lightning in a good spot here. Spin still on. Move in the 45th. I think I'm going to continue here.
I'm sure he'll look to go back into leg stump again. Try cramp the batter, cramp Seamus for any room. Really cramp him and make him drag it to that slightly bigger leg side boundary here at Storm today.
It's well bowled. Pulled his length back a little there. To the pitch again.
I suppose as well as Seamus has batted, it comes from I'm sure he does a lot of work on the bowling machine, practicing his swing, building up his confidence. But at the same time, the freedom he's batted with it today has been great to see as a young lad.
Excellent to watch.
Mentally, he's been good. He's backed himself. He's backed his skills. Could very easily just coming in as a young lad into the strong shot from Dave Delaney. Down the grad, 1 bounce 4. Really good shot there from David. I'm sure he's watching on the other end. Seamus.
Yeah.
There are plenty of boundaries, but nice to see him join the party as well. And I think just, as a young lad, he's played with a lot of freedom today. He's backed his skills. He hasn't gone into a shell. If he's got to fail, he's got to fail his way, which is, for a young cricketer, 2021, that's great to see.
We talked about that when he first came in. He had those 2 sixes, about the option he was going to take. Again, we talked about a bit earlier. Ball outside off. Oh, that's been given a wide. Tell me how that can be a wide. He's kind of moved well outside his off stump.
Yeah, good skills there from Theo. Unfortunately, just the wide. I don't mind that though. You'd rather risk the wide than bowl one down the middle and get hit for another boundary. So I think Theo will look to do that. Push it across David.
Does again.
It's good. One's a good result. Yep.
Definitely.
Any ball that's not a boundary in these last couple overs is a good result as a bowler. It's a flat wicket now. Quick outfield. It's not easy.
It's coming up plenty. Quick pace. Where do we go for now? For Lynch. Thrown up. Skied that. He could get away with it. I think he's going to. Put his head down when he hit it. But he had placed that to almost perfection as the man bowler ran back.
Theo seemed to take a bit of pace off that delivery, really well bowled, but unfortunately a bit of luck there for the batter, just dropping short of any fielders, and Leinster Lightning move on to bring their 300 up. 300 for 6 or 44.5. Where they were this morning, that's that absolutely great effort from all the middle order batters, and along with Christopher Freitas getting that fine 60.
And again, the running's good. Back for 2. Really good stuff here from the Lightning. Really good cricket, putting all the pressure back on for the Knights.
David's really hit the gaps well today. He's hit it wicked well. He's hit balls down to long off, and he's peppered that cover boundary, and he's ran well between the wickets. As you see him, he's going to have a long day, running ragged and then having to bowl 10 overs later. Trying to bowl some rockets, so he's going to be a bit stiff driving back down to Dublin later on today. But no, he's putting a good shift in here for the Leinster Lightning. Great efforts from him so far. We look forward to seeing him with the ball later on today. No doubt he'll have plenty of short balls in his tank. And a nice wicket here at Stormont.
Yeah, definitely. See Ruan Pretorius back here. You mentioned earlier he got those couple of overs at the start of the innings. Come back on here. Yeah, we talked earlier about the Interprovincial Series. And that's been providing opportunities for players this year with the international busy schedule. This is the type of thing. Seamus Lynch coming out here in a really difficult position for his team. As you've mentioned, she's not taking a backward step. 82 from 50.
So we see Ruan Pretorius come on here. Only bowled those 2 overs at the start of the day. The big wicket of Andrew Balbirnie, but he's got some good death skills, and we see a wide Yorker field set here. 3 in the offside. Square legs come up. We have a cow corner long on, so I've no doubt Ruan will try to get his wide Yorkers in, wide slow balls. I like this from Ruan, really good field set, and hopefully he can execute accordingly.
Just trying to work out where Lynch is going to go to counteract that. There is that.
Perfect delivery on the money. He can do a good job here for the Northern Knights. Only bowled 2 overs. I'd be disappointed not to have bowled a bit more, but he can definitely try and restrict these Leinster Lightning batters and make it hard for Seamus Lynch as well as he's batted. I still think if that is slightly bigger on this offside, if you can know your skills, try hit that wide line, make it extremely hard for Seamus to clear those ropes.
I think he'll be leaving this one. It's too wide. You can see the plan at least. You can definitely see the idea here. But Lynch will obviously know it himself now, so he's got to think. It's my best option here. Field out to on the cover. The offside boundary. Just a nominal fielder. Cover. Inside edge. It's only going to be one though. Foster's able to knock that up.
Good plans from Maroon again. Slow ball into the pitch. Line is key. I think like you spoke about risking that wide. You don't want to bowl one down the middle. You know, man, as a captain or a coach, you know, the bowler trying to do the right thing, possibly bowling a wide or two. Good lines from Maroon Patrol so far.
Again, as long as that plan is communicated across to everybody, that'll be enough. And if the batter counteracts it, then fair enough. Just looking to see a different idea now because the one man out offside for Delaney. And he goes funky. Perish and does. Just gets a little bit of a top edge on it. Straight up in the air. And at 45, Matthew Foster takes an easy catch.
Yeah, that's definitely one of David's strong shots. So you don't mind him seeing that, but really well bowled there from Maroon Patrol. You know, took the pace off it. Possibly saw David looking to go over 45 and a bit of a slow ball then. Really good skills there from Maroon Patrol. But you know, great knock from Dave Delaney. Absolutely superb. 76 off 80. That's a great knock for his team today, and he's definitely helped them get up to hopefully a winning total.
It has been a classy effort there from Delaney, both in terms of the runs that he scored, how he scored them. As you mentioned earlier, he didn't just bludgeon boundaries, he worked it around, kept the scoreboard ticking over, ran well, turned ones into twos, and then just let Seamus Lynch do what he was doing at the other end. It's been a real top class partnership between those two.
See Fionn Hand just come in. That's the perfect situation for Fionn Hand. Just he can come in and play his natural game. You know, used to batting in this position in T20 cricket, not having many balls to face. He'll be hoping for a quick 20 or quick 30 here. He also likes to sweep and reverse sweep and play a few funky shots, so no doubt we'll see that from him. But really good skills so far from Maroon Patrol. Good plans, nice clear plans and good execution at the same time.
Possibly got to wonder where he's been. Easy to say that after he's pulled those 3 or 4 deliveries. Coming away. It's only his 3rd over of the day. Only gone for 3 from those first 4 deliveries of the over and taking a wicket. Something to look back on as to he didn't come on a little bit earlier.
Yeah, surprised he didn't bowl a bit more in the middle overs. Just you could even get Neil Rock up to the stump to stump. He bowls that a little bit a fuller length. Could have been quite effective. But good to see him come back here and bowl well. Fortunately wide. As you spoke about, you don't mind that as a captain or as a bowler. Just slightly too wide there from Maroon. Be hoping to finish this over these next 2 deliveries and hopefully not go for a boundary.
Tries into Lynch again. Lynch with that swing of the bat again. That has been seriously deposited over the side screen into the trees at the far end of this ground with the Ward Stormont.
You see the replay here, Ruin going a little bit too straight in the slot, and a great swing from Seamus Lynch. That is what you want to see as a batter over the trees at Stormont. That's absolutely massive. Great shot. Didn't try to overhit that, kept the shape nicely.
It's a drilled 3-iron into the green. He's absolutely swung there. But again, the important thing there, he didn't lose his shape. Kept the shape. Didn't move away to the leg side. Just played through the line. That's it. They're still searching for that one. Over in Stormont Park, possibly.
Yeah, I've seen Ross Adair do that a few times here at this ground, so I'm sure there'll be plenty more, hopefully, boundaries coming on into the second innings, and we're going to have a good game of cricket here. I think the sun's out now. I do think it's probably, with that new ball, we'll do a bit, but after that, those first 10, looks a really good wicket as the day goes on. It was an early start this morning, towards 11.
Yeah.
as the sun's come out on this wicket, I think this is going to be a really good total here from Leinster Lightning. Possibly, so we'll see what they get, but 350 could be possibly a little bit too many.
Sensational stuff here. Seamus Lynch, can he keep going? Victorious night. It's the comeback. Full. Only be one. It's driven down. There. Long off. Lynch into the 90s. 313 for 7. It's 4 overs to go. I'd like to find the man who would have told us we'd be in this position after the power play, the first power play after 10 overs. If somebody had told me it would be 313 for 7, I'd be asking questions, but here they are. It's been real.
It just shows you that T20 cricket, the short and form of the game. 50 over cricket, conditions can change, situations can change. You're never out of it. It's great to see Leinster Lightning come back so strongly. Those big partnerships. Seamus Lynch and Dave Delaney. Previously, George Lockhall and Christopher Freitas, set up a good platform in tough conditions when the ball was moving around a bit.
Yep.
I thought they absorbed the pressure really well. It's great to see Leinster hopefully finish this innings. Get up to that 350 mark.
See market there. Bring himself back now. These last couple. He'll have to use all his skills here. Lynch on 90. That's that wide Yorker. Seamus Lynch is trying to clear that left leg. There. Just too cute on that occasion.
Just have a pitch there from Markadale, unfortunately. And yet again, another boundary of extra cover from Seamus Lynch. Really good innings here as he moves on to 94-56. He'll be hoping to bring up the 3 figures in this over. Hopefully, just the replay there. Unfortunately, Sparky just missing his Yorker.
Yeah, just missed the length there. Just over pitched and gives Lynch that freedom with the swing with the arms, and does the business again. Puts it away for 4. Doesn't mistake.
A ball there, slow ball into the pitch. Just the one this time. Good skills there from Markadale. Good comeback. I think that could be a good option here to Seamus Lynch. Just forcing him to hold those hands back for a little bit longer. Taking the pace off. He seems to love the pace on deliveries. He scored.
Majority, yeah.
As we've seen.
Yeah.
The Northern Knights have bowled and missed their length. The majority of those boundaries have been pace on, so I think, yeah, slow balls into the pitch is a great option here for Mark.
Brings field in hand. Strike. Off they're going through. It will be 1. It's Lynch back on. Strike again. 95. We saw 2 batters fall close to the century yesterday. Curtis Camphron 98, Gareth Delaney 98. Can we see Seamus Lynch go to 3 figures today? They'll have something to say about it.
Again, good slow ball there from Mark, just dipping on Seamus Lynch. Really good skills, really good comeback after that boundary.
Yeah, going through that repertoire here. Mark it there. Up to 320 now. Lightning. Just over 3 to go. Turn around for them. Short. And gets the pull on it. It's going to beat it there. Lost it there on the boundary.
Really good quick hands there from Fionn Hand. Going beyond square. Nice whippy hands to get that, get that wrist in play. Just see the replay. Bit of a slow ball from Market there. Really good shot there from Fionn Hand.
Placement as well. Man back there, but didn't even make the screen before the ball careered over the rope. Another boundary for the Lightning. 3:24 for 7 now as we enter.
We
Final
saw 290s
overs.
yesterday, Ali. You were there. Hopefully Seamus can get up to those 3 figures today. He's been absolutely brilliant. From start to finish, he took on Theo with mid-on, mid-off up. Start of his innings, some strong shots down the ground, and then him and David Delaney rotated well. He's back to strength throughout his innings. Be great to see him get to those 3 figures, hopefully shortly.
He's 1 shot away now, 4 short. And he goes for it. And he has it. That is a sensational 100 from Seamus Lynch. 59 balls, and he goes to his maiden IP 5100. Goes to 102. That shot symptomatic the way he's played today, Shane.
Yep, absolutely superb knock there from Seamus Lynch, and finishing it nicely in style, reaching those 3 figures. As we can see, 102 or 59. Such a great strike rate. We just see the replay here. Another. Fortunately, just missed his Yorker there, and a nice, lovely swing at the bat from Seamus Lynch. He's been absolutely brilliant today. Just hits one wide of long on. Come back for 2. Just the one this time. No, he's been brilliant today. Hopefully it'll be a match-winning knock from his case. Great to see such a young player come in, play with such freedom, back his strengths. Bit of luck along the way, and great to see him get his first List A century.
I remember this for a while. Getting 100 off basically 10 overs he's faced, 60 balls. It's something to remember for sure. Pulled away. Going to go as well as it is. It's going to go for another maximum. Fionn Hand on this occasion.
Just a bit of a slow ball into the pitch. Fionn held his hands back really nicely, and great shot there over long on. You see the replay. Slow ball into the pitch. Nice baseball swing. And this seems a really good wicket, Ali. Quick outfield. Sun is out. Really tough for the bowlers. Complete contrast to what we saw this morning.
Completely different to what we witnessed earlier on. It looked difficult. Yes, the runs were okay off the bad balls. You could pierce the field. The ball was jagging around. Not really jagging around at the moment. It's just disappearing.
Good ball there from Rumator's. Just gone back to his wide Yorker field. Just that last delivery. Really good skills. And whilst his first 3 balls have gone for 6, he'll be hoping to win the back end of this over. Hopefully get a wicket, hopefully not go for another boundary.
Already surpassed that 330 mark that we talked about. That's a really strange piece of cricket there. Matthew Humphries tried to anticipate. So as Fionn Hand went down to play that shot, the Humphries in front of us took 2 steps to his left to try and anticipate it. Fionn Hand actually.
See the replay here. Really good skills from Fionn Hand, knowing where the ball is going to bowl. Bit of a reverse paddle. Fortunately for Matthew Humphries, just letting that one go through, but really good skills there from Fionn.
See him again. Get much on it this time, and it's just a single. But there's that little cameo you talked about from Fionn Hand. You asked him to get 20. It's up to 17 from 7. Just adding to the impetus that Lynch has provided. There is the partnership already. 38 runs from 15 in just 12 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like last 2 overs they're going to get up to that 360, 365 mark, hopefully. That's a big total. They got a big total down in. They got 380 down the hills. And another big total here today. Like we spoke about, they need a bonus point win today, a big win. So they've definitely given themselves the best of chances of
that's it.
hopefully doing that.
They've definitely, George Dockrell mentioned they would just bat first of all, see where they got. So these last 2 overs, we're just looking to put the foot down even further. A ball there.
Good skills there from Mark. Full and straight. Good dot ball to start us over. That's the last thing you want. You don't want to go for a 6, a boundary. At the start of your over, you want to start your over well, and hopefully now your skills gone into this back end.
Tough processes now between bowler and batter. Gonna guess where he's gonna go, react. Top edges that one into himself. His option was to go to that for a sweep. The ball was there for it.
It's actually a bit more than 380. It's 425 as we can see on the score on the screen there.
Yeah.
I probably
be dropped off a little bit.
Erase that from my memory, Ali.
Yeah, I think
it
that's
wasn't a good day, unfortunately.
Was not a good day.
Lorcan and George Jockle did a lot of damage, and it's a tough day to be a bowler down to the hills.
Definitely was. And then Simon Robertson came in that day and had a quick 80 odd. Seamus Lynch has done that today. He's been quite sensational in his knock today. Getting the 4th IP50 100 of the season. Driven into the offside. Just been 1 though, I think. Yep. Come down. Off, and there we see complete contrast to what's been going on in the last 10 overs. 2 dots, 2 singles from the there. Still 2 balls to go though.
Yeah, really good set here from Mark.
Close it out.
Really good skills. He'll be happy with his. Most of the bowlers have gone for a few today, but to go at 6 and over, it's a good job for his team.
Oh, that's a tremendous piece of bowling. Absolutely tremendous piece of bowling. Isn't that the back of the hand almost just dipped on fee on hand as he was setting himself for the big shot. Lovely piece of bowling from Mark Adair there. Picks up the wicket of fee on hand for a well-made 18. A little cameo you asked for. 18 off 11 for hand.
Yeah, really well bowled there from Mark, as we just see on the replay. Slow ball, nice and full. Just Fionn just threw his swing a little bit too quickly there. Good skills from Mark. Been a really good over as he finishes the spell so well here. See Gavin Hoey come to the crease. He's capable of getting a quick cameo as well, more than capable with the bat. And he'll be hoping to be quite effective in this wicket later with his leg spin.
See the dip there. Dives on. Fee on hand. He can't get his bat down. Yeah, just the thought process again. Gavin Hoey was probably sitting over there a couple of hours ago thinking, I'm going to have to bat 15, 20 overs here. Get my team out of a bit of danger. He's going to come in here with 7 balls to go. Just going out with the licence now. Free hit for this one, really, because he's looking at even scores here. He's only going to get 1. He's going to keep the strike. Oh, it's going to go for 4. This is perfect for them. It's going to go for 4. That's ideal for Lightning. Keeps Lynch on strike for the final over.
Fortunately,
off the mark of 4.
Bit of a misfield there. We'll be disappointed with that one. And a good end to that over. Good spell from Mark. 2 for 63 off 10. Really good skills on a good batting wicket here at Stormington. Ruin comes into to bowl the last over. He'll be hoping he'll probably take 10 off it, I'd say. Given the stage of the game, definitely take 10 off it would be a win in his book.
It's going to set a serious target here for the Knights. But as we've mentioned a few times, got their strongest panel out today, possibly they've had all season. So they'll be up for the chase. Here comes Pretorius. Lynch goes downtown again. Doesn't quite get it this time, and Adair will mop up. You can throw in to Neil Rock. Just a 1. Knights will take that.
Yeah, we've got a good game on our hands, Ali. Looking forward to seeing the Knights lineup come up here, come out to bat in the second innings. We're hoping to chase this down, but yeah, plenty of players in form. We've got Paul Sterling and Ross Adair opening the batting. James McCullum probably at 3. Neil Rock and the form he's in this year, it's going to be a great game on our hands, and hopefully the Northern Knights batters will be under a bit of pressure.
For sure.
Good game.
Don't think conditions are going to change too much weather-wise. It looks to be set for the rest of the day. Got a cracking game of cricket here. Been somewhat so far, especially Lynch here. We know gets that out into the offside. Just be a single.
Good plans, good execution from Ruan. Just bowling those wide Yorkers, got his field set. Just the one run he's gone for. Just tune his first deliveries. Again, they'll be happy enough to if they can go for limit these boundaries in these last 3 balls.
Yeah, they up to that 350 mark already. 3 balls to go. Oh, Van Verkum gets there. Can't hold on. Good grind to it.
Yeah, tough chance there for Theo. Running full speed. Full diving effort. Never easy. You're a little bit off balance when you're running at that speed, but good skills again from Ruan. Just the one. Valiant effort there from Theo, unfortunately. Sticking that one down. Good plans here from Ruan. He'd be hoping to finish these next 2 deliveries. Looks like Seamus might look to shuffle across, get a little bit closer to that ball.
He's nicked that. Yeah, I thought he'd nicked that. It looks just with Pretorius going down in his follow through. He's still on the deck, but he's going to get up with a wicket to his name. Little nick. Neil Rock does the business behind the stumps. Just a little clap there from Paul Sterling, recognising what has been a really sensational innings from Seamus Lynch. He heads over to the pavilion. Sure his teammates will be giving him a hearty round of applause. You can hear it there.
Yeah, absolutely superb knock there from Seamus Lynch. First list day 100. Played with freedom, stuck to his strengths throughout. Absolutely unbelievable knock from him, and he'd be delighted with his work today. Coming into the team as a young lad, sometimes you can put some pressure on yourself, but he definitely did the opposite. He backed his strengths, and a great knock there. And he's got his team up to 352 for 9. He'll be hoping that'll be a match-winning performance come the end of the day.
I think just not just the technique and ability that he showed in the shot making. Pulled Michael Relly's out there. Must be one, not just the shot making, but just as you say, coming into the team, being in with sort of this environment and just saying, I can take it on. So that's a fantastic comeback from the Lightning. 353 for 9 is their final total. A few hours ago, as we said, George Dockrell paid any money for that total. His lower order has come to the game today himself, was part of it. And Delaney, Lynch, DeFreitas, all in that middle order. Good partnerships, as we'll see in a second. And, the Lightning have got 353 for 9.
Yeah, obviously tough for those Knights bowlers at the back end. We can just see the Leinster Lightning scorecard there. Andrew Balbirnie, great to see him back playing. Got off to a bit of a flight, but unfortunately, Bruin Pretorius got him out. LBW. Christopher Freitas in his second game, second 50-59. Him and George, rebuilded really nicely. And then David Delaney, Seamus Lynch contributing really well for their team. David getting 76, and Seamus just departing there 107 off just 64 deliveries. Absolute superb work from those two. We'll just go through the partnerships now in a second. As we can see, George and Christopher Freitas 63, and the big one there, 150, Seamus Lynch and David Delaney really driving through and getting them up to a really good total here today for Leinster Lightning.
We move on to look at the Knights bowling up top. Darren Pretorius, Foster, really dangerous early on. Ball was nipping around off the seam. And we were looking at an early finish for the Knights. They were looking to wrap it up, but the comeback, as we saw in the partnerships there, the comeback they took after spin, played the spin well. Although Van Verkum took those 2 wickets, very crucial wickets in the middle order. It just ended up bringing Lynch and Delaney to the crease, and they powered home in some big numbers there. Big numbers there for the Knights bowlers. Their batsmen will have to do some work now, as we see the match summary there. 50 overs for the Lightning. They've come back remarkably well in the second half of that innings. Lynch with 107, Delaney 76, and they have moved on to 353 for 9 from their 50 overs, having won the toss and elected to bat. So we'll have the innings break now, and as you mentioned, the good Knights lineup here, so it should be a terrific run chase coming up shortly, and we'd love to have you back in around 40 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. It's the ward at Stormont in Belfast, right in the middle of this penultimate Rario IP50 Cup match between the Northern Knights home side and the Leinster Lightning. We're just about to get underway in the second innings. You weren't with us earlier on. The Lightning racking up 353. On hand, start off for the Lightning. And it's Rossett there and Paul Stirling out in the middle. Once again, Shane, get Kate with me here. Shane, should be a cracking second innings here. Big total, a good batting lineup.
Yeah, thanks, Ali. I think as well as those two guys batted, Dave Delaney and Seamus at the end there, I think the Knights will be a little bit disappointed with how they possibly went away from their plans, possibly went too short too early on in their innings when there was still a little bit of assistance there, sorry. So a little bit disappointed with the ball, but you know, they've got the batting lineup, they've got the fire in their lineup to definitely chase down this total, but it's, you know, it's going to be a mean feast, to say the least. But they've got Paul Stirling here and Rossett there, two powerful hitters of the ball. If they can get them off to absolute fly, if they can be 60 off 10, 70 off 10, you know, that's going to put them in a good position moving forward, and these two batters are more than capable of doing so.
Oh, for sure. Good to see Paul Stirling back. Knights colours. Really, obviously, really busy for him this year and all the international players, but he's back today.
It's been an interesting one. The wickets obviously did a bit early on this morning. Was that with the new ball? It was just because of an early start. We'll soon see it. I might not do as much now as the sun's been on it now for a couple of hours. I might make it a little bit easier for these Knights batters in the power play, and that's exactly what Ross wants, I suppose. Being, you know, with only two men out in the first 10 overs, anything's up. It's definitely got to go over mid-off and the cover fielder. So be interesting to see how conditions play here in these first couple overs. Definitely could be quite hard for these Leinster Lightning bowlers if there isn't much assistance with Knights' powerful batting lineup.
As we saw in that second part, it seemed to flatten out. Even looking at the wicket, does seem to have changed colour a little. Certainly lightened up from this morning. The sun has been, for September, beating down on it, really beating down on it. It's quite warm out there. We've been out during the break, and it's not just sunshine, it is quite warm. And it will have certainly had an effect on that wicket. Flatten it out possibly. It's flicked off the legs there, and we'll see that outfield now. And that's fairly running across it. It may have just touched the rope there. Look.
Yeah, nicely timed there from Ross. Just a little bit too straight there from Fian, unfortunately. Nicely timed. Didn't see too much swing or sideways movement off the wicket in that over, so it could be quite challenging here for these opening bowlers of Lightning.
Yeah, it did seem reasonably straight off there compared to certainly what we witnessed at 10:45 this morning.
Yeah, I think if there isn't that movement there for these opening bowlers, if they can just keep it tight, restrict the boundaries, and then allow Leinster's spinners to come into play in those middle overs. Sorry, I think that's going to be really effective here for Leinster. Keep it tight, be patient.
Yeah.
Not search too much. Not get too floaty. Make it really tough for these.
George Dockrell had mentioned. Sorry, Shane. That George Dockrell had mentioned at the toss about putting up the total. They've certainly done that, and then letting his spinners come into play later on. So, but it's still important that his seamers stand up here, and as you say, try and keep it nice and tight. Don't let the Knights get off to a flyer. Then they can settle in when the spinners are on. Want that run rate.
Good to see Mikey Riley come on here from the City end. Good to see Mikey get a chance today. Unfortunately, Barry McCarthy's not with us, not playing today, but good to see Mikey, young lad, get a chance. You know, works really hard at his game. He's got that angle, that left arm seam. Good to see a left arm opening the bowling, trying to bring it back into the right-hander. Hopefully Mikey can do a good job here for his team and start well. Get a bit of assistance, get a bit of shape. Looked at Ross and Paul Stirling. Attack those stumps.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, as you mentioned, how much swing the left armour gets. Also there having a good look at that first ball, which was quite wide.
I like this from Leinster opening with Mikey. If he's going to bring that ball back in, he's got to cramp Ross for room. Ross loves, freeing those arms, getting loads of width. So if Mikey can keep it nice and tight, off stump, off a middle stump, force Ross to go across the line. Hopefully pick up a wicket or two here in these first couple overs.
Let me see Andrew Balburney taking up the screen there. Slip. There's the drive. Oh, and it just evades. Mid-off. Sam Harbinson, the man at mid-off.
Good shot there from Ross today. Over pitch from Mikey O'Reilly. And a strong shot down the ground. Nearly hit one straight to mid-off there, but luckily just over his head.
Just getting his hands through the ball, just over the top. Couple of feet in it. Goes for 4 though. Also there. Fairly normal start for him. 8 from 8. He's dragged that one on. Outside the off stump. Goes for the pull shot. Bottom edge. Drags it in to the leg stump. He's gone. The first wicket has fallen.
Nice early wicket there for Leinster Lightning. Mikey O'Reilly just dragging his length back a bit from the previous ball, getting hit for 4 down the ground. And unfortunately for Ross, just dragging that one on. Just losing the shape a little bit. See the replay coming up shortly. But nice early breakthrough for Leinster Lightning. They'll be delighted to see the back of Ross there. They know what damage he can do with the bat. These first 10 overs. We just see the replay here. Just dragging his length back a little bit. Fortune just coming across the line and dragging that one on.
Yeah, just lost the shape a bit, as you say. Just under edging that. As we kind of talked about, maybe respecting the delivery. Just tighten the flying. Wasn't that short. Looking back at the replay.
See, James McCullum come to the crease yet. James and Paul know each other really well. They'll be hoping to rebuild and build a good partnership here. If there's any swing or lateral movement, James, the man you want in these conditions. Got a good technique. Likes the red ball. Likes the longer format of the game. So he'll be looking to bat time here and really bat through this innings. Get a good score for his teams here today.
Well, definitely, as we've seen throughout the day, scoring not a problem. Keeping wickets though. Keeping wickets in hand. Run rates have been high all day. Just natural contours of the ground allow for quick scoring. Speed of the outfield. So you would think that the run rate, although it's at 7, obviously it's quite a big ask to start with. Runs usually flow here. They've got to keep wickets in hand. That's a little short. Pulled out, but they have set that man back. That's one of their 2.
I think if Leinster can learn from the Knights, where the Knights went wrong, possibly with the ball, went a little bit, as we spoke about, a little bit too short, too soon. If they can learn from that, hit the right length of this wicket, even though the sun's been on it for a couple of hours now, they make it a little bit harder for these Knights batters to get off to a fly and score freely. As we can see, that run rate there, run rate required is above 7s. They can keep it above 7s and continue to take wickets. Got to be in a good place at the end of the day and hopefully winning this game.
Hand. This second over here. With that single, James McCullum on strike. Nice lines. Nice tight line. Exactly what you're asking for, Shane. Keep those lines nice and tight, no width. Saw a few deliveries early on from the Knights bowlers. Andy Balburney took full toll of. Be looking to stay nice and patient, nice and tight. Let the scoreboard do its work.
Yeah, Leinster had a good length so far. Time for one or just those 2 overs. Looks like they've definitely looked to pitch the ball up. Try hit those stumps. Get the batters driving down the ground early on and hopefully entice a neck here.
It's just slipped into the leg stump area. And the opening batter, as James McCollum usually is, he's 3 today. He's used to opening the batting. I'll take that. Half volley and leg stump.
A great shot there from James. Off his legs. Nice to see. From a Northern Knights perspective, James nice and balanced in that one off his legs. See him just trickle over the boundary there. Really good start to his innings here. He's been nice and tight in defence and put that bad ball away nicely.
That one's got through as well. A little bit of a misfield. That goes for 4 as well.
Just beyond hand overcorrecting there from the last one. Ball before a bit too straight, and that one just too much width, and a bit of a free hit for James McCullum. Slashing that one through the covers. Bit of a bobble there for the fielder.
Yeah, it was maybe a little bit harsh on the fielder. It did. The bounce right in front of him. Difficult. Couldn't get the body behind it though. Boundary. Kept that out well. Here's McCollum. So as we mentioned, runs coming. But we got to stay patient as a lightning attack. They'll want it, as we mentioned, keep that run rate at least 7 to allow the spin options to come in.
Paul Sterling hasn't had much strike here. He's only faced 1 ball. I'm sure he'll be looking to get into his innings, especially in this power play. Make use of this power play, just 2 men out. Yeah, it's always nice to get off to a bit of a fly, and then when the field's spread, you know, you're in possibly 30, 40 not out after the power play, and then just can rotate well and really get into your innings. So I'm sure he'll be hoping to get some strike now this over. As we see him line up against Mikey O'Reilly.
Yeah, we've seen just that with international sort of stuff with likes of Steve Smith, Joe Root. When they come out to bat, they like to go quickly into their work, get off to 20 or 30 off some similar amount of balls, and then maybe just relax into their innings. Just getting off to that good positive start just lets you get into your innings, as I say. Paul Sterling just facing his second ball here in the 4th over. Just runs that down to 3rd man for 1.
Doesn't seem to be too much swing on hand here for Mikey O'Reilly, but if he can just keep that nice and tight, these 2 batters will be hoping he gives them a bit of width to slash one through the covers. He can stay nice and patient, nice and tight, and hopefully cause another loose shot like he did in that previous over unfortunately for Ross Adair.
That's up ish. Beats the man. Cover.
We spoke about Ali, just a bit of width there.
That was it.
It's one of James McCullen's strengths. Back foot punching, cutting, loves a bit of width. Really well put away there from James as he moves on to 13 off 9. So he's got off to a bit of a flyer. That's exactly what you want. You know, starting your innings, getting off to a flyer. If you want to score, that just settles your nerves. A couple of early boundaries, a couple of loose deliveries, put away nicely. That gets you into your innings.
Man is up. The circle there. Nice just to hold it in. Fee on hand. He's up in the circle to allow David Delaney to be out on the square leg boundary. That means that goes for 2. the single. Keeps McCollum on strike. Down to third man, just for one. Goes to Freitas down there.
Yeah, I definitely think cutting down the boundaries, keeping a tie on those power plays is going to be key to Leinster putting the Knights batters under a bit of pressure with their spinners in these middle overs. If Simi can come in, and the Knights are possibly 3 down, needing 8 and over. That's going to play into his hands and let Simi do his skills. He's got bowls a bit of both. He's able to bowl his off spin, but at the same time he can bowl his leggies and his variations in there. So if they can just continue to keep it tight, hopefully these first 10, that's really going to help Leinster get in, put them in a good position moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's the game plan for the Lightning. Obviously trying to take wickets early. They've done job one. Put the runs on the board. And then seamers up top. Keep it as tight as possible if they can pick up a couple at least. And squeeze through the middle. That seems to be the blueprint. Pushed across. Ball stirring there. Misses out. Still 8 from the over. 26 for 1 from 4. Just looking at the sky above Shane. Definitely no change in the conditions today. Not a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, it's a glorious day here in Belfast. Similar to yesterday in Brady. I think it's meant to be like this for the week, so great to see. Great to finish the season on a high, playing in some good weather. This weather, this summer hasn't been on our hands. July was very wet. August showed plenty of rain, so it could be quite frustrating. Sorry, missing games of cricket or having games washed out, especially in the Interpros.
Yeah,
guys training so hard, and for the weather to ruin that can be very frustrating. But great to see the sun out here today on a good wicket. Fast outfield, and a good game of cricket on our hands.
yeah. As I mentioned earlier today, just great to see it being decided. Rario IP50 tournament being decided on the pitch. Certainly today will be fine. We think Thursday will also should be good. Come to the climax of the provincial season here over the next few days. Just looking quickly at that table. The Reds winning yesterday with the bonus point took them to 14 points. The Knights in action today. Obviously they have these 2 games today and Thursday. They're on 13. So obviously one win will make them uncatchable. That's in the offside. It's in the gap.
Textbook Paul Sterling.
Yep.
Great shot there on the up through the covers. It's one of Paul's strengths. Really good work there from him as he gets his first boundary of his innings. Hopefully that gets him going, gets him into his innings. So we just see the replay there. Slightly wide from Fuhan, unfortunately. A really good shot there from Paul. We've seen that plenty of times over the years, Ellie.
For sure. Picks the gap. As you mentioned, once you beat the field here, racing away for 4. That's short this time, just off the hip. And station down there though will just be 1. Just quickly to finish off on that table. The Lightning, this is their last game of the season. As you mentioned a few times, they do need to win. And now with a bonus point also to get them to 14 points, which may or may not get them to the top of the table. And then the Northwest Warriors also on 9. They have a final game this coming Thursday down here at Stormont So still all to play for in the Rario IP50 tournament. The Knights chasing it today. They do have another go on Thursday, as we mentioned, but they'll like to chase this down. Not just for the points, but it'll be a really good chase.
Yeah, exactly. As the Knights move on to 32 for 1. It's quite a solid start from them. Nothing too flamboyant. At the same time, just below that rate. So they'll be happy enough, not to lose too many wickets in these first couple overs, but also know that they're not too far beyond the 8 ball in terms of run rate. As Marky Riley comes in again. Huge appeal there. Did Paul possibly get a bit of bat on that? We'll just check the replay coming up shortly. A really good landing there from Mikey.
That's the one nipping back in you're looking for, as the left armour. You get it coming back enough.
Really good length there from Mikey. That's where you want to be, asking the right questions. Bringing Paul Sterling forward there. Really good work from Mikey as he comes into his 3rd over. Again on the money. Really good stuff from young Mikey O'Reilly here, on the money. Bowling to these two class cricketers. Play for Ireland, Paul Sterling, James McCullum. You can, as a young lad, you can quickly go into your shell and get a little bit nervous, but just going off his body language, he's running hard here today.
Yeah,
he's back to his skills. He knows exactly what he's trying to do. So great to see from Mikey O'Reilly's perspective.
Yeah, we said something similar with Seamus Lynch during the lightning innings. These young cricketers standing up. O'Reilly doing similar here. Sterling comes down the track, trying to put him off that length. That's going to go for 4. Amazing, right? That's gone for 4. He hardly touched that. An added bonus for the Knights. O'Reilly has overstepped.
Just after talking up, we see a free hit and a boundary. Apologies, Mikey O'Reilly. So, kind of jinxed you there, but good work there from Paul Sterling. Another nice punch through the covers. Unfortunately for Mikey, just overstepping then. This brings us up to a free at this next delivery. Be interested to see where he goes here. He might try ball. Maybe a leg stump Yorker or possibly a slow ball. They're very tough now with.
This will be tough indeed.
Just 2 men outside the ring.
That could be a hit as well. He hasn't quite got it.
It's another free hit. It's over the waist there, unfortunately.
You've put the complete mockers on him.
Yeah. Just got to keep quiet for the rest of the innings, Ellie. Unfortunately, another free hit there over the waist.
Yep.
Mikey trying to bowl a Yorker, trying to do the right thing, but unfortunately, just getting that one slightly wrong. He might go short now. Yeah, I think he'd be a little bit worried to bowl another full toss or another free hit. So you might bowl a slow ball across Paul Sterling, possibly. Make him drag it leg side.
He does exactly that. Working the tape. Can't make it. Goes for 4.
Just shows you free hits, changing that momentum. Mikey was doing a great job up to that, possibly that free hit, that boundary. Just the momentum has changed now in these last couple of deliveries. He's under a lot of pressure now, bowling to Paul Sterling.
It all just comes from that overstep. And obviously, us non-bowlers never understand that. You can't understand what's the difference in an inch. But I can do just on a run-up and
yeah, sometimes as a young lad, you're running in hard, you're trying your best, you're possibly running in too quickly, and that's where you can overstride a little bit, just get it slightly wrong. It's good for Mikey, good come back there. He started his over so well there, as we can see. He was on the money, an LBW shout, and then it just takes one ball to change the momentum, but really good comeback there from Mikey. He's been brilliant so far. If he can just keep that foot beyond the line, really stay on middle stump, middle and off, take away any width from any of these batters, he can continue to hopefully create some pressure.
George Dockrell just nipping down, have a word with Mikey. He might have a bit of an issue there at the front foot. Seems to have just picked up a little injury. Physio being called for here. Just a little bit of distress. I'm not quite sure what occurred there.
Yeah, never nice to see a young lad pull up with a niggle, pull up with a potential injury.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
just
get,
keep an eye.
we'll get
Yeah,
confirmation
of what he's done. Yeah, we'll just keep an eye on it.
what that is exactly, but hard luck from Mikey O'Reilly. Never nice to see someone go off the pitch like that.
Yeah, just walking a little bit gingerly. Physio heading over towards him now. So that's a pity, a real pity, because as you'd mentioned, Shane, it started really well. And here we go to that first ball of the over. Ball on to Paul Sterling. Starts at line. Yeah. Just looks back. You can just see keeper Seamus Lynch just taking a little look round the corner there. He didn't move too far, which would indicate it seemed pretty straight. That was a very close call for sure. Just those little things.
Possibly pitching outside edge, or maybe an inside edge. Hard to tell from here, but a really close call there. I've seen those ones definitely given before, but hard to tell from here from our angle. As we see Sam Harbison coming to the attack. He missed that with the bat, but hopefully he can bowl well today and get some wickets for his team. And probably bowling a little bit earlier than he would have liked, but hopefully he can settle into a rhythm. Hit a good length. Continue to hopefully cut down these boundaries in this power play.
Always find this just really strange for two reasons, really, because Sam Harbison's only going to bowl 2 balls here, obviously to finish the over, and then he'll lose an over at the end, so he can't bowl his full quota. It's always a little bit, I want to bowl my 10.
I suppose at the end of the day, it depends how
it goes, I suppose.
Depends how it goes. Some days you could be on a flat one and you're delighted.
Happy enough.
Another day you're in rhythm and you're getting wickets and you're four less deliveries to the ball.
Yep.
So it just depends on the day. I'll take it. Start from Sam there, nice and full. He's got a bit of a whippy action. Looks to hit the deck hard. Doesn't swing it too much, but we'll just look to hit that seam. Hit that pitch as hard as he can.
Yeah, but you mentioned missed out with the bat. He's got that double chance now. Impact the game. Oh, that bites a little bit. You mentioned about the whippy action, just
a bit of tennis ball bounce there, just popped a bit on Paul. Just checked his shot a little bit. Pulled out of it halfway through. That brings down to the 6th. It's Leinster 44 for 1. Off to a bit of a flyer here. And both Sterling and McCullum are move on to 17.
Yeah, just questions now for Lightning skipper George Dockrell. Some of the bowlers had to go off with an injury for now anyway. It's okay at this end. Fee on hand. We'll continue. Nicely played, McCullum. Dockrell got to think about it now, about the next over.
Yeah, possibly maybe bringing Simi on for a couple overs in this first 10. Doesn't seem to be doing too much in the air or off the seam. Just about keeping it tight. Maybe use Simi for 2 overs to keep it tight. Looks a good batting wicket here. You know, it's coming on nicely. Any width seems to be going to the boundary. That's not going to be easy for these Leinster bowlers in the sun here on a flat wicket. But needless to say, they've got 350 on the board, so they've got something to defend.
Well, they do. Well, keep that spirits up. Those runs are on the board. He's gone up for that. He's given it. He's given it after an eternity. Thought about it for a long, long time, and as we saw in the innings. Simi Singh was given, and he wasn't best pleased. Similar scenes there. James McCullum shakes of the head as he goes. Be interesting to see. And that's got through to Lynch. We'll take a look at it now, Shane.
To see the replay coming up. James is shuffled across. I don't think he's hit that one. The appeal for caught behind. I think that's come up. I think it's come off the pad.
I think it
Not
has.
too sure about that decision. James obviously very disappointed. Hard to tell from this angle. But I think he's got outside the line and unfortunately being given out caught behind.
I'm wondering if he'd be looking at IP50 there, because he'd moved so far across. He didn't look as if he'd hit that. But yeah, really strange dismissal there. James McCullum has taken almost as long to get to the off the field as the umpire did to give the decision. Long time. And he's not happy, James McCullum. Distraught. You can see sunk over his bat when the finger went up. And try and get some confirmation of that. But he's been given either way. That brings out Morgan Topping to the middle. Not a decent lead first up.
We've talked a lot about throughout the day. You need a bit of luck, Ali, don't you? Unfortunately for James, no luck was on his side today. Unfortunately, not too happy with that decision. As you see, Morgan Topping, then former Morgan Topping, comes to the crease. He's been brilliant both for Warrington and the Northern Knights today, so he'll be hoping to do more of the same. And he got a big total. He got 150 here in the Challenge Cup final. Unfortunately, against Carrick, your home team, Ali. But you know he's been in great form, and you spoke about earlier with Mark Ellison. He's worked hard during the winter. He's played with a lot of freedom, and it's definitely one for the future.
Oh, definitely. Not only did he score that magnificent 150 in the Senior Cup final, the week after he played in the Irish Senior Cup final against Leinster. And for me, it was an even better innings. He scored 100 that day, and he's going to get off the mark here. So that gets through. His 100 that day was even better. He played beautifully. Almost got his side home for the second week in a row. But yeah, he's been good all season. You have to say he's been a standout player in the league campaign, but also now for the Knights. I remember watching him here scoring 90 against the Reds that day. He struggled early on, but got through that difficult period and then stepped it up as he went along and played beautifully to see the Knights home that day.
Yeah, I'm sure, as you can see, as the performance he's put in this year, he likes batting at Stormont. That 90 early in the season, and then the 150 in the Challenge Cup final. Obviously, he loves batting here, so I think rocking up to a ground, where you've scored runs before, definitely helps your confidence, definitely helps you mentally. So I'm sure he'll be nice and relaxed here. He knows exactly where he's looking to score. He's got good memories on this ground, so he'll be fairly confident going into today's knock, and looks to be shaping up pretty well in these first couple of deliveries.
Yeah, he's going to stick with Sam Harbinson, George Dockrell. Just a reminder, Mikey really having to go off in that previous over. Sam Harbinson going to stay on. It's short. At the top edge. A little bit of luck there for Morgan Topping. He was looking to pull that in front of square. Top edge on it. Still say 4 in the scorebook.
There's that luck, Ellie, we spoke about again. Nice top edge from Morgan. Another day that goes straight to deep square. But luckily, all the edge of the keeper for a couple of bounces on a boundary.
Don't have too many fielders there. If you could perfect that shot, you'd be some player. You could play that all the time.
Looks a good wicket here. Looks nice and flat. The sun's out. Looks like you've got to be nice and accurate as a bowler, really, to hit top of the stumps. As soon as you miss, it's quick outfield, you've got to go for a run. So it's going to be tough for these Leinster Lightning bowlers, but they can learn from where the Knights went wrong. They can hopefully keep this pressure on and continue to take wickets and keep that run rate down best they can.
This time, no top edge. It's absolutely middled. And that has gone many a mile over the boundary. Could be threatening the cars on the road, that one. And immediately, I look to my right. The umpire is out with the box of balls.
Great shot there from Morgan, as we see in the highlights. It's just great to see him. I suppose he's always had that potential, I suppose, and he can also bowl some more spin, but I think his batting has come on leaps and bounds. He's shown so much freedom this year to back his ability, back his strengths. And I think just that consistency of getting picked week in, week out from the Knights.
Yeah.
Batting at 4, being told you're batting at 4 for the season by Jonty, and he's backed that up with really good performances.
Very similar in his club side. So you're our number 4, Morningstown. His club side don't put players in at 4 if they don't think they can handle it. He's settled in there at 4. It means then he can play both roles. And if the openers and number 3 go well, he comes in with an aggressive nature if he needs to settle in. He's done that quite a lot this season. Morningstown have lost a couple of wickets early, similar to the Knights. They've lost a couple of wickets early, but he's been able to play that holding role if he needs to, as you can see from that shot there. And I think the best thing that he does now is, I mentioned it before, he just seems so calm at the crease, balanced, doesn't overhit the ball. You saw in that shot there, but the ball can still disappear well over the boundary. Just he's really taking his game to another level. That could have been
Bit
a
of a
real
seed there
curse
from
there.
Sam Hobson. Snap back a lot. Probably going to be buys. Really good length there, a little bit quicker. Getting hit for 6, you're running in a little bit quicker than the next ball, aren't you? Bit of frustration. Don't know how that's missed everything. We'll see on the replay shortly. Seems to have nipped back and missed everything.
Yeah, I could have done it. Mikey O'Reilly on me there, couldn't he? He said he bowled so well and then he went for a couple of no balls.
So there's another point just with Morgan. He's obviously started off as mainly a bowler, so similar to George, good to see him use that frustration and maybe not things going to plan as a bowler, then using that mentality to work hard in your batting. And he's got his brother Sam playing for Sussex. It's all in the family. Their competitive nature. They've grown up together. Playing side by side. So it's good to see him channel that kind of mentality from maybe things not working out as a spinner, but then putting that into your batting and working hard and then getting good rewards this season. So great to see from Morgan. Hopefully he can continue that today.
He mentioned about the ground. He did play here for a little while for civil service, but headed back to Morningstown and really cemented his place in that side. You can see on the screen there, over 1,000 runs, averaging almost 50. Big hundreds, including that one in the Senior Cup final. As I say, that in the innings in the Irish Cup final, sometimes it's when they score your runs as well, because everybody was watching that game against Leinster across the country and just witnessed how well he played that day. But he's got a job to do here for his team. And David Delaney going to come in now. Going to come charging in from the Dundonald end. I think he's hit that. He's got a little inside edge on that, I think.
Really good start there from Dallas. Just bowling stump to stump. Slide it back in and hit pull on the pads. Really good start there from him.
See it again now. Well, I can see possibly why that was turned down. Yeah, as you mentioned, batting was excellent. He'll come charging in here, David Delaney. A quarter.
Yeah, Dave will be looking to bring that momentum from his batting innings. Be full of confidence after that knock. Great knock from him, and he'll have his tail up here, running in. Bit of pace in the wicket, bit of bounce. He'll be absolutely loving this here today. Not often you get a wicket as good as this. So he'll be loving this. After his good knock today, he'll be hoping to be nice and aggressive.
Yeah, for sure.
Keep running in and hopefully take some wickets for his team.
Talked about the confidence of either taking wickets or batting as you go into the other discipline. It's full. Goes to the offside. Bit of a chase. He probably will bring that in. Should bring it back in, but doesn't. Got there. Couldn't flick it back in.
Great use of the feet there from Paul Sterling. Just getting some momentum into the ball. Just trying to put David off his length. Just creating a bit of room for himself, and great shot there through extra cover wide of mid-off. I'm sure the Lightning fielders, the longer Paul stays at the crease, they'll be really worried about, you know, the damage he can do. He's 21 off 18. The longer he spends at the crease.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, isn't it? Because I sort of watched him for the first 8 overs here. He hasn't really looked fluent. Hasn't faced a lot of the attack, and yet he's got 22. If I asked me and I didn't see the scoreboard, I'd maybe say it'd be on 8 or 9, maybe. He's got 22 already.
Yeah, I just think over the last couple of years, we've seen him get off to a bit of a flyer, but we've also seen him, you know, take his time at the top of the order and get those big knocks of like 120 plus, 150 plus. So, like we said, the Leinster bowlers will be happy the longer he spends at the crease. These two can build a partnership. Morgan batting the way he's been batting all summer, along with Paul Sterling's class and experience. You know, this is a massive partnership moving forward for the Northern Knights in terms of them chasing down this total.
We watched Sterling in his international period over a little while there. I'm not sure exactly of the stats, but he got 6 or 7 50s in a row. Just kind of reined his natural in and just played for a while, and very successful. Shows you can do both aspects. Up and down legs, called through by Morgan Topping.
Dallas seems to just be sliding it back into the pads. Yeah, I think it's a really good line on this wicket in the stumps. You can just angle it back in and looked at the batters on the pads, looked at target those stumps. That's exactly what you need to do on this wicket. You just see the score. So they're 66 for 2 off 9. James McCullum departing, along with Rossiter, unfortunately. We've got Paul Sterling and Morgan Topping here at the crease. Paul on 22 off 20 and Morgan 12 off 2, and Morgan's got off to a bit of a fly.
Just that for you there. I'd have given you that before you saw it. You said his highest score was 64. In this day cricket obviously doesn't play as much of it these days. He'll be looking to better that today.
Short ball there from Sam Hobson. Unfortunately towed by Paul Sterling just in front of square for 1. Didn't get a hold of that one a little bit early on it. Again, we've seen a lot of short deliveries from both teams. Not really getting too much reward from bowling that short ball.
Yeah, not really.
You've got to be looking to hit the stumps, bowling a little bit fuller. Really asking the right questions, especially when that ball's so new.
Much better length there. Definitely, we've seen
tennis ball bounce, definitely from this end, Ellie, throughout the day. We saw Matthew Foster get a bit of tennis ball bounce. Just from this end, potentially. Maybe a few cross-seam deliveries might help that. You know, really extract that. The ball sticking in the wicket and popping a little bit more than the batter would have liked.
Definitely seen the ball up in the chest area. Not causing the issues it may normally do. It's that length or just short. That's a lovely shot. From Topping, just timing again. Pushed into the covers, beats the field, it gets him 2. But yeah, that ball hitting the tough up, but maybe just a little bit shorter of that. It's been the ball that definitely looks to have been the most threatening today. Just about there.
Yeah, it's been a good cricket wicket. If you've hit the right lengths, you know, you've got the rewards, you've asked the right questions, but at the same time, if you got a bit floaty or a little bit short, batters have punished away. We've got plenty of boundaries. The ball's travelled to all parts of the ground today. We're going to see it. Hopefully, a really high scoring game from both teams. Leinster getting 350. And in reply, Northern Knights 70 for 2. nearly the 10th over, so plenty of runs in front of us here today.
Back, I think it was Fernie, even Stevens. Power play. Next a couple of wickets, maybe. Yeah, just those extra couple of wickets. 4 down for the Lightning. There you go. Straight down the track. Just pumps that straight over the bowler's head.
Yeah, great option there from Paul Sterling. Used to feed it once again. Similar to that last over. A really good option here on this wicket. You can see the replay. He knows that Sam's looking to bowl stump to stump. Running down, and a glorious shot down the ground. As he gets into his innings really nice here. Yeah. 27 of 23.
And we just catch up with the batting card. Also there. And a couple of nice boundaries to start with, but then just lost his shape a little bit. Thank you, really. Just an inside edge onto the stumps. And James McCullum, who looked really nice to start with. He was given it a season we might have to look back on. He wasn't happy. Not too sure here. He had to go. A flash from Morgan Topping there.
So we just see the Northern Knights above that required run rate. They're going at 7.28. Really good stuff from them, and only 2 wickets down. If they can, Aussie going to need to do that throughout the innings. The key thing is that, you know, keeping those wickets down, keeping wickets in hand. I think going back in the last 10, they can afford to possibly get 90 to 100 runs of those last 10. So if they can keep 4, 5, 6 wickets for those last 10, it's going to really help them chase down this total of 354. But we've got a great game of cricket here in our hands. The sun is shining.
Yeah, we certainly do. Good to see here. The late summer into autumn now in September. We end this Rio IP50 Cup here. Should be a great game here.
I suppose that's what you want to be, you're only playing these games, sun's out, good cricket wicket. This is what you get in international cricket, so any guys playing here today, you want to make that step up. This is exactly where you need to perform. This is how it's going to be. You're going to be playing on flat wickets in international cricket. Days like this, when the sun's out, you could be going to, the likes of Dubai or Sri Lanka and India, and it's even hotter than this, so it's testing your mentality, testing your fitness levels, and also, testing your technique. And if you can perform in days like this, it's a good standard of cricket, that's going to put your name in the hat, and hopefully going on these tours during the winter and for our selection moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely, and possibly what you're saying there, maybe why you looked at James McCullum was so disappointed about being given out, whether have to yet really establish whether it was a correct decision, but just this was a real opportunity for him to have a good day out in the middle, good conditions. As I say, for those 17 deliveries he hit the ball nice and cleanly in the middle, just getting value.
Yeah, it can be quite frustrating. He's obviously been injured for 5-6 weeks, and just coming back in the last couple of weeks for the Knights, and he would have missed 5 or 6 games. So you want to take as many chances as you can, take your opportunities. And
it's a serious shot.
Disappointed with his decision today, but that's the way cricket goes, I suppose. No luck in his hands, unfortunately. But yeah, he'll obviously be really disappointed, and I can understand that frustration. Being injured before and missing games of cricket. You want to try and cash in, and you want to put in performances for your team. So we see a great shot there from Morgan Topping in a great position. Nice strong shot, didn't look to overhit that. A really good shot there from Morgan as he races to 20.
Yeah, just he has to spend the rest of the day just walking around the ground and watch Morgan Topping hit shots like that, and always would have thought that could have been me out there. Yeah, I just see him off to the right here. Looking at the coaching. He'll want his team to win. Of course he will, and score runs. I'm not sort of suggesting that he won't, but he'll be thinking that could have been me out there winning the game from a team. Not to be for him today, though. Duck will probably just having a little chat. See me there.
Might see a change of field. See Paul use his feet. You might see maybe an arm would go back or an off go back. See third man come up.
Simi Singh looks to have been told to venture back. Andrew Balburney, of course, a reminder that he's out there.
We've got a deep square, a fine leg, a long on, and a deep cover. See third man come up.
A lot of thought going into this. Rightly so, I suppose. Get the people in the right places, all the right plans. Tries to beat that third man. Just for a little dab. Can't do so though.
Yeah, I'd maybe like to see fine leg up instead of third man. Paul Sterling runs that ball down extremely well. We've seen that over the years. He's very good at running that ball down to third man. So maybe keep your long arm back, but bring fine leg up and drop third man.
Could be. Yeah, it could be out of here. That's what it could be. I was just going to say, they've got that fine leg you're talking about is quite wide. And the square boundary, so maybe they were going to bowl a little bit shorter into the wicket and try and entice him into.
Yeah, we've seen another short delivery. But doesn't seem to be learning. Both bowlers from both opposition. That short ball tactic hasn't come off today at all. We've seen no top edges, no dismissals from that length.
And added to that, a Hawes out in the middle, just pre-game, just exactly where Paul Sterling is standing right now. And there's that dab, and it's going to beat the man.
Really well guarded there from Paul Sterling. Bit of a slow delivery from Sam Harbison. Really well guided down to that third man, as we spoke about, who's up in the ring.
Yep.
For a boundary. Really clever batting there from Paul.
Yes, I was just mentioning there when I was out, just pre-game, we just see that shot again, just waiting on it, just guiding it down to third man. Yeah.
So you can just see him open, just play that ball nice and late. That's a great skill, being able to just play the ball late, open up his hands. And again, look and do the same. I think with this field, you can't be missing off stump. You've got to be, into middle and leg with fine leg back. I'd like to see fine leg up, third man back, and just go a little bit fuller.
Yeah, if he would stop hitting fours, I could maybe try and finish this point. Yeah, and when I was out there, it is a short side that, it is quite short compared to the other sort of the offside here as we look at it. It is maybe a good 5 yards shorter, so the ball has been disappearing that side. So ball into the pitch, and he doesn't get it. The power that he's got is likely to go all the way, as it did earlier. So yeah, maybe your option of putting this third man back, put fine leg up, and if you want to go the other side, be my guess. Just get one here.
We might see spin come into play sooner rather than later. Looks a little bit too easy here for these Northern Knights batters. Just doesn't seem to be moving about too much. It's coming onto the bat really nicely, and as we saw earlier, a bit of spin and play for the Northern Knights bowlers. Might see Simi Singh or George Locke will come on these next couple overs, especially now when we have 4 men out. We're outside the power play. We might see a change here from George fairly soon.
Yeah, because the run rate, as you've mentioned all day, hasn't changed. In fact, the Knights actually ticking along at 7.5. And even though they were losing wickets earlier, the Lightning were still going at 6 and over. So the run rate, as we've seen, seems to naturally just take over here. Gotta keep very, very disciplined throughout.
So we see Dave Delaney continue here from the Donald end. Maybe looking to run the ball back in at those stumps. Hopefully a Paul Sterling on the pads. See Knights off the absolute fly here. 89 for 2 of 12 overs. They're well above the rate here. Going at 7.42 to the over. Really bringing down that run rate that's required. Under 7. It's absolutely brilliant stuff from the Northern Knights. Tough work here for Leinster in this heat. They've really got to nail their lengths. Can't afford to have any loose deliveries or dish up any width. They've got to look to hit those stumps as much as they can.
Yeah, comes the lady again. Yeah, just a little bit of an inside edge there. Squirts off into the leg side, single. Just continually just flabbergasted at the weather here. Shane, it's absolutely fantastic out there now. It seems like a real June, July day, you know, in the middle of summer.
Yeah, it's a shame really. Only a couple of games left in the season. With the weather like this, you want to
Kind of want to keep going.
You want to keep going, don't you? Normally you get to the end of the season, you've had enough of cricket, but when the sun's like this, everyone in their shorts and tees, you want the season to go on for as long as possible.
Oh, nicked. Through the area. There's a slip there, but he's at second. Would have been a tough chance. Seamus Lynch tries to go to his right. There's enough wood on it, though. Delaney's pace.
Yeah, we've just seen Andrew Balbirnie go a little bit wider in the last couple of overs, just with that extra tennis ball bounce. He's probably in a second or third slip. That one would have gone straight to first slip, unfortunately. Great effort from Seamus Lynch, and a good length from David Delaney, but between the two, unfortunately.
Nicely tucked into the leg side. These two have really settled in. You can see. Going now through the 50 partnership and on a right leg. Just 36 balls. Evenly spread. Starting 22, dropping 23. I've seen all day the runs come.
Key thing for me, Ali, they haven't taken much risk. You know, Paul's used his feet, but in my opinion, you know, that's a positive option. It's been nothing reckless. They've been able to score 7.5 to the over and not take too many risks. So if they can continue to do this for long periods of the game, keep wickets in the hutch with the likes of Mark Adair and Neil Rock to come in. It's got to put Northern Knights in a really good position moving forward and hopefully chasing down this total.
Yeah, plenty in their lineup. We mentioned Rion Pretorius as well. Plenty there. But yeah, just setting up a platform here, but still scoring at a really decent rate without those risks. Good batting at the moment. Lightning have really just got to stick to their plans and hope that they get the reward. Delaney really was just a little bit unlucky. Bowled a quick ball at Morgan Topping there. Had him in all sorts of bother. Late on the shot. In fact, so late he gets a top edge.
Another top edge from Morgan Topping. Another bit of luck, and that brings the 100 up for the Northern Knights. 100 for 2 in just the 13th over. A little bit uncomfortable in that height just there, unfortunately. As you see the Northern Knights players just grab a drink in this heat. It's extremely hot. Morgan moves on to 28 off 22, and Paul 40 off 32 as the Knights are 100 for 2 off 13. You know, great start, exactly what they were looking for. You know, chasing down a total of 354. You want to get off to a good start, and that's exactly what they've done. You see it just there on the screen. The Knights required 254 of 37 overs. the same stage, stats coming in. Leinster were 72 for 4, so as we can see, the Knights are a good bit ahead. They're only 2 wickets down, so really good stuff from them so far. So we spoke about Ali, Simi Singh into the attack.
Yep.
Good ploy there from George. They're just getting used to the seams there, getting used to the pace. The ball wasn't doing too much. Hopefully Simi with his variations and get a bit of spin on this wicket, this dry storming wicket. Like we saw earlier, you know, Theo, Matthew Humphreys getting a bit of turn, so I'm sure Simi will get the same assistance here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, in that first innings, can go both ways. Real.
Just knowing Simi and playing against him and just knowing his game well. He's worked on his variations over the last couple of years, and you know he really tries to give the ball a good rip. Whilst accuracy is important, but any young spinners out there, he's a good man to talk to. I think Sterlo's might put him under a bit of pressure. He kind of maybe realises, okay, spin's going to be hard to hit. If Simi misses his length like he did there, he's got to put him under pressure. So could be a good tactic here from Paul. Get him out the attack. Get the seamers back on. Really good stuff from Paul Sterling.
Just love it, honestly. Is there right? Spinner's coming on. It's been doing a wee bit, you know, all day is a wee bit of turn. Straight down the ground for 6. Love it.
Yeah, the last thing I suppose the Knights would want is Simi to settle in. That's good from Paul. Really good cricket from Paul. Nice and smart. Don't let the spinner settle. Don't let any new bowlers come on, settle. It's going to make it really hard for them to maybe force them to go a bit defensive and take them away from, you know, those wicket-taking deliveries.
Yep, no messing at all. Deposited straight over. Long on. It's not as if there's not a man back. We mentioned it a few times today. Not worried about it at all. Straight over the top for 6. And Paul Sterling. He's moved on to 46 from 33. Topping also going better than a run of ball, 28 from 22. Third umpire an option, an action rather again. And it's always the way, as soon as we get a new ball, the old one appears. It's the second ball now. First one gone for a maximum.
Just to see Simi Sim go to his leggy straight away after that first ball. That's an off spinner. Set out the ground by Paul Sterling. He's gone straight to his leg spin. Just shows you, put the ball under a bit of pressure, makes him go away from his strength, makes Simi try something different. Just dragging that one down, getting away with it actually, but a little bit of grip there. I think Simi is going to, on this good wicket, he's going to show a lot of variations moving forward. Really not let the batter settle and let them rotate with ease.
Stick a slip in now. Looks of it. George Dockrell himself is going to go in the slip. A little bit more attacking against Topping. And there it is. Oh, just wide of George Dockrell. Did think he was a little bit tight there. From our angle, he sort of seemed...
Tough chance for George, but he'd be disappointed not to take that. So gun fielder. Another leg spinner from Simi, bit of turn, perfect length, enticing the drive. And unfortunately put down there from George. And that could be costly. That's gone very quick to him.
Quick.
Not an easy chance. Let's see, will Simi go back to his leggies or possibly mix it up more? He stays with his leggy. Bit of turn there. Good comeback here from Singh after his first ball going for 6. Really good stuff. Really good comeback from Simi.
Yeah, it's really interesting to watch him go through these deliveries. short that time, and really strange. Boston almost pulled that from wide.
Yeah, some of you enjoy bowling to the best batters, in tough conditions. Always wants to bowl those tough overs. He always stays nice and calm, so I'm sure he'll be enjoying this battle against Paul.
He almost comes out on top. A bit of a swing.
I thought he
was walking off for a second.
Walking off there for a little tickle, but he's just changing his gloves.
It's just so nonchalant that he just put the bat under his arm and said, "Oh, I'm off out of here." He just changed his gloves, but it did look as if he'd said.
Could be wrong, but he is someone that walks, I think. So.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
He generally does. Yeah.
I'd be too surprised, but just changing his gloves there. Thank you for the Northern Knights.
You come back, as you say, sing.
Simi started his over with an offie that went out the ground, and since then he's just bowled his leggy, so looks like he will continue with that moving forward. Seems to be getting good assistance from the Storm at deck. You see David Delaney continue. I think on this heat you've got to go short sharp spells with your seamers, and then keep your spinners going on from one end.
Lovely shot. Topping. Getting that sound off the bat. Nice and steady, and just caressing that through the covers just for one. Playing a miss.
A bit of slash there from Paul Sterling. Cashing on some with they offered up with David Delaney. Playing miss through to the keeper. I think you've got to be tight. You've really got to be hitting those stumps. It's a really good wicket here. It's not easy for the bowlers. Mix it up as much as you can. Make the batter do something different. Build some pressure with some dot balls in these middle overs. That's where you want to be. You want to get hit to mid-wicket, an extra cover. Get those men nice and tight. Squeeze a bit of dots. Hit those stumps as much as you can. Be interesting to see the stats, but the Northern Knights, I feel, didn't really hit the stumps enough. We're a little bit too short. The Leinster bowler's going to learn from that. Really force an error from these Northern Knights batters. They're going to be hopefully, get some inroads here in these middle overs.
Yeah, I think we've seen something similar, possibly not quite as short. And the balls that aren't going to end up hitting the stumps have been reasonably easy to score off so far. That's nice from Delaney. Learned from that wide ball. Got away with it. Too much closer.
It's been a really good standard of cricket, I feel, today. As you spoke about, good facilities, good wicket. That's all we need. That's what Irish cricket needs. The Enterprise playing on good wicket, so it's great to see. Definitely lifts the standard of the game. As a bowler, you can't miss your length. You got to go the distance if you do. And we saw early on, really tested the batter's technique on those first 15, 20 overs, ball nipping about. See Morgan topping. Pull one over mid-wicket.
We've talked about it all day long, Shane.
Another short delivery, gone for 6. Not where you want to be, David Delaney, unfortunately. And well put away from Morgan Topping, as we see on the replay.
There was one in the last over, he did get hurried. Definitely not hurried on that one. Well in front of square. 6 more to the total. Closes it out. 15 gone.
See, the Knights just got to 7.7 to the over. Got that run rate right down to 6.8. I wouldn't say they've got it down right down, but they've got it under 7, which is great to see. They're only 2 wickets down, and that brings a drinks break here. We'll take a short break and be back shortly.
Yeah, we're just back in here as we get back underway. Ward in Stormont, Belfast. Whisper it quietly, it's almost too warm now. She's really beautiful. Simi Singh continuing. Down the Paul Sterling.
Just continuing with his leg breaks, which is good to see. Definitely a bit of grip there, a bit of assistance from him. We see Paul Sterling on 48, just short of his half century. I'm sure the Leinster bowlers would have regrouped their drinks, come up with some plans to hopefully squeeze some pressure, squeeze some dots. You see Andrew Balboni going to first slip here, really good stuff. You see a backward point come across from 45. Really good aggressive cricket here from the Leinster Lightning.
Pushed into the covers. And out there, Calvin Hoy stationed on the boundary. Just one. Yeah, good comeback. Simi Singh deposited. First ball over mid-off for 6. Come back, he's bowled almost exclusively leg breaks since then.
Yeah, as we saw in his previous over, unfortunately put down by George Dockrell off Morgan Topping. Maybe looking to do more of the same. Just really hang it outside or stump, get the batter driving, get the batting hit, looking to hit down to long off. Hopefully enticing a nice nick to either keeper or Andrew Balboni at first slip. play there from Morgan. He's played spin well. He normally looks to use his feet or sweep, so it'll be interesting to see if he brings those cards out or just looks to rotate. See Paul Sterling just one short of his half century. He's batted really well here today. Some strong shots, low risk cricket. And look to use his feet.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that it's low risk he's played so far. The two aggressive options he's taken have been down the ground, straight. And the bowlers have bowled poorly to him, he's put it away, and that's why he's 49 off 43. It's been low risk, and he's been...
Might look to sweep now. Given the turn Simi's getting, might be a little bit harder, from those leg breaks to hit straight down the ground and go over long off. He might look to sweep and then make Simi bowl a little bit short and then sit deep and rotate a little bit easier. So I'll change his plans now. Now that Simi has gone away from his off-break bowling, we see Gavin Hoey come into play with his wrist spin. Another young talent. He's done well in the last couple of years for the Leinster Lightning. He'll be hoping to finish his season well, get some wickets today, and on a wicket that will hopefully give him some assistance.
Well, we've seen it all day, a little bit of turn. So Eamon Verkum got a little bit out of the surface for the Knights, and despite that opening salvo, Simi Singh just going for sort of 3 since that first ball, 6. So he seems to be settling in. It'll be really important that Gavin Hoey backs him up here. They do need to build a little bit of pressure, if not through taking wickets, just by creating a few dots, just bringing that run rate back to parity, because we mentioned that the Knights would be happy just to stick up with it, but they've got it down below 7 in the topping. A little bit short.
First up from Morgan. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Gavin goes. He has obviously a lot of variations as well, but I think on this wicket there's enough there. If he can just hold in on a length, bring slip into play. He does have a flipper and a few arm deliveries, but I think if he can bowl his best ball, his stock delivery as consistently as he can, stay patient. So hopefully got to bring a wicket or two here early in his spell.
I'll tell you what, you've done well to spot slip there. I'm just looking at James Lynch is almost a silhouette right behind him from our angle. It's nicely tucked into the leg side, and it'll bring Paul Sterling through to his half century. Comes from 45 deliveries. And there we see 6 4s, 2 big 6s for Sterling. Just over 100.
Great to see Paul get this half century. But as good as players is, he'll know that is only a start on this wicket. Chasing 354, he'll be hoping to double that and get a big 100 here today. And I know he's capable of. You can see his strike rate there, 111. 6 4s and 2 6s. Really good knock there. Really good knock here from the Irish captain.
You always like to see him when he's really hungry for runs. Wants to stay in there. Say that. He likes to deposit. Oh wait, over the kite corner. He's obviously picked it. There's nobody out there at the moment. Boundary Rider's a lot squarer. There's a little change in the field. Just bringing that Boundary Rider we've just talked about 5 yards to his left. Bit more air from Hoy.
Nicely work there from Paul Sterling, just to bring the close of the 17th over. Northern Knights 120 for 2. Nice half century there from Paul Sterling. Really good work from him as Morgan Topping continues to show his good form, and he's 38 off just 30 deliveries.
Sterling going to his half century there. Morgan topping on 39. These two just building the platform, but as we've sort of said all the way through here, the runs have been coming without major issue. Simi Singh has fought back well in his 2 overs. And again, ball in that leg break almost exclusively now. Certainly to Sterling, who's faced most of the deliveries. Paul Sterling looking toward that leg side boundary. Can't make contact with the first one. Happy enough just to pat the second ball back. So a good contest here, really good contest. Simi Singh was a vastly experienced bowler, and he's realised the first ball was an off break, deposited. He's turned to the leg breaks from there. That's a little bit short though. Sort of picked him up there. He pulls that one down, and that's been hit by Paul Sterling as you would expect. Short ball, all the time in the world. Pulls it for 4. Yeah, just too short there from Simi Singh. All the time in the world. Starting to put that away. That's short again, and exactly the same shot. This time though, he hasn't quite middled it. A little bit more height into that one. But he'll be back for 2. There's 2 deliveries in a row there for Simi Singh. Oh, been so tight. Just dragging a couple of those balls down. Again, 6 coming already from the first 4. This time offside. Really good batting from Sterling. Hoy tries to prevent the 2. Can't do so though. 2 more. 2 more to Sterling. This time cutting backward. There. Oh, that could be out. Oh, it's been dropped. That should have been gone. Right in our line here. And we can see the disappointment all around the field from the Lightning. That really should have been the end of Paul Sterling. We'll see it again here. Really, any level of cricket, it's almost been just lobbed up to mid-wicket. It's gone down though. And Paul Sterling survives. You can see there, he remains. 59 not out. He should have been gone, but he's still there. Morgan topping his partner on 39, both going at over 100. And the score on 130 off 2. Should be reading 130 off 3. So Shane Get, let's take a little break for a few moments. And just as Gavin Hoey comes in the bowl here. Single right along off. We're absolutely delighted to have the Chief Executive of the Northern Cricket Union join us for a little while here. Paddy Grimes, really delighted to have you with us, Paddy. Welcome.
Thank you, Ollie. Good to be here. A gorgeous day at last as we get to September and and Stormont in all its glory. It's a fine cricket ground.
Oh, it certainly is, especially on days like this. Every cricket ground goes up by 10%, 20% when the sun's out, but especially this one. And it's a glorious day here today, and as you well know in your role, you're here quite often. The office is here at Stormont, just as a picture in this sunshine today. Cut out to the boundary again for 1. So yeah, just in your position here, Chief Exec NCU, just give us a little bit of a run through of what a typical day looks like for you.
Well, I suppose the starting point there would be to say that there probably isn't a typical day. Just such a varied role, and especially this summer where we've had two periods of the most horrendous weather, it's been rather challenging in the office to make sure that our domestic sort of program has continued, and that's throwing up unique challenges every day.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure we could all across the country sympathise with that. It's been really challenging, but then a wee bit like when it's difficult out in the wicket when somebody's bowling spin and it's going, or it's sometimes you got to just bed in and just get on with it. And the volunteers you've got and all in the NCU, the employees you've got, all stepped up to the mark and made sure it kept going.
Absolutely. I mean, we are honestly blessed in the NCU with some of the best club volunteers in the game. Those people who were at Warringstown and over the Senior Cup weekends would have witnessed a number.
I just seen a wicket there, actually. Actually thought he had just gone through him as half a celebration, but he's got through the defences of Morgan Topping, and Gavin Hoy has the breakthrough. A little bit of subdued celebration there. Sort of put me off a little bit, but he has taken the wicket of Morgan Topping, and that's the breakthrough. We'll see it again here now. Hoy just started his spell. It's a nice delivery, just floating in and then spinning back. Actually, seeing that again, that's a beauty from Hoy. Just with a drifted it into Morgan Topping. He played the line, and then it took a little bit of spin off the wicket. We've seen it all day. Takes the off stump. Morgan Topping's gone for a well-made 41 from just 33 deliveries. But the breakthrough that the Lightning needed. That'll bring out Neil Rock, Northern Knights wicket-keeper, to the crease. He's been in sensational form this season. Earned him a recall to the Ireland setup. He's the top run scorer in this Radio IP50 tournament. And let's just say, two quick scorers at the crease at the minute, Paddy. These two, they're pretty belligerent.
Yeah, without a doubt, Neil Rock, his form this year has been brilliant, and I know, speaking to Jonty, he rightfully got back in the national setup.
Simi Singh, and again, ball to Sterling.
And I suppose Sterlo, he continues to be the kind of the benchmark that all our players want to receive, or want to achieve. His standing in the game is brilliant, and he seems to, nothing seems to faze him.
Shane Getgate had sort of indicated that possibly the sweep might be the go-to shot now for Sterling, with Simi Singh bowling those leg breaks, and indeed he's gone to the sweep there. It gets well outside off and just overly hit it, just paddles it round the corner, picks up a boundary. So yeah, sort of the old and new at the minute out there. Paul Sterling's been mainstay of Irish cricket for more years than I can remember. We kind of forget how many years he's been involved. Neil Rock coming through here, so a very important partnership here for the Knights. Yeah, we're kind of rudely interrupted there by that wicket. Paddy, you were telling me about about all the volunteers in the NCU.
Yes, like anybody who was at Warringstown in the Senior Cup, and I've seen the volume of volunteers which the club had to ensure the games went ahead, National Cup and the Senior Cup, and I mean that's been replicated up and down the NCU this year, and indeed throughout Ireland this year. And it's brilliant. Our game, I suppose, locally is based upon the clubs, and it's very, very important that we have that network of volunteers, they ensure a game happens, and we're indebted to them.
Absolutely. Obviously a vital part of the game, the people who love the game, and it's always great to see people staying, even after their playing careers, staying in the game, whether it be administration or helping out at the ground or their local clubs or whatever. It's always good to see. You see Neil Rock just taking guard here. Interesting to see if Simi Singh stays with the leg breaks. Looks like it. That's a little short though, and we'll get Rock off the mark. In terms of the club aspect of the NCU, obviously seen the strength of the Premier League now, with teams going deep into the All Ireland and all sorts of CIYMS winning the T20 tournament, Warringstown reaching the final. So at the top level, it's still very strong. But underneath Premier League, what sort of way are you feeling about the union?
Well, I suppose we've seen locally quite a growth in the game in terms of participation numbers over the last 18 months in particular. I mean, we leading into next year, we've had sort of applications of interest from 4 additional clubs, and just to see that growth is absolutely brilliant. But I suppose our main focus as well is to ensure that the clubs we already have continue to thrive. Our junior leagues, which would be clubs sort of second 11s and down, we've seen 18 new teams in our junior league structure over the last year, which would sort of lead you to think it's in rude health. And in the women's side of the game, 4 or 5 years ago we had 5 teams. We're now up to pushing 20 teams, which is a great growth as well. So
huge appeal, and has gone, and Gavin Hoy is doing the business here for the Leinster Lightning. Neil Rock on the sweep. A little paddle he was attempting there. Didn't get any bat on it. Very vociferous appeal from Hoy and Lynch behind the sticks. Aidan Seaver has gone on the affirmative in terms of the Lightning. That's a big wicket. Really big wicket. As we mentioned, Neil Rock has been prolific this season. We'll have a look at it again. Hoy, good flight on the ball. Looks quite straight to start with, and yeah, he hasn't got any wood on that, which it doesn't look as if he has. Look pretty straight for me. Neil Rock goes just for 1. And Lightning just chipping away. With a strong battle lineup. Our quality player comes in, Ryan Pretorius. Used to be batting in the top 3 here for this Knights team. Dropped down to 6. Still a quality player. And they keep coming for the Knights. The Lightning just chipping away here.
I maybe should stop speaking, Ali. The last couple of times we spoke, our team's lost crucial wickets. And yeah.
Maybe we should cut short. Shane. Gavin Hoy's taking a couple of wickets there. And pressure back on the Knights now. But you were mentioning there about the women's team. We were here on Sunday, rather. Watched the Dragons perform really, really well and sort of keep themselves in with a chance of winning the Super Series. And the Dragons are all but in name quite a lot of the NCU and Northwest, the northern sort of girls and women's cricketers involved in that. So it's good to see that as well, that there's a development, that the players in the northern sort of unions are getting involved in the women's cricket at the higher levels.
Without a doubt. I mean, Sunday probably was the first time that we've seen the group of northern girls actually being the significant contributors to a victory. I mean, we've obviously locally here had Amy and Cara leading the way for quite a while, and Sunday Amy scored runs and Cara obviously took 7 for us, so that's been absolutely brilliant. And I mean, across the north, we've obviously got Alana and Molly up from the northwest who contributed a lot on Sunday as well. So the game here, I mean, there's no doubt we are a bit behind Leinster on the women's side, but we've definitely made giant strides in the last sort of 18 months in particular. It's just a matter over the next while of trying to build that strength and depth. And I mean, definitely when we've got akin to the role which Sterlo's done on the men's side, we've now got role models that girls can aspire to be. There's no doubt that the professionalism of the women's game and offering an employment opportunity has definitely lit the torch under a couple of our younger players, indeed. So hopefully it just goes from strength to strength over the next few seasons as well.
very much so. And can only help with the club game and having that, really involved coach, James Cameron Dow, you've brought in to really look after women's cricket, but lots of coaches that you've now got involved. Obviously, Simon Johnson's been involved with the Knights for quite some time now. But we talked with Callum Atkinson, Pathways manager at the NCU, about the progress of the Knights, for example. It hasn't just been a 6-month or 12-month thing. This has been 3, maybe 4 years in the planning to blood young players, maybe take a little bit of a hit early, lose a few games possibly, but develop performance. And certainly this year the T20 trophy's in the bag, and although this game's in the balance, still got a chance of winning the Rario IP50 tournament.
Absolutely, and you hear in other sportsmen talking about that winning mentality, and a lot of these guys are young, and if they get into the way of...
Huge appeal this time from Simi Singh. I think Ryan Pretorius was outside the line there by the look of it. Took a good stride. Simi Singh disagrees, as he has done all day. Look at him. But did look to be outside the off stump there. Get a look at it now. Ryan just moved the front leg after he was hit. Let's see now. Yeah, he looks to be outside the line there. We can see the off stump.
Yeah, well, as I was alluding to, I mean, you touch upon a very good point about this hasn't just been the performance of the Knights this year, just hasn't been, something that's developed over the last year. This has been something that's been put in place many years previous. And over the last sort of few weeks, I've been talking to Ian Johnson and Brian Walsh. Those two in particular, along with Alan Waite, had the vision a number of years ago to start to put in place, along with Jonty, a system which we hoped would bear fruit. And I mean, we're now at the stage. Morgan Topping's probably the prime example of that system. He was somebody that 8 years ago Jonty seen something in, and he worked with him, and now he's blossomed into a fine cricketer.
Absolutely.
Both at the club and provincial level, and I've no doubt in the months to come in the international stage as well. And the system we have at the moment is it's sort of the product of a lot of hard work by a lot of people.
Paul Sterling goes on the sweep, and that's been caught. It looked as if he'd hit the boundary, but he's been caught on the boundary. That shorter area, a lot of balls have disappeared over that fence, but that has just held up in the wind a little bit, possibly pulling it from just outside off. It has been caught a yard inside, and Sterling has gone. The Knights' hope's gone with him. We can see it again here. It's just into the shadows there. Just pick out the fielder. That's a really good catch down there. Just judged it really well. A yard inside the boundary. And Paul Sterling goes for 66. Simi Singh gets his revenge. He has bowled well, you have to say. He's bowled well at Sterling since that first ball. Tempted him outside, that off stump ball. Predominantly leg breaks to him and has made him pull that from outside the off stump. He hasn't quite got enough on it. That's 5 down for Paul Sterling. Sam Harbinson we see out there has made the catch. 3rd wicket for you, Paddy.
Yeah, sorry, Sterling.
Yeah, brings Market there out to the crease. Captain, of course, of the Northern Knights today. He talked about how important he is with the ball, both internationally and with his province here. He's been scoring quite a lot of runs this season. We've seen in the first innings similar sort of scoreline. On that occasion, and that could be a wicket, and it is. No, it's not. Well, that's incredible. honestly sure what has happened there. Market there has stood his ground. If that has gone straight to first slip, it's an enormous amount of spin. It's going to be, I would say, caught. It's not caught, obviously. The umpire says he hasn't hit it. Let's see this spin. And indeed it has. It's a huge amount of spin. Spun straight into the hands of Andrew Balbirnie at first slip. And just the assumption that that must be a catch, because it's gone so far. So apologies to Market there. He hasn't got anywhere near that, by the look of it. We can see again here. It's literally spun and turned and gone straight into the hands of first slip. Who fools me even further by throwing it up in the air as if he's just taken a regulation catch. Well, that was quite extraordinary. Just shows you how much turn there is in the wicket. And the Knights survived. Right there, first ball. And the spin, as we talked about all day, is proven quite difficult to play now later in the day. And we talked about the Lightning trying to get the Knights a few wickets down before the spin came on. That was the case. Initially Gavin Hoy, now Simi Singh, just picking through the Knights batters at the minute. They really just got to battle down and get through this period, similar to what the Lightning did before Seamus Lynch came in. So difficult period here, Paddy, for the Knights.
Yeah, we could definitely do with the captain's innings from Mark here. He's obviously fresh off 100 at the weekend for his club, and so against Lisburn in the Robinson Services Senior League. So looks as if there's a fair bit of responsibility now on these two guys to try and get us, near the total, certainly.
Yep, and you were talking about the sort of setup of the Knights squad, but and this time that is an exact replica of what we saw in the last over. On this occasion, it has taken the edge straight to Andrew Balbirnie. He's positioned at slip still. And another wicket has fallen here. The Knights just getting picked through here by the Leinster Lightning spinners. Gavin Hoy has done a fair bit of damage here for the Lightning. We'll just see this latest wicket. Lovely bowling. Clean edge on that one. Again, he's just getting that little bit of drift in, and then the purchase off the surface. Last time he hit the off stump of Morgan Topping. This time he takes the edge of Ruan Pretorius rather, and straight down to Balbirnie as it slipped. Pretorius is gone for 3, and really the Knights in a little bit of a pickle here now. Theo Van Verkum has come out. You'd have to say it's coming out to face the music now.
Yeah, Theo's been a great addition to our squad this year. Certainly with the ball, he's performed great. Obviously broke his way into the national setup, so a different kind of performance needed from him here this afternoon.
Yep. Coming in at number 8 here. His team in for a amount of bother. Not easy here. Oh, that could be bother. That could be problems. Not given. Again, we've got 5 or 6 Leinster Lightning fielders all around Theo Van Verkum. They were convinced that this was a first bowler. Did not get high, and I'm struggling. Haven't seen that again. I'm kind of struggling to see how that wasn't given. Right back in his stumps. This is really good from Hoy, you have to say. Conditions are helping him. His leg spin, he's getting that in drift. That last ball there was his flipper, one of his 57 varieties. His flipper there. And it looked pretty adjacent to me. That's a really good over. Really good over from Hoy. Yep. Good stuff from Gavin Hoy, really. Him and Singh have reduced that Knights card there. Shane Rossett there and James McCullum going reasonably early, but then the big partnership, the steadying partnership between Sterling and Topping. But Hoy has come on. He first of all got Topping, then Rock LBW. He's just picked up Rion Pretorius, and in between, Simi Singh picking up the big wicket of Sterling for 66. Top scoring so far for the Knights. They're going to need a big recovery here, something akin to what the Lightning did. It does seem to be quite tough out there at the minute. There's the sweep out from Market there. Right to long leg. Yeah, so plenty happening out there at the minute, Paddy. And you'd mentioned the Knights. The Knights, obviously the major senior setup. That's the most important in the union, as you would say. They're the interprovincial representatives. But underneath that, there's plenty going on. You've got the emerging Knights now getting plenty of cricket. It's replicating what we see at this standard, trying to show them what it's going to be about. Then you've got all your interprovincials teams playing at youth level, all the way down to, you'll probably correct me, is it down to 13 or 11? 11. Right down to 11. So, I mean, that's a great thing to represent your province right down to 11 years of age.
Yeah, undoubtedly. I mean, the strength which we have the whole way through our pathway at the moment, you know, as Callum probably alluded to, is fantastic. And you know, at some of the underage levels, you know, we've been fielding not only one but sometimes 2 and 3 teams at every level to try and broaden that base and to keep the interest in cricket. You know, I suppose with the ultimate aim of generating a lot more people who can filter into the clubs, and then try to generate those 1 or 2 gems that'll come out at the end of the production line, if you like. And I mean, certainly at the moment, if you go down even to national level at 19s and 17s, I mean, the number of NCU players that are coming through, boys and girls, is increased massively over the last few years. And I mean, that again goes back to the work we talked around, you know, guys like Graham Walsh and Alan Waite and their vision of what we could achieve. I suppose the standard's pretty high at the moment. It's work over the next sort of few years to try and build upon that and to keep it going in some instances, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've mentioned about the Knights and but it does work hand in hand with clubs. It's getting the buy-in from the clubs as well, and that's been also very good recently as far as I'm concerned, in terms of, you know, there's been a lot of talk about, does the club game suffer because players are picked for Knights and things like that. But certainly over the past few years, I think that's certainly improved the relationship between the Knights and the clubs.
Yeah, there's no doubt on the whole our clubs have been very supportive of what we're trying to do at all levels, not just the Knights level, the whole way through our talent pathway. And I think some of them have seen the benefit of, you know, the sort of increased time that we're spending, you know, coaching their kids and so on and so forth. And I mean, it's by no means perfect at the moment, but definitely it's progressing in the right direction. And hopefully we'll see over the next few years, you know, an increase in the sort of professionalism of that as we sort of move towards a more professional setup and potentially away from the dependence on so many volunteers.
Well, but it's a two-way partnership, because as you mentioned there, you know, you're getting the benefit of the clubs releasing players, but then the clubs are then getting the benefit of these players improving and then going back to their clubs and instilling those practices into the clubs, seeing the high level, taking it back to the club, and then getting that same sort of pathway getting into clubs that you're going to replicate into provincial cricket.
Definitely. And you know, as I said, the clubs have been, you know, very, very supportive of everything I've done, certainly in my couple of years in the role. And you know, we try to do as much as we can for them as well. And you know, in terms of increasing the level of their players within their setups, that's definitely one of the key things that we're trying to do.
Oh, he's done it again. This is an exceptional spell from the leg spinner. He's just bowling stump to stump with a little bit of help from the surface. Theo van Verkum back on the stumps there. Trying to play a little semi-dab shot. All he can do is nick that through. Seamus Lynch, who, following up from his 100, is having a real tidy day behind the stumps. There you can see that little drift again, and then spin. And that's a good take from Lynch, just going with the ball. It's a healthy nick. Good cricket all round there from the Lightning. It's definitely offering a little bit of assistance for the leg spinner here, and he's making the absolute most of it. And Vercombe goes for 1, and the Knights fall to 147 for 7. And certainly in a bit of trouble now, chasing a very big total, 354. Tom Mays strides out to the middle with his captain now, and really damage limitation now for the Northern Knights, it looks like. George Dockrell hasn't even had to bother at the moment. So good stuff from Hoy and the Lightning. They've sort of followed the plan that George Dockrell set out at the toss. Step 1 was put a total on the board. Step 2 was take early wickets. Set up the spinners. Step 3 was for the spinners to do their job. And at the moment, that's exactly what they've done. Gone through those 1, 2, 3 steps. At 147 for 7. The Knights really in bother. Floated up. May as well say, thank you very much for that. Really didn't want anything pitch in there, so he'd just be happy with a full toss that he can swing his arms through and deposit for 4. So a very rare loose ball from Hoy. Dispatch brings up the 150. The Knights, we don't need a few more of those. Not going to get anywhere near this target.
Captain Hoy really has changed this game. Took him 28 balls to bowl a loose one.
Yeah, and it's been a real exceptional spell from Hoy. It was just that ball that he overpitched to Mays. Singh and especially Hoy have strangled the Knights here. Even the run rate dropping fairly quickly as those wickets fall. He'll just finish off his 5th over with excellent figures of 4 for 17. Just then, back to Barry Grimes, Chief Exec of the Northern Cricket Union. Talked a lot about sort of what's on the pitch and what's happening with the clubs and the Knights and the sort of thing, but it's always very, very difficult for our sport of cricket. We're obviously competing with other things, and the summer comes along, people want to do other things, but what sort of plans are there? Try and get more sort of audience participation in the game. I'm sure the social media has a lot to do with it, and trying to get people involved in cricket and coming to watch both the Knights and even a little bit of club cricket, get involved in the game.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that the marketing of the game is a vital component at the moment, and how we can actually drive interest in our game, particularly at the Knights level. There'll be some discussions over the next few months at sort of national level around how we can evolve this competition and perhaps generate that. The difficulty at the moment, I suppose, is the calendar's so busy, and you know, international cricketers and club cricketers, and you know, there's so much on, and how we can generate an interest, you know, I suppose locally for whatever competition that'll be. And that's a challenge. That's probably the biggest challenge we have, you know, trying to get people to these games. Like, there's a splattering of crowd in here today, but I suppose a good day has brought some, but there's no doubt playing games, I guess, during the working week is challenging. And you know, if we could dovetail this at some stage of the weekend with our crowds increase, hopefully. I mean, the advantage I suppose we have here locally is, you know, we are fortunate to have a home here at Nix, and they've got exciting plans to develop a stadium here, and certainly their plans for the major redevelopment of this whole complex, and cricket's very much at the heart of that. And Jerry and Kieran at Nixa have been very, very good about working with Cricket Ireland and us locally here to try and ensure that the needs of cricket are paramount in what they're trying to do, which is brilliant. And we're probably a few years away from seeing the true fruits of that, and hopefully the funding will come through shortly, and we can get to the next stage of it, and we can see big crowds here. I mean, this year, locally the Challenge Cup, we probably had the biggest crowd we've had in a number of years. Your beloved Carrick just couldn't quite get over the line, but the crowd there and what we tried to do definitely was a step in the right direction. And all I've tried to say to the staff and the board, who've been very supportive to me, is that as long as we're improving year on year and trying to drive it in the right direction, we can't really ask for anything more. And that's still the plan. The plan is still small steps until we've got that facility here that we can start to push it a bit more.
Absolutely. And obviously getting the games on TV, etc. like that, they're available for people to watch as well, is going to help too.
Yeah, like definitely it was, I'm conscious that people are all very, very busy now, and viewing figures aren't just who's in the ground, it's what we can bring to a wider audience. And obviously having these kind of matches streamed is a vital part of that, enabling us locally to grow the commerciality of the game and to get it to a wider audience, and hopefully as well for some of the players on view here today, it gets them a platform that can show off their skills, and perhaps with the lucrative money there is in the game and opportunities around the world, hopefully it gets them a little bit of notice, and we can then use them as we have Sterlo over many years in the NCU to promote our local game.
Absolutely. And the unfortunate thing, Paddy, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on here and just talking about the game in the Northern Cricket Union, not just the actual game itself, but what goes on behind the scenes and all the things that need to be in place to let the game grow. It's been really fascinating to hear, and really pleasing to hear all the plans that we've got going forward. So the unfortunate thing is you've managed to really nail the nurse to the cross here, unfortunately.
Gavin Hoyle definitely is sorry to see me go.
Wickets have been tumbling as you've been on commentary here, and just unfortunate nights seem to be going down. But even if they do fall to defeat today, as we've mentioned a few times, they do have that extra little bite at it on Thursday, and I'm sure you'll be here on Thursday to watch that as well as they take on the Northwest Warriors. But once again, it's just been really good to hear plans you've got for the Northern Cricket Union and Cricket Ireland as a whole, and obviously the union itself is first and foremost for yourself, and dealing with the clubs and promoting the club game, which then follows on into the provincial setup. So just like to thank you again for coming down today on what's been a glorious day here at Stormont. Don't think we're really going to get many better days than this, and that could be out. It's burst through his hands. And just the one thing we haven't talked about, if you got weather like this from May through to September, how much easier would your job be?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
But a good place to leave it. Listen, Alan, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in today. Paddy Grimesy, Chief Executive of the Northern Cricket Union, thank you so much for taking the time today just to go through some of those things with us, and really good insight into, as I say, not just the on-field exploits in the Northern Cricket Union, which have been sort of shown by the Knights so far this season, but also what goes on behind the scenes in developing younger players to come through, and also all those volunteers and club men that keep the game going in the Northern Cricket Union. So, welcome back, Shane Getkin, to the comm box here, and it's a different comm box you come back to in the scoreline here, Shane, than when you left.
Yeah, thanks, Ali. Yeah, a lot's been happening. Gav's sit onto a lovely spell of bowling here, 4 for 21. He's just looked to keep it simple, bowl his best ball. I look to bowl too many variations, sorry, and he's reaped the rewards. You know, a few nick-offs, the first slip, getting the big wicket of Neil Rock as well. You know, he's bowled really well today, so great to see another young cricketer putting in a match-winning performance.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the drift that he's got, sort of drifting into the right-hander and then spinning away then. So just a couple of those wickets, particularly Morgan Toppings, where it actually sort of started off on an off-stump line, drifted in the middle and then pitched and turned and hit off-stump. Almost a perfect sort of leg spinner's delivery. And he's 4 wickets from his 6 overs. And has ripped the heart out of the middle order of the Knights.
Yeah, exactly. I think that wicket of Morgan Topping, the big wicket of Morgan Topping, that's definitely got his tail up, confidence up. To get a big wicket like that, it's obviously helped his confidence a lot, and great to see him bowl so well today. The sun's out on a good wicket here at Stormont. High scoring game, but unfortunately for the Knights, they've just lost. They're 7 down now, and it's looking like an uphill battle in terms of trying to chase this total down. But they've got Marco there, Tom Mays, who's had a few lusty blows. So, Leinster seems to be the right decision to have batted first from this wicket. George said, the spinners were coming to play, and that's exactly what's happened.
Well, I mentioned earlier on about that sort of 3-step plan they had. It's come to pretty much perfect so far. David Delaney's been given the job. The far end have decided to change up the spin, and Delaney will change ends to the city end. Give him a run out.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing George hasn't given himself a ball. Sometimes as captain you hold yourself back, but I think these conditions he could be really effective. Maybe they're just bringing David to come on, rush these batters a bit, bowl dodge, short delivery, and then maybe George will follow him afterwards. But I think Simi Sim's done a good job from that end as well, in tandem with Gavin Hoey. They've really used the conditions well and just look to keep things simple and really get that batter driving on the front foot as much as possible.
Yeah, I think maybe give Delaney a 2-over blast here just to come in and try and just change up the sort of what's coming down, spin coming down, just change it to a bit of pace for a couple of overs, and then as you say, maybe George Dockrell will come down at that end. But we look back to Simi Singh, just that change from ball 1, Paul Stirling facing the off spinner, hit it for 6, and then he just changed completely into the leg spin mode, and eventually got his reward, bowling the leg spin outside the off stump, making Paul Stirling go on the sweep. And that's an absolute beauty from David Delaney.
That's exactly what we were talking about. David brought back on, tried to get a wicket, and he's done exactly that. Great move from George Dockrell, bringing him back on one of his quicks. Good ball there from Mark Cadet, just tailing back in, and unfortunately for Mark, that one clipping the top of middle and off. Really good delivery there from David Delaney.
Yeah, good pace, and you can see the skipper straight across to him after that wicket. Almost saying, I told you so. Come on, give me 2 quick overs here. Definitely think, whether it be, that's a good nut, whether it be the seamers or the spin, they have bowled that yard filler. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've learned a lot. Yeah, exactly, from the Northern Knights bowlers. They've really read the conditions well. Starting from the toss this morning, George has read this wicket well. Knew that it was going to turn. Whilst they struggled early on, 40-50 for 4, they rebuilt it nicely with Christopher Edison's George Dockrell. And then Seamus Lynch was absolutely superb with his 100, along with David Delaney. And then with the ball here, they've definitely seen there hasn't been as much in it for the seamers, I suppose, but the spinners have kept it simple. They've looked to get the batter driving as much as possible and really reap the rewards like we've seen throughout this innings.
Yeah, Matthew Humphreys coming in at number 10 on his back. Maybe up against Delaney already. And he witnessed the Reds in their final game yesterday, put in a pretty decent performance. Something similar today from the Lightning. It's their last game.
Yeah, it's always nice to finish the season well, I suppose. People remember, it's the last couple of games you play in the season. The start of the season, April, May, seems a long time ago, so you remember from putting in performances like some of the guys have done today. Seamus Lynch, he will be remembered going into the winter in terms of tours coming up, you know, for Ireland Day, and that'll put him in a good stake, you know, come the start of next season, definitely.
Yeah, they always talk about you're only as good as your last knock. Well, you can dine out a wee bit on this one over the winter. The last time I had a bat in my hand, blitzing it all round Stormont, as we've mentioned, doing it in big games, in the provincials, big cup finals. Just that extra little bit of notice.
Bit of a chat yet.
Yep.
Just to see there might be a change of tactics possibly. Might look to go upstairs here against Matthew Humphreys. Test him out on the short ball. Really use David Delaney's pace.
Indeed. Quicker.
Really good over there from Dave Delaney. Just one off it. And the wicket of Market Air. Really good set. Really good set. We just see the batting card pop up now in a second. We saw Paul Sterling. That's superbly up top with his 66. But unfortunately holding out of Simi Singh to Sam Hobson on the boundary. Going for a slug sweep. James McCullum a little bit unlucky with his decision. Morgan Topping got a start. Got a nice 41 and got a good delivery there from Gavin Hoey, and then throughout the middle and low order, the spin has been really effective, and it's been really tough for these Northern Knights batters.
No surprise. Dockrell going to allow Gavin Hoey to continue. A little bit short on that occasion. Just be one though. Just no answer to Hoyt, really. Where to score off him. He hasn't given too many freebies here, as we mentioned. Nothing too short.
Yeah, he's settling really nicely. It's obviously nice to get a wicket early in your spell. Just calms the nerves a bit. Just look to keep it really simple. Bowl his best ball as much as he can. He'll be hoping to get his 5 wickets here today. Really clean up these last 2 batters.
Yeah. Just the confidence he just seemed to gain from that wicket of Topping. He's bowled at a good pace. Yep, there's assistance in the wicket, but how many times have we seen, we mentioned it earlier, maybe striving too hard, trying to bowl the magic ball. He's just, as you mentioned there, he's just bowling his stock ball. And the rest take care of it. Stepped across there. Super bit of fielding, Delaney.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with his patience and his accuracy. I think on a spinning wicket like this, sometimes, you know, there's a bit of pressure on the spinners to really clean up and get wickets. Almost like it was this morning when the ball was moving around for the seamers, but he looks to just keep it nice and simple, stay patient, not try too much, and he's been really rewarded today. So great to see from Gav.
It's in the air down in front of us, just gonna fall short. Some fielder on, just didn't carry to him. Long on rather. And yet another wicket goes to slip, and Hoey has his 5. 5 for 26 for Gavin Hoey. And he has bowled exceptionally well there.
Really well deserved by Gavin Hoey. Matthew Humphreys looking to sweep, just getting too far across that one. And Gavin Hoey picked up his 5th. Really good stuff. Northern Knights are struggling now on 172 for 9. Just see the replay. Matthew just stepped across a little bit too much and unfortunately missed that one.
Yep, he just edged that one into the Balbirnie. He's been busy in there. Kept him in the whole game. No surprise with the purchase on offer. 5-wicket haul for Gavin Hoy. We saw Liam McCarthy take 5 for the Munster Reds yesterday. Season's best performance. 5 for 16, I think it was yesterday. But Gavin Hoy, in a way, he'll be hoping that perhaps Delaney doesn't take the final wicket and he might get a chance for a 6 for. He's sticking his hand up for player of the match. Might be a bit difficult to rescue that off Seamus Lynch, but a 6 for could put his name in the hat. That's good bowling from Delaney now. They've just changed it again. Just aiming right at the stumps now. And as we mentioned at the very outset of the game today, we needed a big performance from the Lightning to keep them in with the hunt. They've taken this trophy, they needed to win, but they also needed a bonus point. Right now, it looks like that's what they're taking away.
Good to see David Delaney still running here. Really testament to his fitness levels in this heat. He's probably batted for the guts of an hour and a half earlier today. Running ragged, running hard between the wickets, and then good to see him still running hard yet. In his 7th over, 1 for 30. So really good stuff from David Delaney. Works hard on his fitness, works hard in the gym. He's reaping the rewards here today, so great to see. Maybe hoping to get this last batter out and really close out this game for the Leinster Lightning.
The change up. Good stuff here from Delaney. And indeed, pretty much all of the Lightning bowlers. It's been the spin though. It's done the real damage. 6 wickets total for the 2 spinners. They really turned this game on its head in a similar way. He goes big. And a couple of spectators down on the far side just step out of the way of that.
Nice bomb there from Tom Hayes. He's got nothing to lose. Yeah, you might as well play a few shots, play with a bit of freedom, have some fun out there. Great swing of the bat there. Really good shot there from Tom Hayes. Giving the bowlers some treatment after a tough day for the Northern Knights bowlers. Good to see him get some runs here for his team.
Yep, even a license here. Tom Hayes.
I'll see a short one here, Ali, possibly. I'll test him out with another short one.
That's a fair wager, Shane. Well, maybe you should have listened to us. That's a cracking shot. A real cracking shot, over pitched. Just going through the line. And it clean over the infield.
Glorious shot we just see on the replay. Over pitch from Delaney again, bit of width. Nice shot over extra cover. Really good shot there from Tom Hayes. Good strong base. Didn't try to overhit it. Nice strong top hand. Really good position there from Tom Hayes. He moves on to 28 of just 18 deliveries. Hopefully he can continue with this freedom and get himself.
There is that short ball. 1 ball too late, possibly. Nice finish for Tom Hayes off that cover drive for the cameras as well. Just held his pose a little bit, just in case anybody wanted to take a snap.
Hold the pose exactly. A few snaps for Instagram later, hopefully. Get a few more followers. I'm sure we'll be looking to get as much strike as possible now.
Yep.
Batting on Matty Humphries. As Gavin Hoey continues.
Yep, Gavin Hoey will be in search of that 6 for. Try and take the top honours in the Rario IP50 tournament. Seen that quite a lot. That shot, Balbirnie in business.
Definitely think the sweep's a good option here with the amount of turn we've seen, but possibly just maybe shuffle outside off some, get a little bit closer to it. Because it is kind of outside his arc, outside the swing. Just maybe get a little bit closer to it, get outside off.
And he's gone. He's gone. He's taking this. He's taking the catch. Tom Mays is standing there. But Balbirnie, whether he's burgled that or not, I don't know, but he's thrown it straight up in the air. And that is a 6th wicket for Gavin Hoey. A comprehensive performance from the Leinster Lightning. And we're talking about it's their last game. They might want a few more after this, because they have been quite superb today after a very, very difficult start. We'll just catch up with that last wicket again. Hoey, he's been superb again. Good bit of flight. And Balbirnie takes the catch. 100% sure that there's been so much spin. It's been difficult to know when it's been coming off the edge and when it hasn't. But as I say, Shane, when we look back to this, Leinster Lightning in so much bother early on today, but they have responded magnificently.
Yeah, 100%, Ali. If they look back at the course of the day, they've probably played the better cricket, no doubt. Northern Knights got those 4 early wickets, but with the ball, I thought they went too short, like we spoke about, too soon. There was some assistance there. They just probably went too short too soon, missed their lengths, and made it too easy for the batters to build a partnership in the middle, as well as George and Christopher has batted. Seamus Lynch has come in. He's got 100 as a young lad. He played with plenty of freedom, stuck to his strengths. And David Delaney was really busy in the middle order. Ran well between the wickets, hit the gaps hard, and then got some boundaries later into his innings. So for them to get 3-5-4, the Knights will be bitterly disappointed that they had them under the wraps at 40 for 4 and let them get up to that total. Really disappointed from a Northern Knights perspective, but Leinster Lightning absolutely delighted with that performance. Plenty of guys sticking their hand up, and really well bowled there from Gavin Hoey, getting a 6er.
2 teams just doing the post-match pleasantries there. We look back all the way back to 10:45 this morning. Leinster Lightning decided to bat. Balbirnie got going, but was LBW to Pretorius, then a couple of quick wickets, and then 3 or 4 down early, the Lightning, but then it was the Freitas initially with Dockrell. Those two set the platform with 59 and 26, but then it was that huge partnership of 150 between David Delaney and just the most sensational innings from Seamus Lynch, a young player coming into this team and really just putting his shoulders back and saying, I can play. He had a couple of balls early for 6 and went on to a magnificent 100, 117, 353 for 9. And the partnerships for the Lightning, really a complete tale of 2 halves there, nothing up top. And then the middle order, 63 and 44 setting it up. But as we've discussed, huge partnership between Delaney and Seamus Lynch of 150, and then that little cameo between Lynch and Hand of 40.
Just the bowling figures there for the Northern Knights. Mark Adair really good with the ball, 2 for 63 in a high scoring game. Ruin just bowling 2 up top and then coming in at the death overs, never easy. See Tom Mays, 7 overs for 55. Matthew Humphreys, 7 overs for 38. Theo picking up 2 wickets, 2 big wickets there. And Paul Sterling just bowling us 3 overs for just 13. Just the second innings popping up now in a second. As we see the Northern Knights scorecard. Ross Adair hitting a couple of boundaries and then unfortunately dragging one on. Paul Sterling absolutely brilliant with a 66. James McCullum a little bit unlucky with his decision. Morgan Topping, really good stuff, 41, but he'll be disappointed with just a start, and then plenty of wickets in that middle order. They never got going. Really tough against the spin. And then Tom Mays, a nice cameo there at the end. Some partnerships. Sterling and Topping really sticking out with that 90 partnership, but nothing else backing that up. Really tricky in the middle there against the spinners, and the Knights never really recovered. And just some bowling figures from the Leinster Lightning. Stand-up performance, Gavin Hoey, 6 for 26 off just 7.2. Really good stuff in those conditions. Bowled his best ball, kept things simple. And everyone else backed it up pretty nicely. Fionn Hand, 1 for 20 off his 4. David Delaney ran in. and tried his best. 1 for 41, plenty of effort there. And Simi Singh, 1 for 37 off his 7 overs. So really good stuff there from the Leinster Lightning attack.
So there we have your match summary. Leinster Lightning winning the toss, batting first, putting up a total of 353 for 9. Standout century from Seamus Lynch. And then doing the business with the ball, just 30.2 overs for them to bowl the Northern Knights out for 183. They pick up the win, but they also pick up that vital bonus point. And we'll take a look later in terms of net run rate, in terms of the table, but they go to 14 points, winning today's game by 170 runs. And you can see our next game here, Cricket Ireland and HBV Studios. That next game is this coming Thursday, back here at the Ward Stormont, which will be the Northern Knights against the Northwest Warriors. I'm glad for your company today, and it'd be even better if you could join us again on Thursday for that game between the Knights and the Warriors. From myself, Valley McCallum, Shane Kate, and our guests, we hope to see you then.